Oh, this has been a very interesting. So you need that.
Okay.
I have a mic, so they'll
All
be
right.
able to pick up what I'm saying. Um, awesome. Whew. Home stretch.
Yes, yes, yeah. You're 70. Well, and when we get finished, you're 75% finished.
That's
Only
awesome.
6 hours to go after
That's
that.
oh, don't say it like that. But 75%, that's a C, right?
Hey,
I
yeah,
can live with a C.
yeah. You can just walk out now and have a passing grade.
Is there any extra credit?
Uh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you stick around for a few more years, but the problem with that is you have to keep coming back every day.
Oh,
You know.
boy, this has been a truly eye-opening situation for me. I've shared with this point with several individuals. Yeah, you got to hold it up tight,
Okay.
Bob, because it's not a very sensitive mic.
Okay.
Um, you know, I have a greater awareness and a greater fondness for the situation people find themselves when they're experiencing homelessness, and it really truly has opened my eyes to how difficult a life and how hard a life it truly is. And then you throw other contributing factors on it, like addiction and the risk of being attacked and robbed and all the other different things, and it's like, wow, that's nuts. I've actually gotten to sit here on this bench, albeit uncomfortable after,
Right.
20 hours or whatever. I still have the opportunity to be able to go inside and use the facilities. I've had people, bringing me drinks and waters and things of that nature. These individuals that find themselves in this situation don't have all that.
That's right.
And so, before they can truly make that change, they need to realize how much we truly do care about their success. And building that trust factor is actually the key.
Absolutely.
It's an absolute key.
Well, I was thinking along that same lines last night as far as the people that we serve, and I had an eye-awakening moment reading scripture one time, actually more than one time, but in particular about the situation that you're talking about. So people come to us and we provide services to them and we share the good news of the gospel with them.
Absolutely.
And we're disappointed in a lot of times in the response. But I was reading along there in Exodus chapter 6, verse 6. And God told Moses, he said, they were slaves in Egypt. And God told Moses, said, go tell my people that I want to be their God, for them to be my people, so that I can bless them and help them. And so Moses says that Moses told them, but that the people could not hear him because of the bondage and the despondency. It sounds like our people in the bondage of addiction.
Oh yeah.
Despondent, no hope. And so that should motivate us to realize the situation, like you say, to press in, to love. They don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Over the years, I've had several different guys who went through the program say something. You hear it one time, and then you hear one guy a few years later say the same thing, and a few years later somebody say the same thing. And what they said is, when I came to the mission, I had no hope. I had tried before. I had tried and tried and tried before. But there's this Chaplain Jerry Gardner, or Chaplain Neil Bryant, or Danny Sears, one of those guys that had hope for them. He said, I didn't have any hope, but I could see that he had hope for me. He believed that I could. And until I could believe for myself, I trusted in his belief for me, because he had seen a lot of people like me come through those doors. And so he knew better than I. And so a lot of times that's what we have to be sometimes. We have to be their hope.
No, that's a great way
So
to
they
put
can
it.
have it. Yeah.
Absolutely. And, we have talked about it over the many hours previously about how sometimes we want it more than they do, and that's probably the case, 8 times out of 10, quite
Right.
frankly. So, it's it's tough haul. It's a tough industry to work in, but I think all the individuals that work on our team have been called to this work because and we talk about this all the time. When you're focused on something that's bigger than just yourself, it's not work.
Right.
It's a labor of love, and it's a passion, and it's a calling, and our team is an example of that each and every day. Each and every one of them, from the admin team to the ministry teams to the retail teams, you just can't. I could not have picked a better team myself, and so God has led them all to this organization before me, same time as me, after me, but we're all kind of still working towards the same goals.
You hosted an association here last week and had missions from all over the Southeast that came. And so over the years, we've had a lot of ministries that call us and want to send 2 or 3 people down to see how we do, to see our
Absolutely.
facilities, what kind of programs do we have, and all that kind of stuff. And they're usually here for a couple of 2 or 3 days. But I have had a chance to explain the program, let them sit into some classes or whatever, and give them a tour of the facility as far as how it's laid out and why we do what we did. But the thing that's most important that really makes us go, that they don't have time to see, they're interested in the buildings and the programs, and that is the people.
Yeah.
It is the people. It's the heart of the people. And like you say, you need to be called. And if you're not called, you're not going to stay here long. You can't do this long.
No. You can burn out very quickly.
There was a guy, Charles McLean. He's no longer with us. He passed away, moved to South Florida and retired. But Mike Oakes, former board member, brought this guy down for us to interview. Thought he'd be a good guy to work in development. And about 2 minutes into the meeting, I'm thinking, I don't see this guy working in development, but he could be a good chaplain.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about that, and I said, look, I want you to come back this afternoon at 3 o'clock when our guys start checking in, and stay for dinner and stay for chapel service. And, you could leave, shortly thereafter. So from 3 to 7 or 7:30, I just want you to come and just see what happens. And so he came back the next day, and he said, yesterday when I came down here, I was thinking about how much money, how valuable I would be for the mission and development. He said, but last night after working with the guys, he said, it's not that I want to work for the mission. I have to work for the mission.
Very neat.
It didn't take but 3 or 4 hours for it to get in his blood. It's either part of your DNA, God calls you to it, or this is a difficult place. This is hard. This is, as they said last week, this is messy.
Mm-hmm.
But we are all a mess. The Lord came into our mess.
We are absolutely a mess. Some messier than others.
Right.
But nonetheless a mess. But as long as we continue to just stay focused and try to live out God's plan for each and every one of us, all things will work out.
A number of years ago, we went through like a quality training with some guys, and we were trying to come up with our aim statement. Here it was 1999, we were 50 years old, and we were working on our aim statement. What can you say in one sentence what the bullseye target is that the mission is trying to hit? And it helps us narrow our scope. We were doing some things outside of that, so that really helped us to focus on that. But we worked on it for several months, and then we came up with our aim statement, which is to demonstrate God's goodness, to demonstrate His love.
Yep.
By providing rescue and recovery services in Jesus' name. And I kind of weighed in there when we were talking about finalizing that. And I said, well, if we say that we're demonstrating God's goodness by providing these services, that's pretty clear. Or if we could leave God off at the front, or we could leave Jesus off at the end. That's not a good plan,
No,
brother.
that's not a good plan at all. Absolutely not.
But he said, well, here's the thing. We need to, not did we just provide a service, demonstrate God's goodness by provide a service,
Hmm.
but he said that's what we do all day, every day. But at the end of the day, when we're going home, we need to ask ourselves, did I demonstrate God's goodness by providing the service in Jesus' name, which is a whole different thing. You know,
Absolutely.
that is a motive that we need to look at.
No doubt.
Yes, but that helped us to stop doing some things that we should be doing and do more of the things like you guys have been looking at recently. Your long-term strategic plan is how do we have width and depth in what we're doing.
Awesome. Thank you for saying so.
Yes.
Um, what questions might you have for me, Bob?
Wow. Um, how does it feel to follow 7 men? I think I'm one of the few that got to meet and talk with and know the 7 previous directors.
You've met all 7.
All 7.
That's fantastic.
And
I love that for you.
well, what was interesting is each one had their own gift. Each one
I could
brought
see that.
something different.
Absolutely.
Each one was the right person at the right time. So I believe you're the right person at the right time. And, you know,
Thank you.
It takes some time to get things figured out and go and get the team on board. You have to build trust with the donors. You have to build it with the board. And so there's a lot of moving parts. You have to be, this is not some little simple ministry.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot going on.
We have
capital
a number.
campaigns,
Yeah,
donors,
we
development.
got a lot definitely going on.
Yes. Somebody said that in your spot, you have a front row seat at the economy. You can see in advance what's going on
Mm-hmm.
through the recycling, through the thrift. When times are good, people buy new and they give us their old.
Yep.
But when things aren't looking so good, they're buying our stuff, and the cash donations are going down. So you can see months in advance before the economists do, just by what's going on around you.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes. So I see my boss man looking at me. You're doing good. I'm not so sure.
I'm having deja vu.
Right. But I think you're doing well. That's a lot of stuff to keep going on. A lot of plates to keep spinning.
There are a lot of balls in the air, and
yes,
but you know, we're going to continue to just move forward as an organization and try to do our very best for God's kingdom work, for sure.
Absolutely. For sure. Well, you just keep on keeping on, brother.
All right. Well,
I really appreciate your style and your leadership and how things are moving along.
Well, great, Bob.
It's a pleasure.
I appreciate you stopping by and having a conversation with me.
My pleasure.
Really do.
Thank you, sir.
I can't see the guys because Jason's got the doorway blocked. So I was going to try to take a sneak break, or a quick break, rather.
Good.
I don't know if they are actually listening to me, so I'm going to just go inside.
Yeah, you're fine.
Whew. Hey, buddy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You okay?
No, not really. I got it.
with clean clothes and a safe place to rest. With your support, she finds more than a shelter. She finds hope at Waterfront Mission.
Once I was in the internet business, I realized that my age was not only a so set yourself up for future longevity. It's very important to keep a cool mind in business and understand.
They won't even know.
It happens when or the guest is talking more than I am, and so I'm not engaged as much, and so
Florida for work. Had some unfortunate things happen and, became homeless, wound up at the Waterfront Mission and hoping they could help me. And here I am today. I come from Las Vegas where marijuana is legal. I smoked a lot of weed. People say, that's really not a bad one and everything, but it leads up to other things, and you just, if you're a person has a zest for life like me, you're going to do other things and you're going to party and those things just, I don't know, they're non-conducive to lifestyle, a productive lifestyle, and I just didn't want it in my life anymore. I went through the Life Builders program and I had some of the best teachers in there teaching me some of the most interesting things I never knew in life, and now possibly I could probably teach the book of John rather than just read it, so, and I've learned to love Jesus, and he's taken control of my life, and that's where I am now. Yeah, I would tell somebody, please, go try the rescue mission, keep an open mind, and just give it a chance. They're gonna help you. I don't think there's any problem too big for the rescue mission. They handle just about everything. Teach you how to handle it too.
I had been living in a way that was very selfish, very like self-destructive, and that was my life for my early 20s, like up until now. And I didn't really have any direction, and I was like reaching out to whomever, whatever I could reach out to, and I had a voice come over me that I now know, was the voice of God that told me that I had very little time to get my life in order. I was a really heavy drinker, and I like did not have faith. I did not have any hope. So like alcohol was my coping mechanism. It was my security blanket. It was what fueled me. It's what I relied on because it was consistent. Because like a lot of other things in my life just weren't consistent, and that was one thing that was always there. So I knew it was a problem. I knew it was an issue, and I seen the destruction that I had done because of it. So I knew that like the only thing to do was to get rid of it. It's kind of like now how I see Christ in my life is I know he's always there and he's always been there, but that's how alcohol was for me at that time. The Waterfront has put me in the direction that I've always wanted to be in. They've helped me become the man that I think a lot of other people had seen, but I hadn't seen for myself. They also helped me realize the potential that I didn't think I had, and they set me back in the line of Christ in his army. You have to be all in, and you have to truly want to do better for yourself. Because the Waterfront, it's a tool, and it's a people with a lot of faith and a lot of heart, and they're here for you. But if you're not willing to take those steps for yourself, then that's all it is it's a place to stay and it's a warm meal. But there's so much more to it. It truly is like a key to a better life if you want to use it as that.
I was in Mobile, Alabama, and found myself, sleeping on the streets. I got real bad on drugs, and so it was a waterfront right around the corner from where I was sleeping on the street. Someone was telling me that I needed to go there because that was the best thing for me. And one night I was sleeping. I fell asleep on the side of a funeral home. And I woke up that morning and I was like, I was drunk when I went to sleep, and I woke up on the side of the funeral home, and I was like, that's a sign. Like, well, I'm gonna be, what's God telling me? I'm sleeping next to a funeral home. I need to make a move. So, I went to the funeral. I mean, I went to the Waterfront and talked to Chaplain Eric and Chaplain Dan, and they helped me out.
Where's your barista?
A good friend of mine now, he's farther along in the program. His name James Hayes. He helped me out to get a job to where he at, environmental Gulf Coast of Florida. So it's a pretty good job, man, and I love it. And right now I'm in the middle of just saving up my money, building up my credit, and doing stuff like that, building relationships, getting closer to Christ. You start wanting to do the good things in life, like, be a better son to your mother, a better brother to your sister, a better friend, a better brother. You start wanting to eat healthy, it's a blessing. And I thank God for Waterfront. They helped me out tremendously. I never, just being somewhere that you could sit down in the building for 3 months and, focus on yourself and focus on, ultimately your relationship with God, that's just a blessing within itself.
I was brought to the Waterfront mission because I lost my mom, and I felt like that really broke me. So just to, I don't know, to get back in touch with reality, I went to Waterfront mission because a friend in Mobile, that's where I'm originally from, told me about it, and ever since then, you know, a little piece of me is coming back. So I'm grateful for that.
I don't think it was a decision I made. I was forced by life circumstances. You know, before I joined the program, I was homeless for almost 5 years. Left home, home being Tennessee, last place I tried to set root in. But I traveled the country. I was out of my mind. Drugs. I was in the gates of hell. If that makes sense. You know, tired of living. Nothing made sense. And how I got to Waterfront, I don't like to believe it was God leading me there. And I ended up there. It's a good program. I'm glad I did.
Well, I have no urge for drinking, and I know I'm going to heaven. That was another reason. I had to make sure I was going to heaven. So I got that insurance. It's because I haven't had a drink in 13 months now, but I wasn't sure about going to heaven. Now I am.
Say, I love you. Thank you. I'm just so grateful that they didn't give up on me. Have the patience with me because I resisted the program, but they didn't try to force it on me. They waited until I was ready, but they kept suggesting I do it. I mean, they had patience with my fragile mind, fragile soul. They knew the outcome, so they just patiently waited, cared for me until I came to them and said, okay, I know. So that's what I would say. I just would want them to know that anytime they feel like what they're doing isn't really enough, it's not really getting through to most people. Just that one person every once in a while, and they really realize how much that person's life is going to get so much better. They're going to connect with God, be successful, whatever type of success that is in this world, and they're going to be able to give back to the world after they are cared for and they're having to take resources. Eventually, they're going to be able to give back that they should. You know, I just want them to feel confident that in those times whenever they feel this isn't worth it, no one really listening, you know, are my efforts really doing much? Like, I just want them to know that yes, they
are. Not just me, but the guys that are in my group. We're a pretty tight brotherhood, and we're manifestations of prayers and their hard work. So I hope it would encourage them. From the time I set foot on waterfront property, every employee I ran across, you could see the love of Christ in them, and it's been special. I mean, just seeing them as examples, seeing them deal with other people and situations, and watch them live it out right in front of me was encouraging to me, as well as other people. And I hope that we can be an encouragement to them by being the manifestation of their hard work.
Imagine being discharged from the hospital and having nowhere to go. For homeless patients, recovery shouldn't stop at the hospital doors. But at Waterfront Mission, we provide individuals with a safe place for healing. When home isn't an option, the Aruka Respite Center at Waterfront Mission is.
I was hungry, but you gave me food.
I was sick, and you took care of me.
I was a stranger, and you welcomed me.
Waterfront Mission has been providing rescue and recovery services in Jesus' name for over 75 years.
Help us share God's goodness at waterfrontmission.org.
Hi, my name is Lexi Osborne, PR and Development Associate here at Waterfront Mission. Welcome to our Pensacola campus. Founded in 1949 by Reverend Vernon Hosey, Waterfront Mission began as a refuge for wayward fishermen on Pensacola's active port. Over the years, Waterfront has grown into 2 full-service missions providing rescue and recovery services here in Pensacola and in Mobile, Alabama. Today, I'm going to take you on a tour of our Pensacola mission, which has over 200 beds available for the homeless community. Whether you're coming in for day services or overnight shelter, staff are always available at the front desk to direct you and help you take the next step. Every afternoon, starting at 4 p.m., individuals checking in for overnight shelter receive a bedroll, a towel, and a bed assignment. All guests are asked to shower before dinner. We have 98 beds available for overnight shelter for men. In the event that we have reached capacity, we do have cots available to accommodate additional individuals. The goal of our overnight shelter is for individuals to accept our invitation to something more sustainable than just one night of shelter. We desire for these individuals to join one of our case-managed rescue programs geared toward helping individuals end their cycle of homelessness by obtaining employment, securing permanent housing, and ultimately achieving sustainable life change. These programs are available for men and women. We also offer a 3-phase, 9-month residential recovery program known as the Life Builder Recovery Program, where men can receive counseling, life skills classes, job training, and mentoring to help them obtain the proper resources to live a sober life and successfully re-enter society. Currently, this program is only available for men. One of the things that is unique to Waterfront is our Aruka Respite Center, which provides medical respite dorms for homeless individuals needing a clean and safe environment to recuperate immediately following a hospital discharge. Guests are case managed during their stay and are referred to either a Waterfront or a partnering program upon discharge to help reduce the hospital readmission rate. Our Pensacola mission has 2 respite dorms, one for men and one for women. This is our women's wing of our Pensacola mission, established in September 2024. We have separate offices for female chaplains and counseling, and this area is secured with badge-only access. Let me take you back and show you. The women's overnight dorm accommodates 28 guests and operates in the same manner as the men's. Women also have access to the same rescue programs, and those seeking addiction recovery are connected with trusted community partners for additional support. This is our men's clothing closet. We also have one available for women. Here, guests can receive free clothing, shoes, and toiletries. This is part of Waterfront's day services, available Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Through our day services, guests can receive a warm lunch, a chapel service, access to showers and laundry facilities, mail services, bag storage, and meetings with chaplains and community partners. Finally, this is our kitchen, where we serve roughly 450 meals per day. About 90% of the food that we receive at our kitchen comes from local restaurants, grocery stores, organizations, churches, and individuals. Volunteers serve in the kitchen 365 days a year, helping with tasks such as food prep, serving, and cleanup. If you would like to get involved by volunteering at our mission, please visit our website or email us at volunteer@waterfrontmission.org. We also invite you to take an in-person tour to see firsthand the life-changing work that happens here at the mission every day. Thanks for coming along with me. I hope to see you soon.
Just you and me, brother?
Just you and me, sir. Oh,
Well, what a beautiful day, huh?
here you go, sir. This is going to be for you.
Okay.
You got to keep it close because
You're mic'd up.
I'm mic'd up. I have my mic over here, so.
Hello, Jay Hufford.
so we got the thumbs up from Eric. So we're live now.
Oh, great.
So very good. So Dick, how about you take a quick second and introduce yourself and who you are to the mission?
Well, my name is Dick Appleyard, and I'm from a family that's been in the marketing business for over 50 years in Pensacola. And I kind of started with the mission through my father, who worked and helped Leo Gray when things were going on. He knew the family, and we supported them. And at one point, if anybody knew my dad, he wrote the history of everything in Pensacola.
Yes, he had.
At one point, wrote the history of the Waterfront mission, and we still use that document today.
We still do, yes.
And I kind of fell in love with the mission, or the mission of the mission, and so I wouldn't. You probably could describe better what I do. I think we handle the marketing.
You absolutely.
And my team is here today helping you pull off the streaming that we're doing. So I've got Jay and Thanasi been here with you all night.
Yes, sir.
Handling the production of that. And Lauren, if she's watching, she's up in Nashville, one of my employees, and she's just looking to make sure you and I handle it properly.
Hey, Lauren.
And so my whole team, and every year we put on the media luncheon where we attract about 200 people to come here. My staff serves the lunches, and we help with the program. And I guess I'm the psychologist that deals with you on a monthly basis. That's been a very difficult job. I'm just teasing. May need some help after this week. Today.
Very true. Very true. Absolutely, Dick. I can't thank you enough for your unwavering support of the mission, but also all the time and energy you've put into me personally and helping me stay focused on the tasks at hand.
I'm going to interrupt you there. That's nice of you to say, but I've been amazed, and we've had great leaders here over the years. You know that I've been friends with all of them, but the changes that how you've adapted to the needs of the community and stayed ahead of the game. It excites me what we're doing and how the growth we've had. It includes adding women, serving the women out here, and adding the beds to help my hospital friends to get people from in hospital care to here where you take care of them.
Yes, sir.
Just a lot of things that you've brought to the table and your board has adopted, and they're taking place right now. It's just fantastic. Because the problem isn't going away. The problem's growing.
No, you're absolutely right. It's growing, and we're seeing increased numbers across the board, from day resources to our overnight emergency shelter services. We're averaging approximately 32 women a night now.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. I shared several times throughout this event that, on that first night, I was praying for 5 women to show up, and there was 12. And then by the end of the week, we were at 20 plus. And so it's just continued to grow, and it's been a great program. We've initiated some additional training for our team for that with Survivor-Led Solutions and Alicia Tappan, tremendous gal that has helped us really understand and dive into, how to treat trauma, how to recognize trauma, and how to just help people through those moments that when they're trying to overcome those trauma.
Yeah, I as just a regular old business guy, and one of the biggest concerns I have in what you do and what I do is the impact of mental health issues on our families, our communities, and surely the homeless community fits within that. But there's so many things to deal with now, so many issues, so many. Today we're here, and you know, if you were Hispanic or looked Hispanic or whatever, you'd be a nervous wreck. That would fit into your mental health issues, I think. And thank goodness there are places, because a lot of what you all do here is mental health. Whether you're, you know, that's why everybody here has to be trained in some way to deal with that.
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, we had a great conversation. Allison Hill was here earlier this morning, and you know, we're looking at various ways that we can strengthen our collaborative partnership, even moving forward with the Respite Center, which is very exciting. But you're absolutely right. You know, one of the leading causes, if not the leading cause of homelessness in our country is mental illness. The other being addiction, you know, and we've talked around the idea that there are several other levels of homelessness, affordable housing crisis, you know, poor home life situations for, you know, children, for wives and things of that nature. So I mean, or it could be just a combination of all of the above.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, and so it's really imperative for us to be properly trained in helping overcome those triggers in people's lives, and that way we can really help them move forward in a more positive way.
Well, and I'm probably pretty difficult for me to follow Allison, who's terrific and
She's
done
fantastic.
a fabulous job at Lakeview. I still call it Lakeview, but Pensacola is blessed to have a number of great services, organizations that serve the less fortunate. We are lucky, and always one of the top, if not the top, is Waterfront. Years and years and years of providing the service. What did we celebrate? 75 years in?
We actually celebrated 76 this past year, but even just 2 years ago, we had our big 75 year anniversary blowout, which was an incredible night. I still look back on that very fondly, and it was a great time to celebrate the accomplishments of the mission.
Well, you know, the other thing that you get as you come out here in my position is half the people I talk to are trained in the clergy or in that role. Maybe they're just psychologists or working with people. This mission was started because of the need to connect with Jesus, and that is never forgotten. And you just know from the people you meet, many of them are could be serving a church somewhere, but they come here and serve through this because they're called to do that. I don't know how many would you say are clergy or clergy trained that work here?
Oh,
you're supposed to be interviewing me, aren't you? Go ahead and you can ask me questions.
We're just having a conversation on a bench, sir. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it's certainly not a prerequisite to have a pastor background, but we do have a lot of pastors that are drawn and called to this organization because of the work that we do. Yeah, so there's a good number of individuals. We're at least a dozen plus, for sure.
And I think that's important because at the end of the day, I'm not on the board, never have been on the board, but I know that the board always circles back to the roots of why we're here and what the purpose was and who we're serving. And we're serving the people that are here, but we're also serving the greater purpose. And explain to me, because people might be interested, that the fact that we don't take a lot of government money. And the reason I ask that question is I do help other organizations in Pensacola, many of whom are scrambling right now because cuts in government programs. They were serving lots of people, and you get a cut, and that means you kind of have to do both. You have to eliminate some staff, and you have to cut the services. Who made the decision, whenever they made the decision and why, that we're not our finances are rarely, if any, supported through government?
Well, we actually, as an organization, made the decision long time before I even thought about even serving on the board of Waterfront. And I can't credit it to any one person, but it's in our history that we've never gone after federal and state dollars because, we've been doing it for so long. We really know what
How to
we
do
do it. And so we don't need any, backseat drivers, if you will, coming in and telling us how to do things and then requiring us to do things a certain way when we've been doing it, God's way for 76 years.
But what at the core of the decision, that's true. You didn't want to have their controls, but at the core of the primarily was the separation of church and state, I guess, or somewhere that fits into this discussion, and
Sure.
that you were not going to change the importance of serving God and preaching the gospel from here. You were not going to change that. So you knew at some point perhaps the government may, that's one reason you wouldn't get dollars.
That's correct. That's very correct. Again, the government, in their infinite wisdom, thinks they know how to do things better than most small businesses and even large businesses. And time again, they're reminded that they really don't have the expertise like the organizations that are actually doing the work on the ground. And so, again, we think we got a really great operation going down here in Pensacola and over in Mobile. And so, we don't need any extra, cooks in the kitchen,
Well, it's funny because a startup may say, well, I'm going to provide the same services. And one of the many years ago, it was decided that we were going to be the best of the best in the thrift store business. And that accounts for a pretty good portion of why you don't need government funds.
Absolutely.
On your budget, and I'm not supposed to be asking you questions, but I'll ask you, what percentage does when people donate their clothes or other items to Waterfront and then they sell them, what does that account for as maybe a percentage of your overall budget?
Oh, that's a great question. So, basically the dollars that we have traditionally raised has been from 100% of private donations, whether monetary, outright, just funding us on a monthly or annual basis. But then the in-kind donations at all the thrift stores, those items are transformed into dollars so that we can purchase other goods and services. And the retail division of our organization provides on average 55 to 60% of our annual operating budget for the missions.
Now that should be repeated. That's pretty amazing.
Yes, the retail division provides on average 55 to 60% of our annual operating budget. And of course, we make up the difference from our incredible, just absolutely resolute donors that have continued to support and bless the mission, whether a private individual or perhaps maybe a foundation or, some of our business partners in the areas as well. But we have been fortunate to expand our opportunities for revenue. So a new revenue stream is obviously the Aruka Respite Center. Mm-hmm. And so that's a collaborative agreement in place with local participating healthcare organizations to take better care of those individuals experiencing homelessness that are being, healthy enough to be discharged from the hospital, but not quite healthy enough to finish healing out on the streets. And so the Aruka Respite Center at both our missions gives individuals coming out of the hospital system an option now to really get back on their feet health-wise. And it's that collaborative partnership with us and the healthcare systems that provides an additional funding revenue stream for our ministries.
Well, I tell you that I know it's also a financial benefit to the hospitals because obviously a homeless person's not paying any bills and doesn't have insurance, so and they don't want to put them back out on the street. So getting them out of the hospital into a place where they're safe and can be taken care of is a great benefit to the hospital. They can fill it with a paying bed. And so I hope those people watching who might be involved or whatever, we encourage their hospital. This is something we need to take advantage of.
Absolutely.
And I know some do, some don't, but at the end of the day, it's such a great service for them that once they try it and their patients get good service here, and they won't be back in the hospital because they went out on the street. That's a pretty significant thing. Back to the as a customer of the thrift stores. For those people who have never been to the Waterfront thrift store, do not compare it to any other thrift store you've ever been to, because the experience of a giver, when you drive up, the people come out, it's organized, they are so happy to have you being there, but it's not throw it in a bin and hope something good happens with it. It's
That's
organized, and if you shop there, you know there are experts that work within Waterfront that itemize things, put them in the right areas, put them in the right sizes, and there's some we don't say take it to a thrift store. We say take it to Waterfront. And at the end of the day, I think obviously if 55% of your revenue comes from it, a lot of people should be thanked for taking their things that they can no longer use and letting you profit off of.
Absolutely, and I think it goes to the idea that we're good stewards of those dollars entrusted to us, or those in-kind donations. They want it to go to something bigger than just a centralized administrative site, in another state. So all the dollars that we generate here and in Mobile stay local, and we reinvest in the local economies, and with obviously our team members and all of the vendors that we incorporate into helping us run the day-to-day operations. So all those, it's locally owned and operated basically across the Gulf Coast area, and that's where the dollars stay.
Many of the employees that are working there had their first experience at Waterfront when they came here to get a meal, or to spend the night, or to get out of the cold. They saw the need, they saw the people that cared for them, and next thing you knew, they were taken care of and worked here. And
absolutely,
a large percentage of those working in the stores are from started here.
Absolutely, we have a program of hireability, if you will, of the individuals that come through our programs, and we have example after example of individuals returning back to Waterfront and trying to give back in that way.
That's part of the game plan. Well, it's fascinating to sit on the bench and talk to the boss, and to watch all the activity around and the people who you're bringing hope to. Lots and lots of people, that's why I love supporting Waterfront. Now, how long have you been up on the bench?
Okay, so we started this at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So we're in the home stretch. Going to 2 o'clock this afternoon, and God willing, I will make it without falling over and just starting to drool and snore uncontrollably.
So far, so good, but I kind of took your job from you.
Oh, did you?
I decided that I'd interview you instead of you interviewing me, and it would keep you alert and on top of things. You didn't even need your soft drink or anything. You're
No,
okay.
I still got plenty to drink.
But I am. It's my privilege to be involved in whatever it is I'm involved with here. It is an amazing service that's been going on. And like any organization, it's had its ups and it's had its downs, but you guys are on kind of a positive momentum swing, not just because you're serving more people, but because you're seeking out ways to serve even more people.
Absolutely.
The one thing some in my family would say the greatest thing you're doing is putting a dog kennel here. And I think we even contributed to that. And the reason was, why did you decide this was important?
Well, if you pay attention to the individuals on the side of the streets as you travel into work or go shopping or whatever, you'll notice that there's a big collection of individuals that have those pets. And we don't know of any other organization in Pensacola or Mobile that is geared up for having pets inside. There's a lot of risk involved in that, dog bites, things of that nature. And so that's a barrier to entry, and so those individuals don't usually come to seek services at Waterfront because we don't have a solution in place. But let me preface this by saying this, Nick. When we have extreme weather, we suspend all operating normal operating procedures. Like for instance with Snowmageddon, we had crates in the mission, so anybody that showed up, they were with the dog, they were coming in, and we would put the dog in the crate. We'd set the person up with a cot next to their dog, and because it was important, you know, being out in that weather would be dangerous not only for the animal but certainly for the person as well. And so, but we realized that there's more and more individuals with animals, and so we wanted to remove another barrier to entry, and by coming up with a great dog kennel solution, we're able to do that. So yes, you have contributed directly to that, and thank you, of course. But we're also looking for some subsequent funding opportunities, and our incredible PR and development associate, Lexi Osborne, has been hot on pursuit to get those additional dollars, and then hopefully we'll be able to get that thing kicked off by the first quarter of next year.
And like everything you do here, there are partners already lined up to help you make, once we get it built, there are partners. So explain how, you know, this is not just, we got to build a building, we got to have programs in place, we got to have people that can help. So
absolutely. So during the vetting process that we've gone through, we have made a great collaborative partnership with the animal shelter just around the corner from us. They're just so generous with what they have offered to help us do. They are willing to, you know, check every dog on the aggressive dog registry, make sure they're up to date on all their shots, make sure they're free from any kind of communal diseases that could be spread throughout the kennel prior to them even being in our kennel. And so an individual with a dog or a pet can go over there, get them checked out, and then once they're given the okay, they can come in and check in for services with us while their dog is safely attended to in one of the kennels. And we also decided that that would be part of the addiction recovery program. Is kind of called animal therapy, where the men in the program are going to be tasked with also participating in the care of the animals.
how about that? I didn't know that. That's cool.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously the primary caretaker will be the owner of the pet, but then we will supplement that with our own teams.
Huh. Well, there's a, you know, those we just talked about. So your mind must be racing all the time. How can I serve better? What can I expand? Whatever. So what do you see on the horizon down the road as to help serve the group better?
That's a great question. So, you know, and we've had a conversation about this in recent months, Dick. We did a 2-day intensive, and we've been working with the board of directors on a strategic plan for the next 5 years that we're starting to roll out to strategic partners in the community, such as yourself. We're going to use obviously the November Media Friends and Luncheon to introduce that. We've already started rolling it out to our middle managers and our directors of the mission, and then the entire team will get the playbook on 1/1 of 26. But just some of the things that we're focusing on is, you know, so many organizations in the area have experienced some financial difficulties. We talked a little bit about it with the federal and state dollars. You know, they're beholden to those. So when they dry up and those funding sources are no longer available, what happens? You know, you have to cut programs, you have to cut salaries, and so, you know, one of the things that we want to make sure that we're doing right is being good stewards of all of our assets. And so we want to make sure we're going deep and building a strong foundation before we go wide. And that's very important, because we're talking about you know, the next 75 years of the mission. You know, way after you and I are both gone, we want to make sure that we're doing the things necessary today that's going to sustain the mission for another millennia, basically. And so it's very important for us to do what we do well even better before we get too far out in front of our skis, because we don't want to start a program and then have to somehow backtrack a little bit. So when we started the Hope for Her, you know, we really looked at what we needed to do in order to actually make that a reality. And we met with community partners and community leaders for months at a time. You participated in those with us, and we got a great game plan, and we've had to tweak it obviously since we've opened just a little bit, but for the most part,
it was impossible. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it on the same campus.
Couldn't do it.
No way you could do it.
It was
impossible.
It
How
was,
many stayed here last night?
we had 32 women here last
maybe
night,
it's possible.
and we had just about 100 men. So we had about a little more than 130 individuals in the mission last night. We had about 75 or so in the mission over in Mobile. So when you ask what's on the horizon, one of the things we want to do is we want to take women's overnight emergency shelter services to Mobile. But we're a little ways off on that one. So we're working on that plan as we speak, actually. Another, initiative down the road is how do we expand? We're already at near capacity for the women's program. So does that mean we have a secondary campus? One then becomes dedicated to men, one becomes dedicated to women. Can we find a standalone addiction recovery campus that's big enough for operations today, but also large enough that we can expand in the future if necessary? So all these things are on the strategic plan that we're finalizing with our direction of our board of directors and our executive team here. But we're really excited about moving forward and just building for the future.
Well, that is all exciting, and you can see where you're busting at your seams right here.
A little bit. Yeah, we've got a
well,
lot
close.
of, yeah.
And Mobile needs to expand in order to add the women's services space-wise.
Absolutely.
And, I just say, and y'all have always said, the Lord will lead you.
Absolutely.
And you kind of lay out what you think the vision is. Heaven knows there are plenty of empty buildings that might be
possibly
suitable or whatever. I can remember the battles we had, or some battles, when we moved out here. And at the end of the day, although you thought, well, it's going to cure homelessness in downtown Pensacola, we never promised that. We just promised we'd move. But it was pretty significant when we moved the mission from right off Palafox Street in downtown Pensacola to out here. But homelessness is everywhere. It may follow you some, but at the end of the day, it's everywhere. It's something that it's important. Our community has everybody on your team, and you have a fabulous team that
we
works
sure
out
do.
here, and they ain't doing it for the money. They're doing it for the mission and the passion, and they never forget why we're here and who we're serving.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right.
So,
well, I think we're good. So Dick, thank you so much for coming and joining me on the bench. I appreciate
I kept
it.
you awake the whole time.
You did. I didn't even doze off. Not like Bob Rogers.
Yeah. Well, did Bob fall asleep?
No. He was putting me to sleep.
Well, I'm going to tell him you said that. He didn't hear you.
We're going to change your battery out.
Okay.
Give us about 5 minutes.
I don't see anything.
I don't see nothing.
2 minutes. We're at 2 minutes.
You got time. Just take your time and
There
breathe.
it is. There it is.
Now, breathe.
We're gonna.
Just breathe.
Okay, where's your hand mic? You gotta get used to hand mic.
Opening's run. You're gonna get her cue.
External.
Don't tell him not to go to middle. Don't go to this. I gotta fix it.
This is crazy.
Yes. You tell me when you want to count it.
So intense.
Breathe.
I need you to keep reminding me, actually.
And a very pleasant good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome into the hottest spot in town. And we are out in the community today. And as always, we are bringing you the information that is so prevalent in our community. And what better place to be than I'm having a conversation on the bench today. I love that. And we're going to be talking about the Waterfront Rescue Mission, everything that they stand for, everything that they do that is utterly important in our community. And I am sitting here with, I'm going to have him introduce himself.
Clay Romano, I'm the president and CEO of the Waterfront Rescue Mission here.
You see how calm that is?
Yeah, I'm just feeding off your energy, Sunshine. You're a ball of energy, and I'm just enjoying it, actually.
Well, thank you so much. And you know what? I'm so glad that I had the opportunity to be invited to come out because of so much that is going on in the world today and what stands behind this, what the Waterfront does. I mean, it is such a huge impact in what it does to help the community. What is it that inspired you guys to get involved with this the 24-hour sitting on the bench?
Well, so this was born out of, so October 10th is National Homeless Awareness Day.
Okay.
And so our organization that we belong to, called Citygate Network, spearheaded this about 4 years ago with one rescue mission over in California. And then over the last couple of years, they've kind of increased it to include other rescue missions. And now we had, I believe, just over 65 rescue missions do very similar 24-hour live streaming events, while we were all connected to the national event as well. And we're doing it for two reasons. One is obviously we want to bring more awareness to homeless in our Gulf Coast communities here, but we also wanted to shine a light on the things that Waterfront is doing to try to help combat those very critical issues that we are dealing with on a regular basis.
And I think that deserves a great big round of applause anyway, because when I found out the number, even with children that are homeless right here in our community, it blew my mind. And I know that everything that you do, and I've watched, I mean, when I stepped in today, as a matter of fact, when I saw the people, and it just did something to my heart. And you never think and you never know.
No.
What goes on in the world today. So I'm a strong believer in doing and helping others.
Okay.
Because you never ever know which way it's going to turn for your life.
Agreed.
You know, you never know what tomorrow's going to hold.
No, tomorrow's not promised.
It's
to any
not
of us.
promised, and I think that's why I'm a strong believer, and I have lots of faith, and I see what the things that are happening right here with these people. What challenges that you have right here with Waterfront, dealing with mental health?
Of course, addiction.
Okay.
You know, so one of the common discussions that we have is, you know, what are the leading causes of homelessness?
Right.
And our top two reasons is mental illness and addiction, sometimes both. But there are other levels of homelessness that we're also dealing with now, with the affordable housing crisis. Economy is not as strong as it has been,
Right.
in recent decades. So all those things can play into a someone or a family even experiencing homelessness. So that family that might be living in their car, or that friend that's couch surfing at a
Right.
friend's house. Those are all various levels of homelessness, but our niche is dealing with the population that is suffering from mental illness and has an addiction issue, and so we're here to support that faction of the community.
Absolutely. What is the biggest misconception that you think that people have from that? I mean, you think about that, how some people may, I'll say this and I'll say this from my heart. I always tell people, don't ever look down on anybody unless you're bending over to pick them up.
Absolutely.
And, and that misconception because a person may be on the street or may be homeless, what is that you deal with mostly?
Well, I think you actually already hit the nail on the head. The misconception is that somehow if someone is homeless, that they are somehow beneath us.
Yes.
And that absolutely is not the case.
Exactly.
And, from our perspective, we're all God's children.
Yes, we
and
are.
we all deserve the dignity and respect that everybody
Agreed.
should have.
Agreed.
And so I think that's the biggest misconception, that there's some sort of disconnect between us regular folk, if you will, and homeless people, and that's just not the case.
It's not, and
it truly isn't the case.
And I think that if we would take the time and go a little bit further than what we tend to see with our eyes, and then draw a conclusion on what a person is dealing with, I think this world will be a better place. I honestly do, because we have this thing that I'm better than you, you're better than me, and why is she doing? You understand what I'm saying?
It's human nature.
Right.
You want to achieve more and maybe be more popular and things of that nature. And that's just not what Waterfront's all about. We're about helping our neighbors.
Exactly.
Giving them a hand up and not a hand out.
There you go.
It's absolutely just an easy game plan to execute on a daily basis. And we have one of the strongest teams working at the missions, as well as our administrative team, our retail team. They wake up ready, willing, and able to do God's kingdom work.
That's it. I love it when you say that. That's God's kingdom work. Yes, it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having a great conversation today, and I hope that you're sitting and you are really taking heed to what goes on here at the Waterfront Mission every single day. Not just sometimes. I'm talking every day. There are people here that I've walked in today, even called my name, that said, "Hey, look, we saw this, we saw that. We're glad that you're here." I say that to say that, please, if you see somebody that's in trouble, I believe in reaching and extending that hand.
Absolutely.
As you say, I love it, a hand up.
Yes.
And not a hand out.
Absolutely.
And I think that is so wonderful. With this, with the children, I want to go, because I found out when I had Mark on with me, he told me about a number of young people that are homeless.
We are seeing a rise in the young population, and obviously women with children.
Yes.
And part of the reason why you're seeing an increase of that is for many reasons, but the biggest reason is that there are just not as many providers out there that service women with children, and even young children, and so that's where you're going to see the biggest dent, because it's coming to the forefront that there's not as many service providers for those populations.
Right.
We have just recently opened up our Hope for Her. It's been a year or so, but we've also made accommodations on many occasions for women that have been pregnant. Just a few weeks ago, we had a young woman here that was pregnant and also had a 2-year-old. And she
had a what?
A 2-year-old.
Oh, okay. I thought you said a tooth. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no. I think she had her teeth. I'm sure she did, actually. But such a pretty little vendors and providers to maybe come up with some additional solutions.
Absolutely. And we're going to work right there with you. We're going to go ahead and take a break right now. We are having such a great conversation. I don't want to stop. But we're going to be back in just a moment right here on Sunshine's Corner.
Okay, so we're not on?
Not now.
Okay, cool.
I don't know about this one, though.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I guess he is.
Yes. It's on my phone. I'm turning up my phone.
I hear my voice somewhere.
No, I'm good. Do you need anything?
I'm fine.
Okay.
We're good. Thank you.
Makeup, water.
Well, come on, brush my hair.
If you brush mine, I'll brush yours.
I hear you. What is it?
McCall.
Oh, somebody's sick.
So, well, no, not that they're sick, but we, from time to time, we have our clients and guests that have pharmaceuticals that they need to be taking, and so we do med management. So it's an accountability thing, making sure they're taking the right
Let's talk
doses.
about
And
that.
okay, we can talk about that right now, or
When we
we're-
come back.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Because I thought somebody would, when they go cold blue. I mean, I thought it was something like.
No, not definitely not. So
Okay.
we do MedCall 3 times a day, and it's for individuals that are on medicines, whether it's diabetes medicines or anything like that.
Right.
We have obviously some folks that
30
are on insulin.
Man, I should have been sitting right on the bench. On the bench in the chair.
Get on them.
You got that right.
15.
And welcome back to the best conversation that I've had in quite some time. We are broadcasting live today. We are here with Waterfront Rescue Mission talking about all of the great things that's being done. And I got to come back because we were on break. I heard something. I heard a message that said MedCall.
Yes.
MedCall. And I was like, oh, what was that? What does that?
Well-
How often you do that?
Well, so that was actually the female med call. So
Okay.
we do 2 different med calls 3 times a day.
Uh-huh.
And that's for individuals that are staying with us. That's one of our clients in a program that might have to take medicine on a regular basis.
Okay.
Diabetes comes to mind. I'm a diabetic.
Okay.
So we have individuals that are insulin dependent.
Mhm.
So they have to take their insulin. So we help manage that for them and keep them on track with their scheduled routines.
Right.
Because especially with diabetes, if you miss your insulin shot,
Exactly.
that could be.
We know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
and nobody wants that to happen,
Not at all.
obviously. So that's just another way that we can help them make that switch and move to a more positive path for their lives.
Absolutely. What, in your opinion, is the top reason for homelessness right here in Pensacola?
Well, I go back to our original conversation about the number 1 and number 2 primary reasons is mental illness and addiction recovery.
Right.
And we have a great addiction recovery program here in Pensacola and Mobile. It's called the Life Builders Program, and it's a 9-month to a year program
Okay.
that's broken up into 3 phases. The first phase is recovery readiness,
Mhm.
and that's when the men get really into being ready to be in a recovery program.
Okay.
We get them back on having a routine. They're assigned tasks to do, and so we're starting to build that routine, and they start the counseling in groups and in individual sessions. And then once they graduate that, they move into phase 2, which is the real intensive program. We have a curriculum called the Genesis process, which is
Okay.
designed. It's a Christ-centered, focused program that really delves deep under the surface and gets at the root cause of their addiction. And that's where the rubber hits the road.
I hear you.
We continue with the group counseling. They start to get in classes like anger management
Right.
and financial management. How to build a resume and the things that they're going to need when they move into phase 3. which is our career development phase.
Right.
And that's the next step before they're back on their own 2 feet in society, in their own sustainable housing, with their own job, with savings, with a vehicle if they have a need for a vehicle and things of that nature. So, but as capacity can dictate and the need is there, men can stay longer in the program to even over a year. And that's important. You know, one thing, and I'm not a clinician, of course, but the one thing that I've learned over my years with Waterfront is that the longer a person is in a recovery program, the greater chances of success they're going to have outside of that
Agreed.
recovery program. We've seen study and case study after case study about that. You know, we did some benchmarking to Home of Grace in Van Cleve, Mississippi, and that's really where, you know, we've developed a lot of good things for our own program.
Absolutely. What is it that the community, what kind of activities as the community can be a help to with Waterfront, with all of this that you're talking about that you provide?
Oh, well, I'll tell you, the biggest thing that they can do is support us.
Right.
And they can do that a number of ways. One, they can obviously monetarily support us and just send, you know, some support that way. But our community always, you know, brings us great gifts at the thrift stores, you know, so their in-kind donations are a great way. But then volunteers.
Absolutely.
You know, the reason why we are afforded the amount of activity and success that we can is because of the amount of volunteers that we have.
Absolutely.
Our volunteers are essential to us providing as many services as we do. You know, we could provide some good services, but it's the volunteers that really take it up a notch.
Absolutely.
And we're getting into Q4, so it's our big quarter to shine with our big Thanksgiving push for our Thanksgiving meal, and then of course Christmas is just around the corner after that. On Thanksgiving alone, we'll probably just for Thanksgiving meal push out anywhere between 15 and 2,000 meals just on that one day.
I asked Mark, I said, let me help serve. I said, he said, you come on out so you can do it. I mean,
absolutely.
That's going to be beautiful, almost 1,500 people. But these are the things that we're talking about that's offered here, that's given to the community as a service. And I asked the question, how can you be that person to help? There are many ways. Let's volunteer, number one. I'll tell you more about that when we return right here on Sunshine's Corner. Sugar D?
We're switching his cape. Would you sit forward for me just a minute? So
Oh, am I sitting on it? Fixing his hair, so.
people who need the help. Let's come in with a smile, and a smile can change a person's day.
Absolutely.
And I mean, these are things that I say that the community, I'm pointing these out, that coming up for the holidays, be a part of. Reach out. Go in the store and buy something. I mean, because I always check for pictures. I love searching for those pictures for the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I search all the time.
Oh, yeah. We get some great stuff, and we have such incredible supporters of our thrift store.
Exactly.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they drop stuff off on the back, drive around to the front, and go in and shop some more.
Oh, I get it, for real. And it's like this, but we are here having a great day, and I'm so glad to be a part of. What role does faith-based organizations like the Waterfront Mission, what do they play as far as when it comes to addressing these issues to the community? I mean, I know it's a big issue that you...
Oh, absolutely. But the way that we tackle these issues is our Christ-centered focus on helping all of God's children overcome their life-challenging situations. And we just stay focused on the healing power of Jesus Christ and what he does for us personally, and then what we can do with him through us to help another individual.
Absolutely. And I just think that's so beautiful, because I mean, that makes me smile, because I think that I know that he's the power over everything. And if we can develop that relationship, that will change so many things.
It is truly the catalyst for transforming their lives.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And I mean, when you don't get me started there, you tell me to stop. But no, what does your hope look like for living in the street today, for people that are on the street from Waterfront?
I'm sorry, say that one more
what
time.
Does you made me lose my question.
I'm sorry.
What does hope look like?
Hope looks like this campus.
That's what I'm talking about. When I walked in, I was amazed.
You know, one of the questions that I got through our live streaming event that's going on right now is what advice would you give a homeless person right now? And my advice would be, give Waterfront a chance. You know, there's a fear associated with coming here for that very first time, but once they get past that initial fear and they actually come in the doors and they're embraced and we love on them and we hug them and we provide all the different things that they need in an immediate sense, they realize that there is hope.
Absolutely.
And there is an option for them that they didn't necessarily think they had before. So we give them a way out and a way up.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Just like we talked about. So the hope is Waterfront Rescue Mission.
Right.
You know, give us a chance and let us prove to you that we care for you.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about life. We're talking about things that happen in life. And some things in life, I mean, you could do well today and tomorrow it could be a whole different story. This is why with entities like this, it's so important to have. And I can even tell by the softness of your delivery with your words, the love that's in you for the love of Christ that's being spread so that everybody else can feel that love and know that, okay, I may be here right now, but I don't have to stay here.
No.
God said that, okay, come on in, he got a place for you.
God has a plan for each of us, and you know, I talked with one of our team members earlier in the broadcast that, you know, it's amazing to look back and see his plan unravel to our knowledge.
Exactly.
You know, we're going through it. We don't necessarily see, you know, the forest through the trees.
But of course.
But it's going on.
Yes, it is.
And so looking back, and you know, you're like, oh my gosh, that had to happen, then this had to happen, all these different things. I had to meet this person and this person, and you look back and you're just you have to sit in amazed awe that all these things were already preordained.
Most certainly.
And it's just a wonderful feeling to have.
To have it and to know, even though
Yes, ma'am.
God has a plan.
He does. Please don't ask me to sing now.
That's one of my all-time favorites.
This will be the worst program you've ever done if you get me singing.
No, you can do it. But ladies and gentlemen, we're talking in today because sitting on the bench, I love that. Who came up with that, sitting on the bench?
So Waterfront Rescue Mission belongs to a big organization called the City Gate Network. And today, October 10th, is actually National Homeless Awareness Day.
Of course.
And so I'm not sure exactly who came up with it in Citigroup, but they started it 4 years ago with a rescue mission over in California, and it was so well received that they're like, oh, let's expand this a little bit.
Right.
And then in the third year, they expanded it even more. In fact, even in the third year, I was like, hey, we'll participate. But they were still working out the kinks and everything like that. And then now, year 4, we have over 65 rescue missions across the country participating in similar 24-hour live streaming events. And then, of course, we're all connected to our national broadcast. And we're doing it for 2 reasons. One, we want to shed a light on the homeless situation in our communities. But then we also want to shed a light on what we're doing as an organization to help combat homelessness and addiction recovery.
Most certainly. How can we bridge the gap between temporary housing, shelter, and long-term housing?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, your solution has to be sustainable.
Right.
So you can't get into housing that's unaffordable
Of course.
for what salary you're earning at the time.
Exactly.
So you either have to make more money or spend less money.
Exactly.
It's really quite simple that way. And so that gap needs to be bridged on, well, where are you at today and where do you want to be tomorrow?
Right.
Temporary housing is just that, it's temporary. So it depends on your own personal situation and what you need to do to accomplish that goal that you have. Are you a family, a small family, maybe a mom and dad and 2 children? Are you a single individual? I mean, those solutions look way different because it's different for everybody. It's not a cookie cutter concept. So what my affordable housing or my long-term permanent housing solution might be different from yours.
Exactly. How does Waterfront Rescue Mission partner with local landlords or city officials? Do you do that?
We do, actually. We've talked about it all night, actually. In fact, Lumon might be stopping by later today to have a conversation with me. I've met with Ashley Hoffberger and a couple of the other county commissioners. We have supporters on the Pensacola City Council. We work, hand in hand with a lot of the county departments like emergency management.
Most certainly.
Especially when we're having inclement weather.
That's right.
So Liz Kissel and Travis over there at Emergency Management are huge partners of ours, and it's all about this underlining theme of what we've been talking about, and it's community.
Most certainly.
It's going to take the entire community
I agree with you.
to truly move the needle on homelessness.
I agree.
And some people will argue that it's just overwhelming. It's just continuing to grow. There's why bother?
Right.
And it's like, why not?
Exactly.
Just because you take 1 step forward and maybe 2 steps back, you're going to still keep going forward. You have to. There's no plan B. Right. Success is the only option.
Exactly.
And but my success and your success and a person that walks up our walkway success is totally different.
Absolutely.
So we have to meet each and every person that comes up for resources here at the mission at their across the table, face to face, find out what exactly are their immediate necessities and what are their long-term goals.
Most certainly. And when you mentioned Commissioner Lumon, I mean, he is one, and that's all those names you name, I know.
Oh, of course.
Because they're doing work and to be partnered with you so that people can, because when a person comes in, it's not that they want to stay here forever.
No, we don't want them to stay here
not
forever.
Not at all. We're going to show them a plan.
This is not the destination.
Exactly.
This is just a stop on the way.
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am.
Because of the things that life deals us sometimes, and we have to go through situations. I can think back in my younger days when I didn't listen to my mother. I mean,
Preach.
You know what I'm talking about.
I do.
The things that they were trying to tell me that now I understand what they were telling me then.
Right.
But the fact of it is, when people do go through hardship, I want the viewers to know today that Waterfront Rescue Mission does a lot. And you see now they've got the women's shelter. I love that part about the women. And even the things that they continually do, with this being a worldwide sitting on the bench.
Yes.
I mean, so we're getting the message out to so many people to see what's going on right here on the Gulf Coast.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that everybody that's in our community, there are ways that we can all help. I believe that don't just talk about it, be about it. Come out and find out ways that you can help, because it could be one of your family members. You don't know. It could be you. So always give from the heart and do from the heart when you're doing it, because you never, ever, ever know what tomorrow's going to hold. And I say that because I think the Waterfront does so much. And when you see, even with the donations that I see that comes in, I've driven by there. I mean, but my God, there are ways that you can't help. And what does that, how does that, to continue to have that love that I see that comes from you, what does that inspire you when you see one that comes in that's really going through a really bad time, that you know that you're doing the right thing?
We've talked around this a lot tonight as well, and we talk about that one step forward and two steps back sometimes, and you feel like you're up against the brick wall sometimes, but it's just that one moment.
Yes.
That really kind of sets you up for the next 10 negative moments.
Exactly.
And as long as you keep striving to get those one moments, those one positive outcomes for that one person, and really see change happening in their lives, that's what really kind of drives our team, and it motivates them to do more and give it a little bit more. Even when they're tired and stressed out and frustrated, they're still there. They're still on boots on the ground working with these clients and trying to help move them forward on their own lives.
What barriers do you sometimes face when people are trying to, when they're facing that transition of getting better, to get through that?
Transition from, say, homelessness to not okay, so that's a very interesting, and it's different for everybody, obviously. But so one of our things is that if you have never been at one of our missions before, your first 10 nights are free.
Okay.
A lot of people don't know that. And then we even go into what we call extended stay. So, someone could be here for 2 weeks, maybe even 3 weeks, and not have the $10 charge. And that's reserved for more that are in just maybe a day-to-day kind of situation. Right. And so that 10 nights is critical. Because it's going to take the first 2 or 3 or 4 nights just for them to get out of the fog of being homeless. I'm telling you, living homeless is hard, and I certainly am not trying to downplay or anything like that. But me just sitting on a bench for 24 hours is nothing compared to what they have to go through. And I have a greater awareness and respect for someone that is going through that kind of situation. But so that's why that 10 nights is critical. So those first 4 days, 5 days, they're still trying to get acclimated to the fact that they're inside. They're getting 3 meals a day. They have a warm bed to sleep in. They have access to showers and things of that nature. So it's after that initial lift of the fog that we can really start to have critical conversations with what does your next steps forward look like.
Absolutely.
And again, it's customized to what their needs are.
Exactly.
We have example after example after example of our chaplains, both our women chaplains and our men chaplains at both missions, just doing some incredible work with individuals. I spoke with one of our clients yesterday afternoon when we first got kicked off. Her name's Samantha. She was so excited she got a job.
Oh, come on, really?
She's working at Popeyes. And I said, I love that chicken at Popeyes.
There you go. Exactly.
But I cannot describe the joy I was feeling just watching her talk about how excited she was to be out, having her own job, earning her own wages, still being with us at the mission. Obviously now she's on a working homeless program.
Right.
But then that's just the next step for her, and then the next step will come.
Well, that's just we're outside today, baby. So if you hear something, that's them. They're working over there on that thing, whatever that thing is.
Yeah. So again, she's just very excited about having the opportunity to go to work and earn a living.
Absolutely.
And so it's those moments that really kind of motivate our team, and it motivates me. I was just sitting there just enjoying the conversation with Samantha, and just kind of plugging into her joy and energy at that moment. So. It's great stuff.
I can't imagine. I mean, what the message that I think I'm trying to convey to really pull, because I keep going around and around and coming back to something, might be a little repetition there, because of the fact that the importance of Waterfront is right here in Pensacola.
Yes, ma'am.
The importance of what you do, the importance of helping people who need the help. And you see, they're not just talking about it. I didn't even realize that you get your first 10 days free.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, but can you imagine being that person who did this yesterday, but now I got to do this today?
Yes.
That's got to be difficult. But the fact of it is, with the love that I see that's offered, love is a 4-letter word that is so powerful.
It really is.
When you can see it, I call it an action word. Instead of saying what, oh, I am, but you show it.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the beauty of it, because you never know.
Yes.
I mean, and I commend you, and I commend everybody that's with us today. Please find something that you can do to be a part of, because it's all needed. Want to volunteer? Come on. You see, they're going to do it in November. 1,500 people going to be served. That's a whole lot of cooking and a whole lot of eating.
So our chef Pam is actually already on top of it. She's already begun prepping turkeys and squaring them away for,
oh my
for
God, I
November.
can't imagine how many turkeys she's going to.
Well, she's already tackled 36.
Oh my goodness.
I think she's only got about another 100 to go.
Oh my goodness. What's her name, Pam?
Chef Pam, yes,
Chef
ma'am.
Pam, you the girl.
She truly is, actually. She might be actually wandering around here somewhere. Actually, she's probably in the kitchen cooking turkeys.
Oh, there you go, getting those turkeys all stuffed. How does mental illness contribute to chronic homelessness? There's a difference in homelessness than chronic homelessness. It's a huge.
That's a huge conversation to be had, but obviously, we've touched on the idea that it's one of the top two causes of homelessness.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have major mental illness, the chances of that person escaping homelessness, it goes down tremendously.
Really?
But so that's why we lean on our partnerships with organizations like the LifeView Group. Allison Hill was out here this morning actually talking with me. We have a great collaborative partnership with them, so we can help identify those people in need. They can do pre-assessments when they're in our facility. When we're doing day resources, and there's 50 to 75 individuals in there, they're able to see more people at one time.
Absolutely.
As opposed to trying to hunt them down throughout the community, because of course they're somewhere, right?
Absolutely,
If they're not out in front of our mission today, they might be in the north part of the county tomorrow. And so it's hard to keep track of those individuals. It's certainly hard to assess and then also help treat them
Oh my God,
with
yes.
with the services they need from that respect. So we've asked Allison and her team to come in, and they do. It's a very tight schedule because they're extremely busy as well. But that partnership goes hand in hand in what we're doing, and so obviously we're aligned on that.
Absolutely. I am going through all of these. These are things that I think that the entire community, everybody that's viewing this today, should be very much so aware of. Things that we take for granted. Things that you didn't even realize that's offered here. That's right here in the city that you can have. Well, how do we train our community to get over this thing of fear? Even with law enforcement, we got to train them how to get over the fear of when you approach a person. Let me change that a little bit further. Even with veterans who are living on the street.
Oh, sure.
How do we train our community to, not to be fearful, but to be that warm heart to go out to make them reach even better, closer?
Well, one of the things we could, just kind of have a conversation with the community is just remind them that these are people too.
Exactly.
And the second thing would be, come to the mission, take a tour, come and serve a meal, come and volunteer for an afternoon and see these people. One of the things I was sharing with one of our other guests this morning was, what's the most surprising thing that I've learned over the last, 4.5 years with dealing with homeless individuals, and their generosity is what I said. And it's really quite evident. There's a certain bond in the homeless community, and they have absolutely no issue whatsoever trying to help someone out. I've seen it time and time and time again.
Really?
Squire actually right over there. He's always trying to help people, whether it's someone that's on a rollator or wheelchair, having difficulties coming in. If people need help getting their trays during meal times and stuff like that. I saw one woman. We had an unfortunate situation where a woman was dropped off here. She had just been in a car accident.
Oh my God.
So she was pretty much, tied to a chair. And one of our women in our program in the early days just stepped up and started taking care of this lady.
That's what it's all about.
She knew that she needed help, and she was going to be the one to help her. I mean, so the thing with that community is that they're tight knit. They're not backfighting and trying to jockey. I mean, there's some of that, obviously, but who doesn't have some of that?
Exactly.
But their generosity towards their fellow person
It's absolutely amazing.
is absolutely amazing. I can't stress that enough.
Absolutely.
And so you'll see that if you come into the mission and serve a meal or volunteer, sit behind our desk and
Right.
during check-in,
Right.
or help in the clothing closets. We have 2 very large
Oh,
clothing
wow.
closets.
Okay.
Maybe you can take a look at them before you head off this afternoon.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because I mean, everything is here at hand, and I tell you, what you are giving and working with the community, I think I can't think of a word that will be great enough to give what I'm feeling, what I'm hearing, even the part that I knew about and the parts that I'm learning more about.
Yes.
And it's amazing that we do that. And the scriptures just keep going through my head, when I was talking about the fact of how would you got to get this fearfulness out of people's head by it being encountered with people who are having a hard time.
Absolutely.
And in the scripture, it tells us that what you've done to the least of them, you're doing it to me.
Absolutely.
So we got to realize that. And I think that with the teaching that you're doing of the Word of God, you are teaching them the tool
Yes.
that they can tap into the most powerful source there is
Amen.
and to overcome some of the difficulties that they're doing. And I think that is absolutely marvelous because there's no greater word than his. And for people that are viewing all over the world, once you tap into that power source, that's the power source.
That's it. That's all you need.
That's all you need. And I just want to say, for all the things that we've talked about, from the people who are checking in from the time, let's as a community learn to mimic some of the things that we see that we've talked about today. I say that, and I strongly believe, tomorrow is not promised.
Nope.
We do not know what tomorrow holds. You can be smiling today, think you got everything you need. Anything can happen. So therefore, if you give and give from the heart, that if that came to you, do you understand the picture I'm trying to paint?
I absolutely understand it. We live it every day.
Every single day, these people that I see here that are walking the yard, right? The people that are smiling, they are people. They're going through some difficulties, and I can hear some, well, maybe they're doing this, they're on the drugs. Thank God you didn't get hooked.
Absolutely.
Tell me somebody who didn't try it.
Well, I haven't.
I haven't either, but I'm saying, but it's the fact of it is with today how it is. And when you say about the younger people, I got to revert back to that, because when Mark was on my show and he was giving me all the stats with the younger people, at least 1,900 on the streets here in Pensacola, that's the number he gave me.
Yeah.
I didn't say I said Pensacola. That we need. There's a program he was telling me about that you can come in, and if you purchase a gift card, the gift card is then given to, they choose people who need it to purchase clothing for those younger people.
Actually, what you're referring to is a program we initiated this year for the start of school season. Obviously with each new school year,
Yes.
the kids need clothes.
Of course.
And some families are in a situation where they may not be able to afford brand new clothes.
Exactly.
And we're not offering brand new clothes, but we're offering a way for families to purchase gift cards for our store so that then they can be given by the schools
Right.
to the individual families that sign up for it.
Exactly.
And then they can go and just go purchase clothes that they might need for the school year.
Most certainly.
And we had a lot of support for that. A
Yes.
lot of support for that.
That was a great idea.
Mark actually was the one that came up with that idea, and we all rallied around it, and it did really well. We'll do it every year from the
Most
year on
certainly.
out. Absolutely.
And you know how the younger people are nowadays, they want a name brand. Mark bought some outfits with him, right? Okay, he brought all of the name brand clothing. All you gotta do is, just take them home, wash them and iron them, and you're ready to go.
Absolutely. We get some incredible items donated to the store, both hard goods as well as soft
Yes.
goods. We get name.
I look for
name brand-
paintings.
For paintings, we got plenty.
Okay.
You need to check out our online store.
All right.
I was actually walking through the other day, and there was this huge painting that was sold to someone in Fort Walton Beach, and so we were putting it on one of our Waterfront trucks and shipping it over to our store there, and they were going to pick it up through a purchase through Facebook Marketplace. But I mean, it was huge.
Exactly.
I'm like, I don't have a wall that big for this kind of painting. But you probably do.
I have a big wall.
Nice.
Okay, but thank God for that. Okay, he blessed me a few years ago in a way I say thank you, Lord.
Amen.
But the fact of it is, we are having our conversation on the bench today, right here, Waterfront Mission, and I want you to take heed to what we're talking about, because it's all about us. There is no I when we can do things together right here on Sunshine's Corner.
Okay, we get a break?
Yeah.
How do you keep this up for 5 daggum days?
I don't know. I'm the look.
Good
I'm a
heavens.
talker. Everything they need, from their medical calls to their clothing to their spiritual advisors.
Yep.
Every single thing you can name that's here. And I just want to say to you, don't stop, spread it so we can get even more.
Absolutely. I mean, we've always had a kind of a vision for the mission to be a one-stop shop.
Right.
You know, so once they enter our gates and they come in and receive services, you know, we're on that journey with them until
Right.
the end of the road.
Right.
To the end of the ride, in fact. And you know, it's a fun ride sometimes.
Most certainly.
It's a difficult ride on other days.
I can imagine.
But that doesn't deter us from getting back on the ride.
Come on now, that's because you trip a little bit. That means get right back up. That kick that dust off and keep coming.
You just got to fall forward.
That's I love that. You got to fall forward. That's it. Listen, when you were talking about the young lady, what was her name that got her job now?
Samantha.
Samantha.
Yeah.
She's working now, but these are the kind of results that you do this for. God has a plan.
He most certainly does.
And I see that you're falling right into what he wants you to do, because he put this on your heart to make this like it is. And look at everything that's going on. This gentleman that's been sitting right there today, right there at the front with the right there, he has been so attentive.
Well, that's Kevin, our concierge.
Oh, hey, Kevin.
So he actually works with us. And he helps people find their way, you know, so, you know, he'll help people, you know, get to the right access point, you know, whatever their need might be. If they're just here for lunch, you know, show them how to check in and get in line for lunch. If they're checking in to meet with our day resources manager, Rob,
right,
you know, he'll help them get that. Of course, if they need to get signed up to get into the clothing closet, you know, he'll help initiate all those conversations.
And he's got that smile. I mean, he's been sitting there just as attentive as he can be. And I mean, he's got to be a light. That look at him. He's trying to hold that smile back.
Yeah.
Look at him.
well, he's nervous because he knows I'm going to say something about his hat.
Oh, his hat. Uh-oh. He said, don't do it. But I see that the family that you have here that's working with you is a total family because of the connection that you have with the community and what you're doing. Everybody is pleased to do what they are doing right here.
I think our team is absolutely, just on point with what we're trying to accomplish here. They're all dialed into it, quite frankly, from our online store manager to our retail store managers, all the way to Kevin and the ministry teams. Everybody's dialed into what we're trying to accomplish here.
Absolutely. How can Pensacola become a model city for compassion and transformation that you do so well?
Well, I
We
mean,
can be that model city. Yes, we can.
we certainly can, and it starts with the organizations getting really good at what they're doing.
Right.
And then we can expand outwards, but then we can just just have these kind of conversations
Most certainly.
on a broader scale.
I agree.
Like we're doing right now. This is part of our 24-hour live stream, which is being broadcasted across the country.
Right.
So your feed is actually feeding into other feeds, and
Right.
so it's like you told someone, and then they told two friends, and so
That
on
chain
and
keeps
so on.
going and going and going.
And so we just need to bring more awareness to the things that individuals are doing. So individual organizations, individuals themselves. We had a great gentleman on early this morning. He and his wife have just kind of picked up the gauntlet of helping homeless near their home. So those and there's those kind of people are scattered throughout our community. And if this is not your calling, that's okay.
That's right.
But you might know someone that it might
That
be their
is.
calling.
Exactly.
And you can introduce us to that person, and they can introduce us to another person, and we'll figure it out from there.
Absolutely. What are some of your success stories that you could share, other than Samantha,
Okay.
to give hope for the future for what you do?
Well, honestly, the
Not just Samantha.
no. So I don't think we've touched base on the Aruka Respite Center that we
Okay,
have.
let's do that.
So, and I got a great outcome story for you for there.
Okay.
So, I have to start from the very beginning.
Please
so
do. Take
please
your time.
bear with me. So in 2021, I've been in this role for about 3 months. And I got to the parking lot early one morning, about 6:30, and there was someone sprawled out in front of our admin building. And we were still under COVID lockdown protocols, and so our campus was locked down. We weren't doing perimeter searches and stuff like that. And so I gathered up my stuff thinking, I'm going to have to fire someone today. I mean, why is this person out in front of the mission and not in the mission?
Right.
But as I got closer, I noticed that it was a woman. And then I thought to myself, why is a woman out in front of our male shelter?
Right.
At the time, we weren't set up for women.
Of course not.
Well, long story short, she was discharged from an ED 2 counties to our east, put in a Z cab, shipped over to us in the middle of the night. She spilled out of the back of the Z cab and just kind of laid in the grass for many hours until she crawled over to where I found her the next morning.
Jesus.
It's not necessary. We can do way better than that. And so that really kind of lit the fire for me to develop the program that we now have called the Aruka Respite Center.
Exactly.
And so the Aruka Respite Center is basically a transitional step-down unit that for individuals experiencing homelessness that are healthy enough to be discharged from the hospital, but still not well enough to finish getting healthy on the streets. And so this is now an opportunity for them to come into our facility, get healthy, take their proper meds, follow up appointments and things like that. But while they're in our care, we can actually case manage them and see what that next step needs to be after they complete the program. And so one great example you were asking about, we're going to call him Mr. Jones.
Okay.
He was discharged from Ascension, one of our strongest partners in this area for the Aruka Respite Center, for 30 days.
Really?
So he was in our care for 30 days. And during that time, our program manager identified that he had none of his life documents. So he didn't have his ID, he didn't have his Social Security, he didn't have his birth certificate, got all of those reissued. Also determined that he was eligible for Medicaid and Medicare, got him signed up for those, and then went as far as finding him a placement in an assisted living facility in Pace, Florida, in Santa Rosa County. So this individual living homeless had I believe he had a heart issue, found himself in the hospital. Then he found himself to Waterfront Rescue Mission in the Aruka Respite Center. Then he's now over an assisted living facility. I mean, so that is the transition that we hope to have for everyone. Take them out of the hospital, get them healthy, get them back on their own 2 feet, and then figure out what they need to do in that next step of their journey.
But do you see how even with that situation there, look how the dots all connected.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the dots connected because when you've got Christ at the head of your life, we don't see the full picture.
Nope.
But if we got him and trust him at what he told us,
Mhm.
he's going to connect those dots. And look at that gentleman, what you did, okay?
Absolutely.
Come on. This is why giving and doing from the heart, my dear people, is so important. Let's not ever, 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 ever put anybody else in a lower status than because they're going through a situation.
Absolutely.
You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
And it is so unbelievable that when you tell that story, all I could see was that they came to one point,
Mm-hmm.
went to another, you got this done, then you got all of these things put back in place for him that he did not have. That was care, time, and fulfilling the job of what God has for all of us to do.
Absolutely.
To help your fellow man.
Couldn't have said it better.
Help your fellow man. Because he is the one that tells us how to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, the winds are picking up, but
Just
the
a little bit.
sunshine is still here.
Yes. It still feels good.
And it still feels good. But I tell you, I can't believe this, but our time is almost up.
Really? Can you stay for another hour?
Oh, wow. Don't have me talking. I'll be talking with you all day. But the fact of it is, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very informative hour. This is something that you need to take heed to know that what we do when we say we put our foot forward to do things together in the community, I am one that will be right there in the midst because I believe in helping somebody else. And I want you to just give our viewers, as this part is about to end, your last words and thoughts about Waterfront.
Well, let me actually leave with this. God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that should ever believe in him shall not perish, but
That's
have
right, but have
everlasting life.
Amen, amen.
Amen.
That's right. Go read the book of John. Start off. Tell you what, start off with another book. Read Acts. Listen. Ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to start a revival.
We're going to have we need one
We got
right
a
here
tent.
under the tent.
Yeah, we got a tent. We can do it.
No doubt about it. It's been a fantastic day, ladies and gentlemen. I have enjoyed myself immensely. Whenever it comes to doing something for the community, collectively, I believe it. We put all of our resources together. There's nothing we can't do. And I believe that. So I've got to go. Know that I love you with a perfect kind of love, my dear friends. Keep shining while I'm gone. And give somebody real love today. Bye for now. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Lumen,
Please.
when we're on. Okay.
Oh, whatever you want to call.
Well.
I've been called worse, man.
Oh, I'm sure.
Every Thursday.
I bet.
Live. Oh, they're live. Y'all live.
Oh, we are live? Okay. All right. Well, so we can get started. So, Lumen, they need you to speak into that just so they can get your side. You won't be able to hear yourself like a normal thing. Let's not worry about the Blab TV. Oh, well, yeah. Anyways, so you were just asking me what this is all about. So we belong to an organization called the City Gate Network, and it's a collection of gospel rescue missions across the country. And today, October 10th, is actually World Homeless Awareness Day. It's easy for me to say. And so, they started this initiative 4 years ago with one rescue mission in California, and it grew to a couple more the next year. And then in year 3, we even suggested we would like to be a participant of this, but they were still working out the kinks and everything like that. And then year 4, we have approximately 65 different gospel rescue missions across the country that are doing very similar 24-hour live streaming events, but we're also connected to our national broadcast. And so it'll cut in every now and then. And so we're doing this for 2 reasons. First reason is obviously to bring a light to the homelessness issues in our areas. And then the second thing is that we're also shining a light on the things that we're doing as an organization to try to help combat those kind of things. And so we're having conversations with community partners, elected officials, and just trying to have those broader conversations like you and I have already started to have actually about what we can do and how we can truly move the needle on homelessness in our area and addiction recovery. So that's what it is. And so it's just going to be kind of an organic conversation. We'll keep it very light and frothy.
All right. So y'all have been on the air 24 hours?
We started yesterday at 2.
Okay.
And yes, 24 hours.
So you were here 10 o'clock last night?
I've been here the whole time.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Good for you.
Well,
So you'll go until when? 2 o'clock today?
2 o'clock today. So I got 4 more hours.
Wow. So you do this on even midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir. We had some lulls, obviously. Some people didn't want to come and talk to me, but we had some great board
Who
members.
did you have at midnight?
I actually had one of our newest board members, Aaron McCurdy, and we actually talked for an hour. But you got to hold that close.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. They're not obviously picking up your side of the thing. So Aaron McCurdy, one of our newest board members, he's just jumped in with both feet. And then we followed up Aaron with my daughter, who actually is the online store manager, and she's been doing great things over there.
Great.
Just driving extra value to the mission through the online store. So, so been doing this since 2 o'clock yesterday. We've got 4 more hours. We're saving the best for last, that kind of moment. So,
well,
we're excited. And again, it's just so. We're just trying to bring awareness to what we're trying to accomplish here, and we're trying to get those people to the table that really can help us come up with some real solutions for homelessness. And so you being our district county commissioner, obviously we wanted to have you on and have a conversation with you, see what, from the county's perspective, what we can do or what's coming down the pike in ways that we can help, move homelessness and how we can partner on a greater level as an organization within your district.
Well, first, I applaud you for, being here 24 hours. It's about commitment. I remember running community centers, and I would run midnight basketball all night and then get up early in the morning and do football and do that all day. And, that synergy, energy, is going, but toward the end of the day, man, it's like a caffeine high. But
well, I just got a shot of Sonshine. That was my first time meeting her, and boy, howdy, that's going to probably carry me through the rest of this event. So
she's quite a talker.
She is a ball of energy, to say the least.
Yeah, she's fired up. She loves the community, just as you do, Clay. And so first, let me just say, one, thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
It's great to come out on a Friday. I was able to visit with you about a week ago, maybe. And,
yeah.
I've always been aware of the homeless problems. Many people don't know that I worked for Salvation Army for 22 years. And I ran the community centers. And I also ran the homeless shelter for about a year.
Okay.
back, we had the homeless shelter was inside the community center. And so many of my young days when I was, a young man, they couldn't get anybody to work the midnight shift. So I would spend the night, in the community center, and I would do the 11 at night to 7 in the morning shift, and met some remarkable people.
Oh, sure.
I mean, met some people who, frankly, inspired my life. I remember a guy by the name of Charles who was homeless. He was staying there, and we began conversation. And Charles was a former attorney. Hey, my man, how you doing? Who's a former attorney. He played ball for me when he was a kid that just walked by.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But Charles, really helped me understand the homelessness and people, sometimes there are crises in our life that happen. And his was a divorce, drinking and those type of things, and got it one day and just said, I'm tired of the pressures of life.
Mm-hmm.
Packed up and headed south, but was a Jewish doctorate. Was a guy, when you looked at him, you thought, well, this is a homeless guy, but when you got to know him, you realize that he was an intellectual.
Absolutely.
And so, I mean, that's what I like about what you guys are doing here. I think ministry is the most important part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that, the greatest investment, I believe, is in human capital, investing in people. If we don't have some type of spiritual awareness, if we don't have some type of higher being, some God in our life, that's the great motivator. I mean, I think that it's important to have drug counseling, alcohol counseling, mental health counseling. I think all that's critical as it correlates to homelessness. As you know all this, I mean, why would I talk to you? You're the authority on it. But I do believe in faith-based. My father was a Baptist minister, and as my grandmother often said, when you're poor and you don't have much and you come from the projects, all you have is faith. And I think that, that's what we have to give people. We have to give them hope.
Absolutely.
And what we're doing, I mean, this is temporary. I mean, we have to give people hope, and they have to have the faith that they can be delivered from their situation. From a county perspective, it's challenging. I say this all the time to groups when we're speaking. If I had the solution to homelessness, I'd be rich, because we could take that model across the world. And so
absolutely.
So I mean, I don't think any one person has it. I think we all can do our part. I think from a county government perspective, I go back to hope. I mean, we got to have jobs. We have to have realistic jobs. We have to align our economic development strategies with our educational attainment.
Mm-hmm.
We have to put our money into prevention. I mean, it's much easier to build strong boys than broken men every day of the week. And so, I mean, that's why it's important to me on the front end with all the youth development programs and the delinquency prevention programs to capture people very young before they get addictions, before they get habits, and to give them positive habits that make them contributing adults, and to, quite frankly, expose them. It's a lot of times I'll take children into the jails. I think that young people should be able to come and volunteer and see what happens in the path, and and to talk to people who find themselves in difficult situations. And just as we find mentors in talking to our young people, successful people, a Quint Studer or a Louis Bear or a mayor or a commissioner. How'd you get here? I love to just stop sometimes and bring in guys who hang at the park at Legion Field where I'm homeless, and I bring them in, I let them talk to the kids. And so, how did you get here?
Mm-hmm.
And so, and for them to explain their journey. So I think that the journey of sharing every story is important. Not just people who are successful, but people who have fallen, who have stumbled as they travel. And when kids can hear that, sometimes, that story is a story so you won't have to go that same track. And so those things are important to me. And as a county, I think we got to provide resources. The Bible says the poor will be with us always, even until the end of the world. We have a responsibility. Am I my brother's keeper? Certainly I'm my brother's keeper. I mean, I believe in holding people accountable, setting high standards, not accepting excuses. I mean, but also recognize that all of us at some point in our life have needed somebody to help us.
Absolutely. Without a question. And so, actually when talking with Sonshine a little bit ago, we touched on that. what is the hope for the homeless people? And the hope is Waterfront Rescue Mission.
Right.
The reason why some of the people don't come up in through our gates is that fear. But once they've overcome that first fear, and they actually come into our facility and they realize that we are in fact here to try to help them, and they know that, it's critical. I mean, it's the reason why we give the first 10 nights away for free. It's because that first 4 or 5 days is really truly them just getting comfortable and feeling relaxed enough to let the fog of being in the homeless situation lift from their mind. And then it's over those next couple of days that we can truly have a conversation with them to find out what does that next step look like for that individual, because we all know that not everybody's the same. We don't approach this with a cookie cutter concept, because what might work for you would maybe not work for me. And there's a dozen other people in this courtyard right now that have all different experiences and all different needs. And so we have to be able to meet them at that point in time and just have that serious, critical conversation with them about what does success look like to them. I mean, I could tell you what success looks like to me when it comes to homelessness. I don't want you on the streets.
Right.
I want you in a sustainable, living arrangement with maybe your family or your wife or your spouse. I could sit there and map that out for the way it's supposed to be, but that's not necessarily what that person is looking for.
Right.
And so I can't tell them what success looks like. So we have to ask them what success looks like to them. And so it's critical to have those conversations. But at the same time, and we talked about this like a week ago, we have to have those broader conversations with all the community partners so that we can come up with some real solutions on the root cause. I don't think we've actually done that really well as not as an organization, but as a community.
Right.
We still have silos. People wanting to kind of do their thing over there and kind of do their thing over there, and meanwhile Waterfront's over here just doing a lot of the things. And so we've invited people to come. We work with community partners like Chandra, and we work with Drayton Smith, and Allison Hill was here earlier. We're trying to come up with factual, real life solutions for everybody's situation.
Well, obviously the Waterfront Mission name has been around a long time, and I had an opportunity to work at Salvation Army, as I said earlier, but I was impressed. I was impressed with Rob and your staff. I mean, I think that what most impressed me is that y'all truly show love, and the place is clean. So many times people have this preconceived notion that you go into a shelter and it's smelly, it's dirty, it's rats, it's roaches, it's not clean.
Yep.
I think that I walked in on one of my visits, and I don't know if you were here, maybe you were, and there were some restrooms right there. And whenever I go anywhere, I walk into the restroom, even into someone's house, and my mother always said the kitchen and the restroom will tell you how clean someone really is. I mean, they can make the dining room and all those stuff look clean, but go in the bathroom and take the examination. And I went into your restroom and it was clean. And then I went through your kitchen and it was clean. And so that showed to me it was more about ministry than just a job.
Absolutely.
And so that's what, I love what you're doing here at Waterfront Mission. I mean, obviously we got challenges. I mean, as you showed me on my last visit, and as I was driving in, I was like, Lord, what can we do? These people are still hanging out on the streets. I mean, and we know that this is a safe haven, and that's not a safe haven. And so, we, as a county, you try to pass ordinances and laws, but you want to pass laws and ordinances with passion and with safeguards.
Absolutely.
Because you can have unintended consequences, even though, Clay and Lumon, because of our experiences, we are going to apply the law a little different than someone who does not have any passion or affiliation or experience in that world. And so sometimes we can pass laws and ordinances that bring about unintended consequences that cause people, it's nothing worse. In our jail, I can just tell you, they call me the jail commissioner because it's in my district as well over here. But I can just tell you so many people who are arrested for trespassing and other misdemeanors, and they're just basically homeless and they're in the jail. And the unfortunate thing about that, when a homeless person goes to jail, they don't get the love that they get at Waterfront.
Uh,
They're another
probably
number. Probably at all. I mean, you know, and quite frankly, you know, from an economic standpoint, it's very costly on the backs of citizens. I mean, it's a lot more efficient to have someone at Waterfront than to have them incarcerated in our jail. And
Absolutely.
so, you know, we look throughout our entire community, and, you know, it's just, Clay, it's different perspectives all the time. You go down Palafox, you'll see the downtown businesses are upset because homeless people are there. Or, you know, you'll have a bad experience at our West Pensacola ballpark, where we have the ballpark, and parents, you know, when they get there and they see this image of this homeless person, they say, hey, we don't want our kid to come to this ballpark. Or you'll come into one of our ballparks at Brent, and there's been homeless camps that have been set up, and there's litter and trash and all type of things that are, you know, not so pleasing to the eye. You know, the manager of Lowe's on Fairfield stopped me in Lowe's 2 weeks ago. Commissioner, you got to do something. You know, they're homeless, they're running off my customers. They're camped out behind my store. They're asking my, you know, customers for money. And so, you know, he has a whole different perspective. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You know, just, you know, get him out of here. So it's just, it's challenging. I mean, your job is challenging, but I do love your leadership and trying to get the broader community to be able to help, because when we live in a country, we live in a state, we live in a community that's been so blessed, so many resources, we have to say, how can we help, you know, give hope and help to people who have lost hope and help. You know, I don't think anybody, I mean, when you get to be 40, 50, 60, 70 years old, I don't think that your life blueprint was drawn out that you would end up being homeless. But somewhere, there was a glitch somewhere along the way. And, you know, thank God that there's intercessory. Thank that, you know, someone died on the cross for me, you know. And so sometimes we have to, you know, stand, you know, in and, you know, and to help our friends, and whether they look like us, whether they come from our community, or no matter what, if we can get them, in my opinion, to be, you know, citizens who are working, you know, it just, I mean, I'd say if you're like the most restricted, conservative person in the world, I mean, and you care about is economics. It's great economics when everyone has a job, because
Sure.
they're paying taxes, they're renting your house, they're buying your food, they're going to your restaurants. And so I think that, you know, there are economics to this, but beyond economics, beyond politics, beyond government, it has to be what's in your heart. And so that's what I like about you. It's just in your heart.
Okay, that's fine. We're good.
I love it. 5 minutes and we're out. 5 minutes, because he knew that I probably would keep talking about, you know, things that you're passionate about. But Clay, you know, thank you. I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but I appreciate you letting me stop by to just share.
And I appreciate your leadership, Lumon, and your willingness to bring us out to the bigger groups and really start this dialogue, because again, like we've said time and time again, it's going to take this entire community to really make a dent in this. And I think that since we're all committed to the same common goal, it shouldn't take us very long once we come down with the right solutions.
Amen. You know, you talked to me the other day, and I got in my truck and I rode out and I was seeing people, and I said, you know what, you know, I'm torn. I want every bed to be filled. Well, you know, in an ideal world, we don't want any beds to be filled because we don't want anybody to be homeless. But as long as there's a need, I want them all filled. I don't want anybody out on the street. And I think that we, as a community, we as elected officials, I mean, we have to be able to support you. And, you know, and sometimes, you know, we have to give our children tough love.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes we have to go out and say, look, brother, you know, I know it. I mean, I know you don't want the restrictions. I know you don't want the discipline, but you got to do it. And, you know, my daddy would say, you ain't got to go home, but you got to leave here. And if we want to have a great community, we want to bring people inside the shelter, not on the streets, because that's not what we want our community to be. And that's not what we want our children to see.
Right.
I mean, because children, I mean, you know, they become who they see. And, you know, when they feel like it's okay, then it's easily acceptable. And so I think that we continue to set high standards. I mean, Jesus set high standards. And
Absolutely.
so we have to continue to do what you're doing. I salute you. I applaud you. You know, when people, the separation of church and state, and we can't pray, I said, you know, in God we trust. And what the country was based on. And the moment that I can't say in God I trust, then, you know.
We have a religious background for our organization. And, you know, we have a Christ-centered focus on helping all of God's children, no matter what their situation is, no matter who they are. And that's what keeps us focused on the end goal.
Well, thank you, man. You know, I often say, man, there's an old Negro spirit that says, if I can help somebody as I travel along, if I can help somebody with a word or a song, if I can show somebody that they're going wrong, if I can spread the message of love that the Master has taught, then all my service shall not be in vain. And I say to you, Clay, your service here to this community is not in vain. God has a greater work for you to do, and I look forward to being beside you, behind you, wherever you want us to continue to do this great work that the Waterfront Mission is doing for our community.
Awesome. Thank you, Lumon. I appreciate your time, sir. It's always good to see you.
Always good to see you, my friend.
You
On
be
to the
care-
next one. Get you some sleep, man.
Yeah, in a little bit. I still got about 3 hours to go.
You'll do it. Get you a coat. Thanks again, Clay.
Yes, sir. Be careful out there. What they are, they need to be a little bit flexible from time to time. So thank you. So for our viewing audience, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, tell us who you're with, and how you come to be a part of the Waterfront family.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. My name is Travis Toth. I'm the area director for CBMC, which is Christian Businessmen's Connection.
Absolutely.
And the area is Mobile and Baldwin County, but I certainly have ties to Pensacola. We have a CBMC group here as well.
Okay.
But we're 300 cities across the nation and in 70 countries across the world.
That's fantastic. And what do you do for them?
For CBMC?
Yeah, I heard your title, but I wasn't quite.
So I'm the area director, which is
Area
a simple
director.
way of just saying managing the region.
Okay.
And really just being a shepherd at this point.
Very nice. Yeah. Very nice. So, and how did you get connected with the mission?
It's a great question. I'm going to have to try to sum this up in 30 seconds here.
Take your time.
So how did I get involved with Waterfront?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it's a long story, but certainly one I want to share. But Eric Lindmark and I became aware of each other about 7 years ago. And we became closer friends the last couple of years. And it was about a year ago that he asked, would I be interested in coming to Waterfront on Wednesday mornings to meet with a group of men, typically 6-7 men, that were getting ready for a transition into Pensacola to really get into work training and to get ready to be placed back in the workforce.
Okay.
And I immediately said no. And the reason I said no is because, number one,
it was Eric.
Is he here?
He probably was listening.
Yeah. I was busy, but also I didn't really think that I didn't think I was equipped.
Okay.
Because my sweet spot was really businessmen.
Okay.
Who are just trying to get through the grind and be better husbands, fathers, and business leaders. And then quickly after I said no, God got a hold of me. It was pretty obvious that he said, no, I called you, and this is where I want you to be. So I called him right back, and I said, no, I think I need to do this. And it all started with me just walking in on a Wednesday morning and meeting 7 guys.
Nice.
And that's been almost a year now, and I got to tell you, the joy that has come out of that for me, I can't even put into words.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
So, do you have any initiatives coming up for the Christian Businessmen Association? And if so, is there a possibility of partnering with Waterfront?
Always. Always. The initiative is us just being obedient to where the Lord has us.
Of course.
But we're about 500 men strong, and we certainly are open to co-laboring all the time. We co-labor with a lot of different organizations because usually that's where God has us working. So yeah, there's certainly initiatives coming up, but more importantly, I think my role, if you don't mind, is for me to experience the hopelessness of some of those men, and just knowing that the answer is already in them, and really just bringing it out of them. I can't help but think of all the men that I get to meet with on a weekly basis that A, need to experience that, but also B, have so many resources, time, treasure, talents, that they can offer to Waterfront, and then receive the blessing that would come out of it, which is experience the mission of Waterfront Rescue and what you guys do on a daily basis to lead men out of the pit, but to let them rediscover who they are in Christ and the hope that's already in them. That is the blessing.
Fantastic. Yeah. Got fiddling with the stuff.
Yeah.
Well, what kind of questions would you like to ask me?
Wow. Yeah.
Do we have enough time?
Certainly. Yeah. I think the biggest question is with your vision. If you were in my shoes, where men are seeking purpose, and with your vision, how would you state to businessmen the ability for them to get involved and the impact they can make on helping the mission achieve the vision that you have implemented?
Oh, that's a great question. I think I would actually start and describe it in terms of ROI. If we're dealing with businessmen, then they're very familiar with an ROI, return on investment. And, and then just walk them through a standard transaction, if you will, investing their time into an individual, and then that person starts to bear fruits in kingdom work, or perhaps maybe even just accepting Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior.
Amen.
That's a tremendous ROI, so your efforts times time equals your ROI. And so that's probably how I would approach it first. But so my vision for the Mobile mission is obviously expansion. We've been very blessed to have opened up our Hope for Her program here, and we're averaging approximately 32 women a night now. There's probably more out there, and it will fluctuate from time to time based on the weather. Tonight probably will dip a little bit because the weather is just absolutely gorgeous right now. But yeah, so we would want to bring women's overnight emergency services to Mobile, but where we're currently at, we're kind of landlocked. We have a partnership with Hope for All, which is the COC over in the Mobile area. And they really like being really close to the mission, because what we do, the people that they serve show up to us daily through day resources, and then of course through the evening, nighttime stuff. So they're able to address more issues and service more clients than, if they were scattered across the country. Excuse me, not the country, but the county.
Sure.
For sure.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So something else that I've been asked quite a few times is, when are you going to do addiction recovery for women as well? And my short answer is we're not going to do addiction recovery for women because we have a great partnership here in Pensacola. And so even if we're able to get into women's services in Mobile, that program would be just a feeder for the addiction recovery program here at Ministry Village with our good friend and partner, Drayton Smith, and his team. No need to reinvent the wheel, for goodness sakes. If he's already doing it and his curriculum is aligned with ours, it's the same curriculum. There might just be some tweaks because he's dealing with women, we're dealing with men, and they're different, clearly. But we're constantly looking at ways that we can provide more resources to the population we're already taking care of.
Yeah.
So good stuff.
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
If we could just get Eric to do some work every now and then.
There you go. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, he's you have a tremendous one there. Yeah.
we have a tremendous team there. He and his wife Heather are a dynamic duo, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And she holds that office together, quite frankly, the admin office over there. So we give her kudos every chance we get.
Absolutely, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
oh, goodness gracious. I've been talking for quite a while. I'm
Yeah.
not sure what to ask you now. It seems like I've covered everything probably about 10 times.
Well, I think the one thing that I would like to say is the very first morning walking into Waterfront and realizing that those men are just going to sit there and say, here comes another guy.
Yeah.
Here comes another message. But you know what? The Lord put on my heart 2 Corinthians 5:21, and that is the gospel, right? It's for our sake, he made him to be sin who had no sin, so that we could be right with God. And the message is clear for all of us, right? Is when we're experiencing hopelessness. And the bottom line is you can just get somebody back to square one. And that is how much God loves us.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, sent his son to die for us when we were enemies. And when you get that message, start to let somebody know there's a light that was inside of you from the day you were born. And Ecclesiastes says, you know this, right? That every man was born with eternity in their hearts. And to take a man from this place, not Waterfront, but this place in the pit, to hope, and the gospel just takes over from there. And so I just want to thank you for allowing men like me to come in who are not equipped, who haven't walked in those shoes, but to be able to share that light and then watch that light shine where they become a shine among others in the Waterfront. So, yeah.
Well, we certainly appreciate your service to the mission,
of course,
without question. And Eric actually speaks very fond of you as well. So, we just want to continue to have great conversations like this and shine the light on the issues at hand. So, what opportunities do you see in the immediate future for Waterfront and your organization to collaborate with?
Yeah, again, I think it's been on my heart that how can we bring men into the mission for their calling and their purpose. And again, I think Eric can back up the fact that 2 men in the last 3 or 4 months probably never dreamed that they'd be volunteering at Waterfront Rescue Mission. And one is teaching finances, and the other actually walked in their shoes. And I'll just tell you a quick story, but James, who works downtown, walked by the mission almost every day.
Oh, my goodness.
And could not understand why the Lord kept putting that on his heart. And now here he is, on Wednesday mornings helping to guide and lead these men.
Nice.
So the bottom line is there's men out there who are called. They just don't know they're called. And so that's one thing that's been on my heart, is to pray that God would raise up men in the marketplace to come in and answer their calling. So
absolutely,
yeah.
We've talked about that several times throughout the evening and in the early mornings about investing in leadership and coaching up the next level of future leaders for Waterfront.
Yeah.
We have several great examples of young leaders. Lexi Osborne is a great example. Jessica, we have Katie over at the online store. These are individuals that are taking the initiative and trying to drive even greater value to the mission with their efforts. And so it's a wonderful thing to watch for sure.
Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pray, and we're going to be dependent on the Lord to reveal a plan to us. And as soon as we get that revelation, then we'll walk through it and be obedient to it. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, before you head out, would you mind praying for me?
I would love to.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, Father, I just thank you, Lord, for this opportunity to come here and just to really just to unite together to talk about your mission, the most important mission, and that is, what do you have called us to do? And Lord, I just ask your blessing and favor on Clay, on the leadership here, on Eric and all the staff, the men and women that want to serve you and want to be obedient to their calling. And Lord, I just ask that over the next several days, as a result of this event, Lord, that you're going to give them not only progressive revelation into your bigger plan and purpose for the mission, Lord, but you're going to stir up a burden and a passion in each heart here that they can't help but know it's of you and from you, Lord, And we just want to then sit back and watch you work through the Holy Spirit, Lord. And so, Father, we just thank you for loving us so much and demonstrating that by giving us your one and only Son. Thank you, Jesus. And Lord, I just ask your blessing on Clay and everybody here, that we will continue to serve you in a selfless way and see the transformation in the lives, in the trajectory of lives and families change right before their eyes because of you and your love, Lord. And we ask all this in the powerful name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Oh.
Yep.
Very good. Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate
If
you
don't
traveling.
want that energy drink, I'm going to take it. So.
Go
No,
for
I'm
it.
kidding.
Oh, I don't do energy drinks.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was a big one, too.
And
I was born in Buffalo, New York, raised in Las Vegas for 50 years. Came out here to Florida for work. Had some unfortunate things happen and, became homeless. Wound up at the Waterfront mission and hoping they could help me. And here I am today. I come from Las Vegas where marijuana is legal. I smoked a lot of weed. People say, that's really not a bad one and everything, but it leads up to other things, and if you're a person that has a zest for life like me, you're gonna do other things and you're gonna party and those things just, I don't know, they're non-conducive to lifestyle, a productive lifestyle, and I just didn't want it in my life anymore. I went through the Life Builders program, and I had some of the best teachers in there teaching me some of the most interesting things I never knew in life, and now possibly I could probably teach the book of John rather than just read it, so, and I've learned to love Jesus, and he's taken control of my life, and that's where I am now. Yeah, I would tell somebody, please, go try the rescue mission, keep an open mind, and just give it a chance. They're gonna help you. I don't think there's any problem too big for the rescue mission. They handle just about everything. Teach you how to handle it too.
I had been living in a way that was very selfish, very like self-destructive, and that was my life for my early 20s, like up until now. And I didn't really have any direction, and I was like reaching out to whomever, whatever I could reach out to, and I had a voice come over me that I now know, was the voice of God that told me that I had very little time to get my life in order. I was a really heavy drinker, and I did not have faith. I did not have any hope. So alcohol was my coping mechanism. It was my security blanket. It was what fueled me. It's what I relied on because it was consistent. Because a lot of other things in my life just weren't consistent, and that was one thing that was always there. So I knew it was a problem. I knew it was an issue, and I'd seen the destruction that I had done because of it. So I knew that the only thing to do was to get rid of it. It's kind of like now how I see Christ in my life is I know he's always there and he's always been there, but that's how alcohol was for me at that time. The Waterfront has put me in the direction that I've always wanted to be in. They've helped me become the man that I think a lot of other people had seen, but I hadn't seen for myself. They also helped me realize the potential that I didn't think I had, and they set me back in the line of Christ in his army. You have to be all in, and you have to truly want to do better for yourself, because the Waterfront, it's a tool, and it's a people with a lot of faith and a lot of heart, and they're here for you. But if you're not willing to take those steps for yourself, then that's all it is it's a place to stay and it's a warm meal. But there's so much more to it. It truly is like a key to a better life if you want to use it as that.
I was in Mobile, Alabama, and found myself, sleeping on the streets. Got real bad on drugs, and so it was a waterfront right around the corner from where I was sleeping on the street. Someone was telling me that I needed to go there because that was the best thing for me. And one night I was sleeping. I fell asleep on the side of a funeral home. And I woke up that morning and I was like, I was drunk when I went to sleep, and I woke up on the side of the funeral home, and I was like, that's a sign. Like, well, I'm gonna be, what's God telling me? I'm sleeping next to a funeral home. I need to make a move. So, you know, I went to the funeral. I mean, I went to the Waterfront and talked to Chaplain Eric and Chaplain Dan, and they helped me out. A good friend of mine now, he's farther along in the program. His name James Hayes. He helped me out to get a job to where he at, environmental Gulf Coast of Florida. So it's a pretty good job, man, and I love it. And right now I'm in the middle of just saving up my money, building up my credit, and doing stuff like that, you know, building relationships, getting closer to Christ. You start wanting to do the good things in life, like, you know, be a better son to your mother, a better brother to your sister, a better friend, a better brother. You start wanting to eat healthy, you know. It's a blessing. And I thank God for Waterfront. They helped me out tremendously. I never, just being somewhere that you could sit down in the building for 3 months and, you know, focus on yourself and focus on, you know, ultimately your relationship with God. You know, that's just a blessing within itself.
I was brought to the Waterfront mission because I lost my mom, and I felt like that really broke me. So just to, I don't know, to get back in touch with reality, I went to Waterfront mission because a friend in Mobile, that's where I'm originally from, told me about it, and ever since then, you know, a little piece of me is coming back. So I'm grateful for that.
I don't think it was a decision I made. I was forced by life circumstances. You know, before I joined the program, I was homeless for almost 5 years. Left home being Tennessee, last place I tried to set root in. But I traveled the country. I was out of my mind. Drugs. I was in the gates of hell. If that makes sense. I was tired of living. Nothing makes sense. And how I got to Waterfront, I don't know. Like to believe it was God leading me there. I ended up there. It's a good program. I'm glad I did.
Well, I have no urge for drinking, and I know I'm going to heaven. That was another reason. I had to make sure I was going to heaven. So I got that insurance now. Because I haven't had a drink in 13 months now, but wasn't sure about going to heaven. Now I am.
Say, I love you and I thank you. I'm just so grateful that they didn't give up on me. Have the patience with me because I resisted the program, but they didn't try to force it on me. They waited until I was ready, but they kept suggesting I do. I mean, they had patience with my fragile mind, fragile soul. They knew the outcome, so they just patiently waited, cared for me until I came to them. Said, okay, I know I'm ready. So that's what I'm saying. I just would want them to know that anytime they feel like what they're doing isn't really enough, it's not really getting through to most people. Just that one person every once in a while, and they really realize how much that person's life is going to get so much better. They're going to connect with God, be successful, whatever type of success that is in this world, and they're going to be able to give back to the world after they are cared for and they're having to take resources. Eventually, they're going to get back that they should. You know, I just want them to feel confident that in those times whenever they feel this isn't worth it, no one really listening, are my efforts really doing much? Like, I just want them to know that yes, they are.
Not just me, but the guys that are in my group. We're a pretty tight brotherhood, and we're manifestations of prayers and their hard work. So I hope that we can encourage them. From the time I set foot on waterfront property, every employee I ran across, you could see the love of Christ in them, and it's been special. Just seeing them as examples, seeing them deal with other people and situations, and watch them live it out right in front of me was encouraging to me, as well as other people. And I hope that we can be an encouragement to them by being the manifestation of their hard work.
Hi, my name is Lexi Osborne, PR and Development Associate here at Waterfront Mission. Welcome to our Pensacola campus. Founded in 1949 by Reverend Vernon Hosey, Waterfront Mission began as a refuge for wayward fishermen on Pensacola's active port. Over the years, Waterfront has grown into 2 full-service missions providing rescue and recovery services here in Pensacola and in Mobile, Alabama. Today, I'm going to take you on a tour of our Pensacola mission, which has over 200 beds available for the homeless community. Whether you're coming in for day services or overnight shelter, staff are always available at the front desk to direct you and help you take the next step. Every afternoon, starting at 4 p.m., individuals checking in for overnight shelter receive a bedroll, a towel, and a bed assignment. All guests are asked to shower before dinner. We have 98 beds available for overnight shelter for men. In the event that we have reached capacity, we do have cots available to accommodate additional individuals. The goal of our overnight shelter is for individuals to accept our invitation to something more sustainable than just one night of shelter. We desire for these individuals to join one of our case-managed rescue programs geared toward helping individuals end their cycle of homelessness by obtaining employment, securing permanent housing, and ultimately achieving sustainable life change. These programs are available for men and women. We also offer a 3-phase, 9-month residential recovery program known as the Life Builder Recovery Program, where men can receive counseling, life skills classes, job training, and mentoring to help them obtain the proper resources to live a sober life and successfully re-enter society. Currently, this program is only available for men. One of the things that is unique to Waterfront is our Aruka Respite Center, which provides medical respite dorms for homeless individuals needing a clean and safe environment to recuperate immediately following a hospital discharge. Guests are case managed during their stay and are referred to either a Waterfront or a partnering program upon discharge to help reduce the hospital readmission rate. Our Pensacola mission has 2 respite dorms, one for men
Recording
and
in
one for women.
progress.
This is our women's wing of our Pensacola mission, established in September 2024. We have separate offices for female chaplains and counseling, and this area is secured with badge-only access. Let me take you back and show you. The women's overnight dorm accommodates 28 guests and operates in the same manner as the men's. Women also have access to the same rescue programs, and those seeking addiction recovery are connected with trusted community partners for additional support.
Thank you for being here and
Yeah.
participating.
I would miss it.
We've been talking about you,
Well,
talking
good about
trash.
it. I was
Okay.
gonna say.
Okay, so we're quiet on set. We're live. So Alicia, do me a quick favor and just introduce yourself. Tell us who the organization you founded, and a little bit about what you do with us here at Waterfront.
Well, first, thanks for having me.
Of course.
My name is Alicia Tappan. I'm the founder and executive director for Survivor-Led Solutions. We do anti-human trafficking efforts with prevention, education and training, intervention, and rehabilitation. And we have been working for the last year with the women's wing, just really building hope for her out by collaborating with different community members, providers, and exposure to the resources in our area by doing adulting workshops and weekly empowerment workshops.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I know I'm not, you've also been training our male chaplains as well on the survivor-led solutions.
Yes, and so that is really going to be a new focus of working more on collaborating the same providers that help with the male population trauma-informed care. We've also trained staff and provided weekly tips of, just basically trauma responses when working with clients in our population.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of the questions that we've gotten multiple times throughout this live stream event is, what has been the primary difference between dealing with women and homelessness and men and homelessness? And my answer, hopefully it's the correct answer, and you don't correct me in front of all the people, but it's a level of trauma.
Yeah.
And so we have learned through your help and through just our own studies that the level of trauma for women is much greater than for men, and in addition to that, it's usually at the hands of a man that they have the trauma, and so they're behind the eight ball twofold, quite frankly. And so we have to approach their programs way different than we would a man's. It's not that a man's trauma is devalued in any way, it's just a different approach.
Correct.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, and I think you aced that test. So, hey, you heard it here. So the biggest thing when we were first recognizing the amount of women that were coming through the program doors was that, and the way I sort of coined it, we know nationally the statistic is 1 in 4 women are going to be sexually exploited or assaulted in their lifetime. And a lot of those ones out of the 4 are coming into this space, meaning they're coming with not only sexual assault trauma, but maybe domestic violence, maybe having a job loss, maybe having children removed, mental illness, and job loss. So we're working from a strategy of starting over, probably not for the first time, but for the 3rd or 4th consecutive time, and not knowing that the trauma was rooted deeply from childhood. So not to say that men don't experience that either, because they do, absolutely. I think when we look at it though, and from the history of, and this is what I think is so fascinating about Waterfront Rescue Mission, is that the history was, well, males were going down and using the funds from their fishing, right? Their fishing entrepreneurship and job opportunity was then spending money on the brothels or the red light district that was here in Pensacola at one point. And then now you're seeing the women from that side, right? The women who got divorced or their husbands left them, or there was some sort of separation. And now we're seeing just generation after generation in our area finding that sort of normalcy in exploitation, and we've desensitized it because it's in these sort of generational gaps of, well, that's just how we were raised, which is just not what God intended for us as humans to be. So it's not just a mental health issue. It's a society issue. It's a transformative justice issue. It's watching women go in and try to get services and being told, well, you don't fit this demographic or this one. And so they go into survival, and survival can keep them stuck. And then you try to go look for a job when historically maybe that wasn't an opportunity. Education wasn't a priority, those sort of things for this demographic of people. So I think you're changing history by opening up a women's wing in Pensacola.
Well, the entire team was 1,000% behind it when we started doing those conversations with community partners and community leaders, even down at 511 on Palafox, which was really just right down from our original mission site right there. But, for me, it was obvious. If not us, who? There were no real women-led solutions, and I think, and take it with a grain of salt, I'm very biased when I say this, but we do it the best. and so why not us? And I just remember the incredible support that we got from a lot of the community partners that we currently work with, and this collective sigh of relief when we made it official and announced it at our 75th anniversary that we were opening up our women's wing as well as the Aruka Respite Center, which also has a women's program attached to it. The community was 100% behind what we were trying to accomplish. And honestly, and I've shared this story many times today, that first night we opened, I was hoping for 5 ladies to show up. That was my expectation. If we got 5 ladies to show up, we were going to make it. And we had 12 that first night. And then by the end of the week, we were over 20. And I've, of course, shared with everybody that we have been averaging over 32 women a night for, good heavens, I can't even remember the last time we dipped below 30. And there's a need there. It's mission aligned and it's sustainable, quite frankly. And so it meets all of our mission filters for strategic imperatives. And we're going to continue. One of the conversation pieces that have come up in recent hours has been, when are we going to put women's overnight services in Mobile? It's a little bit of a different beast over there. The facility is not as big as this one. We don't have as much flexibility with carving out sections and kind of coordinating them off with security badge accesses and stuff like that. So that solution is a little bit more drawn out, and we're going to have to really figure out a big solution for that to happen in the next year or two.
Well, that's where I come back in, right?
Of
So
course.
educating, training is super important, because if you can't host and house, then we need to be able to provide that wraparound support. And I know that is part of the mission here. So as they come through the program, right, we're introducing them to just cultivating a new relationship with society. And even in Mobile, we can still build that out. So can I ask you a question?
Of course you can ask me a question.
In this hour. So what do you think is one of the, I'll ask it 2-part, the greatest challenge that you've seen with working in this space, integrating women into your program a little bit more in depthly than maybe before? And then what is the greatest accomplishment that you've seen?
Ooh, what has been the biggest challenge? Well, I can't even really refer to it as a challenge, but when I first came on board, we were always told you can't house men and women in the same facility. Don't do it. You can't do it. It's just nothing but trouble. It's like pulling a pin out of a hand grenade, throwing it into the room, and then whatever's left over is left over. And I'm like, no, we have example after example after example of rescue missions across our Citygate network that have women and men in the same facility. I'm like, so why can't we do that? And so we started to look at it really hard. How can we coordinate the one side off and make it completely inaccessible to any of our men clients, any of our men staff? There's only a handful of men that actually have access to women's side, and that's because they're part of the executive team and our maintenance crew, of course, because they have to get in. But we have policies and procedures in place that they have to make sure that the dorm is cleared before anybody goes back there. If we're doing a tour, like we did last week, we make sure that someone goes back there and make sure that there's no one back there in any way, shape, or form, just in case, that kind of thing. I think that's important. So I wouldn't say that there was what was the biggest challenge? The biggest challenge has just been learning the difference between caring for women and caring for men. And, I know this is going to be like a hot take and I might get some hate for it, but women are different than men in every way imaginable. You guys think different, you feel different, you love different, you just are different. And God bless you, that's how God made you, and that's why we all love you. But you're different, and we have to approach you differently when it comes to homelessness and addiction recovery and things of that nature. So I think that would be the biggest challenge, is that we just had to learn a new way of doing things. Like you said, we've been doing this for many years now, 76 years actually to date, moving into our 77th year. Most of it has all been men. That was our primary focus. So that would probably be and so what is the biggest surprise? I guess, the biggest surprise was how quickly it started to grow organically. I said, I hope 5 women on day one. We had 20 by the end of the week. I said to Jason that second week, the start of that second week, I said, we're going to have conversation about capacity before the end of the year. Sure enough, we were hitting 40 and 41 during some of those colder nights. So I'm like, oh my gosh, that's crazy, you know? And so we have actually incorporated that into our strategic planning discussions with the board and with the executive teams. What does that look like moving forward? Does that mean we need a second campus and then dedicate one to women and dedicate one to men again? Do we move the addiction recovery program off of this campus to its own secluded campus and backfill all the recovery readiness and phase 2 life builder dorms with women's services or women with children or whatever? You know, so we have a lot of things on our radar. It's just going to be a matter of time to actually put them in process, because we don't want to get out in front of our skis. We want to do it the right way, because, you know, like so many other organizations where they've just kind of focused on the wrong things, you know, I just need funding, I just need funding, I just need funding. They don't necessarily put the time and energy in they need to really develop their program. Funding is no longer available. And so what's the first thing they got to cut? They got to cut the program and they got to cut the staff. And I don't want to ever have to do that. So once we open something, it's going to stay open.
And that, amen. Because my brain instantly went to, okay, so we know like there's a need.
There is a need.
And we know that there are opportunities.
Absolutely.
And I will tell you that I have been singing your praises in the last few meetings that I've been in, because we're talking about that, especially in where the human trafficking and homelessness sector cross.
Yes.
And how housing is, you know, it's a staple. So foundationally, but like you just said, you build something and then if you don't take the proper steps to put it in place, you're going to lose it just as fast as you got it.
Yeah.
So it's intentional. And my brain goes into those adulting life skills. So is it okay if I share just a little bit of what we've done for the last year? Okay.
Sure.
So each month, SLS, my organization, has partnered with Waterfront to be able to share some extra resources. So while they're taking care of some fundamentals, we're going and exploring those external measures. So for example, this month we're focused on perimenopause. How many people are talking about that, right? But you're talking about women. And that's different than men. And so we need to actually have these conversations with women, because they don't know what they don't know, myself included. And so we're partnering with Dr. Erin Attaway and Dr. Erin Mayfield over at Health and Hope Clinic, and we're putting together a mood food basket conversation. And it sounds so simple as putting fruits and vegetables in a basket, but it's so much more than that. They're going to get a nutrition 101 class and talk about what these different foods actually do for their mental health, and then also how it affects their hormones. So that's not like a basic level program conversation. So that's why we need to partner, right? Because as he was just talking about, that's funding that we wouldn't normally secure in a budget, but is such an essential conversation when we're talking about especially women over 40 who are showing up in this program, right?
Yes.
Another one that we did this past year was parenting after trauma. Again, not necessarily considered a food, water, shelter, you know, staple, but such a need in conversation so that they can have these conversations with their children again, and know that maybe they have some responsibility in the trauma that they put on their children, but also that it's something that they can be forgiven, and what are the healthy ways to have those conversations. Another one that we just did was taking them all to PJ's Coffee. So exciting to do that. But we said to Michelle, the owner there, we don't want to just like teach them how to be a barista. You can own a franchise. And with the issues of like criminal records or just having lost everything, it's hard to imagine themselves owning a business. But what was so neat was that they got to go behind the scenes, learn about it from an owner's perspective, a managerial perspective, and then they got to pick on that coffee list which their favorite drink was, and they got to actually make it themselves.
Interesting.
Right? So if we go step by step in exposure to, hey, it's not just survival, but think long term and have those conversations in safe places, we're hoping to like spark that hope back into our life of, well, that could be me. Right. And as I'll just even call it out recently, somebody even told me, hey, at 75 years old, I don't want to be like waiting for God to call my number. I want to be learning how to go kite surfing or windsurfing. I know that sounds silly, but like, why not? Like, why not have that much faith in and what your future could look like and how much hope you could have, that we could do something extraordinary even in our older age.
Okay, so we can't approve kite surfing.
We're not going to do that.
Too much risk.
But
Too much risk
in
involved.
Greece, 82 years old is the Guinness Book of World Records. 82
doing kite
for
surfing?
doing kite surfing. So
Bless
I just
her
bring
heart.
that to the attention of like, but why not expose them? Why not own a business, right? Why not get
Absolutely.
your health back under control? Why not rekindle your relationship with your children? Why not? It's never too late.
It's never too late.
Right.
You're absolutely correct on that. What has been, I guess, one of your biggest takeaways from working with us, Waterfront, over the last year?
I will say the kindness is what's probably the most incredible. The Waterfront Rescue Mission team as a whole will bring you in as family. So not even from the staff perspective, I know for sure from the client perspective, but just seeing the way other organizations operate, this one has been the most welcoming and commandeering and prayerful. So I believe that the hope is really ignited from each and every one of the staff members. And so they can only transfer that, right? And the willingness to learn. I think that, we have to be able to do that, especially as the way times are changing and adapting and, just being able to get out of our old ways and say we're interested in learning creates an atmosphere where people feel safe and can come up with ideas and creative conversations, which lead to creative solutions.
Absolutely. We were just talking about creative solutions with Lumon May, our district county commissioner. We have to pull together. The underlying theme for this event has been community.
Yeah.
And pulling all of the different community resources together so that we could really sit down and come up with real solutions to these real critical issues. So that's very good. That's very good. What other questions might
Do I have for you? I have one other question.
Okay.
So
With 27 parts, right?
probably because that's how my brain works. No. So, okay, let's talk about what would you say for the person who has no money, no ability to do anything but serve? What are some of the greatest ways that we can come in and help serve?
Oh, that's an easy. I mean, we've been talking about volunteerism the whole evening and into this morning. The only reason why we can achieve such great success and levels of activity is because of the volunteers that come in and invest their time and their talent and their love into the things that we do at the waterfront. So I mean, we do a great number of things, but it's actually ramped up to another level because of the volunteers that we have. I cannot sing the praises of our volunteers more. They allow us to free up, our staff to do other things, and so it's a great supplement to what we're trying to accomplish. So that would probably be the first and foremost thing I would want them to do: volunteer here at the mission, volunteer at the thrift stores. I think we can even have someone volunteer in our admin suite. So we have plenty of opportunities. Of course, we've talked about going to waterfrontmission.org and click on the Volunteer Now page, and you can sign up for whatever activity you want to do whenever you want to do it. It's very customizable and flexible to your own schedule. And so now that we're in Q4, it's really a big time for volunteers. And with our big push for Thanksgiving, we're going to push out 1,500 to 2,000 meals on that one day. But then we have Christmas right around the corner. And so Chef Pam has been actually prepping turkeys for
I know she has.
a couple of weeks now for sure. She's, I heard her mention that she's already processed 36 turkeys.
Yeah.
With about 100 more to go.
I hate to tell you, but you can smell it on your way up here. I was like, is that soup? No, that smells like turkey.
It smells good though.
Yes, it does. That's what I'm saying.
If we could just get the weather to start cooperating and come down a little bit and
So
actually
it feels
feel like fall.
holidays.
Yeah, then it'll be a perfect storm of awesomeness.
Yeah, and it already is, and I know that, and I'm curious. If 2026 is right on the horizon, what would be that push to help get, say, that extra dorm for the women or whatever that looks like? What funding needs do you really have right away?
Well, so we've actually been undergoing a strategic planning event with our board of directors, and we're actually finishing or finalizing the plan for 2026 through 2030. And we're going to slow roll that out to some strategic partners at our Media Friends and Luncheon in November. The executive team, of course, had participated in it. We've rolled it out to our directors and to our upper management staff, and we'll roll it out to the rest of the organization, which would include maybe even the community at large on 1/1/26. So we're still putting some final touches on it, putting some operational legs to the strategic initiatives that we have. And so, but we're all very excited about where we're headed.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'll just tell you, we're planning 2026's calendar for the men and the women to do these adulting life skills. So I'm excited for 2026 in Waterfront's collaboration with SLS. So thank you for having me tonight.
Of course. No, of course. Is there any other questions? You always have something for me.
Well, okay. I could ask you, and I'm thinking about Mobile again,
Okay.
right? Like let's talk about Mobile because we want to help grow and expand even those services. So if people had friends, family over in Alabama, what could they do to connect to Mobile?
I'm sorry, one more time.
It's okay. If people were on the other side of this border, right, and in Alabama, what are some needs that Mobile's location has?
Oh, I mean, the Mobile mission is just like the Pensacola mission, just a little bit smaller scale. So the need is for volunteers.
More volunteers.
Volunteers at the missions, but also volunteers at the thrift stores, and help us delve into those. I'm getting it. Hey, Eric.
We have a rogue cup. It's okay.
Making noises. Oh. So quite frankly, we have the same needs in Mobile that we have in Pensacola. Volunteers helping at the mission for Thanksgiving, for Christmas, even New Year's Day, we put out a pretty good meal. But then we also need help at the thrift stores and, helping us process those clothes in the back, process those hard goods and get them out to the floor, doing light cleanup, volunteering in the office, teaching a class. We have opportunities for people to come in and teach classes to our clients, whether it's, financial analysis, not financial analysis, that's what I studied in college, financial planning.
We'll probably need some analyzing too.
Yeah, it goes hand in hand, but it's a totally different beast at times. So, so there's plenty of opportunities, especially in fourth quarter, to volunteer.
So you can volunteer here in Pensacola and in Mobile, and they can go to the website clearly to do that, sign up for both locations.
Absolutely.
That's wonderful. Yeah, we're going to get ready to start training again for 2026 and just trauma-informed care and making sure everybody's ready to go as far as staff-wise go. But I think, it might be interesting to put together a volunteer trauma-informed care training.
Interesting.
Yeah, let's poke at Clay on that one. No, I love it. I seriously do. I'm sitting on the Continuum of Care Leadership Board now, and there's, some RFPs going out, and I was like, you guys, Waterfront. So I know that we'll see how that goes, but
we'll see how that goes.
I just want you to know I'm your biggest advocate.
Well, thank you very much. We need some.
Yeah.
We need some, but yeah, we got our hands full with what we're doing now.
I can tell, and it's good, but because, this is my favorite thing is when you see people like right now moving and doing things and they're coming in, they're getting ready. They know where to go. So I also was going to ask, and maybe this is something everybody else wants to, do you have any like business size cards that say, hey, person standing on the corner, do you know where Waterfront is? I think that's one way we can all volunteer and get involved is by having just that little slip, because we don't always have money, but we could give those out.
Actually, we do. In fact, we can get you some before you leave the campus
I think
today.
I'm going to grab a handful.
Check with Lexi. I know she knows where they're at. But yes, we think of all those different types of things for people to give them an option.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, listen, I know you're out here today, panhandling or whatever the case may be, but you have an option. Give them a call.
Ooh. So is there maybe some trained scripted language that might be helpful? Maybe I'm afraid to go up to somebody and say, hey, do you need help? Do you guys do that?
I think we do, actually. I think we have it kind of scripted, but where it's saved on our hard drive, I really couldn't tell you, actually.
Well, it sounds like I got to reach in.
I don't have a problem talking to people. I don't know if you know this or not, but the fact that
Dedicated for 24 hours.
you're trying to pretend to be shy is just really kind of annoying.
I'm sorry. It's because I'm cute. He lets me get away with things. No, but I'm just thinking about that out loud because, you know, I'm teaching my children that same conversation. And so even for that, because, you know, my kids, and this is kind of funny and it's kind of weird, but my middle kid came up to my car at the bus stop. I'm sitting there with the kids, right? And he got out and then he came up and he said, "Hey, I need help." And I said, "Oh, what do you need help with?" He's like, "You know, I'm struggling." And like he was pretending to be homeless, like that, like he was pretending to be. I know it sounds weird, but I said, "Buddy, do you know what to say if that's the case?" And like we had like a little training conversation right then and there. And I said, "You know, I know a kid who would help give you a lunch." My son that was pretending to be somebody else. And he came back after school and came back and said, "I helped that kid with his lunch." I know it sounds silly, but I think he was like rehearsing like how to talk to somebody that needs help.
That's fine.
So can't we encourage that? Like, that's just like a beautiful thing.
Absolutely.
So we can teach our children, right? Because there's going to be somebody at school that needs extra something. And how do we recognize that, right? That food insecurity or whatever it is. So that maybe we can prevent some of that too.
Okay.
Right?
Very good.
Waterfront can be the
you keep
all.
you keep trying to pitch a whole bunch of training.
I'm pitching trainings, but I think the community needs to know what to do and how to say and not be afraid, right, to help the people that we love, because Jesus tells us to walk with all of us. Right?
Absolutely.
Anyway, I appreciate you, Clay. Thanks for doing this today all day.
It's been a labor of love. Hey, Will.
All right. Well, I'm going to pass the mic.
You can pass the mic. Thank
It's
you so
so good
much.
to see
I
you.
appreciate you so much.
Waterfront, y'all. Come down here.
How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
So what hour are we on?
I'm going to 2, so hour 22 now, I think.
Oh my gosh.
It's crazy. It's just crazy.
You must have really, really good coffee here.
I've had a few cups. I've had a few caffeinated sodas as well, but it's been interesting, to say the least. You know, so one of the questions I've been answering for some of the folks that have been coming to talk to me has been, well, what is this all about?
Yeah.
And so today, October 10th, is actually National Homeless Awareness Day.
Saw that.
And so our an organization that we belong to called the City Gate Network is a group of gospel rescue missions across the country that we belong to. And they started this 4 years ago with one in California. It was well received, a lot of great feedback. And so they're like, hey, let's expand this a little bit in year 2, which they did. Year 3, I became aware of it. I'm like, hey, we're down. We'll do it. You know, they were wanting to do it in January. Thankfully, they didn't do it in January.
Beautiful day for it.
Beautiful day for it. Just 8 or 9 inches of snow, depending on where you were standing. So, and then so the next year or this year, at the end of this year in October, they're like, hey, let's open this up to more gospel rescue missions. And so we signed up, and it's for 2 reasons. One, we're trying to shine a light on the homeless issue in our respected areas.
Absolutely.
But then, getting the words. So when you respond, if you could keep the mic a little closer, it's not a very sensitive mic. So, but then the second thing that we're trying to accomplish with this is to shine a light on what we're doing as an organization to help combat the big things. We almost had a call for an ambulance there just a second ago. Addiction recovery as well as homelessness. And, I've also been able to talk about our collaborations. And Will, I got into all this before even asking you to take a second and introduce yourself, actually.
Well, thank you for having me. First of all, Will
Absolutely.
Condon, President and CEO of Ascension Sacred Heart here in Pensacola. Been a part of that organization for 15 years. And, our mission is your mission is our mission. We care for the poor and vulnerable. And
Absolutely.
that's why this partnership works so well.
It really is, and I can't thank you enough for seeing the value in the Aruka Respite Center.
Absolutely.
And we've had many opportunities. In fact, I've been sharing one that is just like the gold star standard of what we're trying to accomplish. You may not be familiar with this one, but about a year or so ago, we had a gentleman come to us. I've been calling him Mr. Jones. And your team asked for 30 days. And we're like, okay. But while we were taking care of Mr. Jones, and we realized that he had none of his life documents. So he didn't have his Social Security, his birth certificate, an ID. So we got all those reinstated. and reissued. We also found out that he was eligible for Medicaid and Medicare. We got him signed up for that. And then we were able to also find him a placement in an assisted living facility over in Santa Rosa County,
Wow.
over in Pace. And so, I mean, that is the textbook situation that we want. They're in the hospital after having an acute care situation. I believe he had a heart issue. Came to us. While we had him on our care, we were able to identify what his next steps needed to be. And then we were very fortunate to find him a placement in a very close to his wheelhouse of support that he had in Pace, Florida. And so, I mean, just the transition from going into the hospital, having an issue, recovering in the hospital, then coming to here and recovering at Aruka, and then getting into the next step over the assisted living facility is just the perfect scenario for everybody. Does that happen for everybody? No, but we've had very great success stories. We had a young lady that we reconnected to her family in Texas through Drayton Smith and his organization and the county's Project Reconnect. So, you know, each person's journey to from the hospital to Aruka is unique. And it's during that time that we're really trying to change the perspective of their journey forward, but also just to kind of eliminate that cycle of bad healthcare outcomes. Because I'm sure you can attest to the fact that most of our homeless population use your ED as their primary care. Can you speak to that for just a brief moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, our mission at Sacred Heart is to care for anyone who walks through our door. It doesn't matter your ability to pay. And you're right, we do see a lot of homelessness. We see, you know, maybe they want moral support. Maybe they need a hot meal. Maybe they need a hot shower. There's no telling why they come to us. But when you came and met with me, it's probably been, 12, 18 months ago, talking about the respite center, it was a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Because the last thing we want to do is transition any of our patients outside of the hospital without the right tools to make sure they don't have to come back to us for that same episode. So what the respite center is able to do for our patients, for the community's patients, making sure they have that step down level of care to where they can get on the road of healing and hope. It just made sense to partner with you guys.
Well, I appreciate that. And we have a new program manager. She's been making the rounds with your team and having great conversations. And so we're very excited about it. And we just feel like it's going to continue to grow organically over the next many years. It's actually one of our strategic imperatives over in our strategic vision planning. Sorry, I thought a bird was coming up on me for some reason.
I mean, when you're up that long.
Yeah, 22 hours going strong. Yeah, there's birds everywhere right now. Are you a bird? No, I'm just kidding.
I've been called worse.
Right. Probably by Dickie, you know.
That's exactly right.
Right. So he was here earlier. What a fun time that was for me.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we're just trying to, you know, again, shine a light on the various different issues that the homeless population are facing, and that's really what this whole 24 hours conversations on the bench is for. By no means am I trying to diminish their life experiences by sitting on this bench and saying, "Oh, look at me, I manage this. Anybody can manage this." This has been tough.
Yeah.
This is not a very comfortable bench. You know, if we had it to do over, we probably would have pulled out a very comfortable bench.
I'm thankful for the pad.
I didn't think about that until like 2.5, 3 hours into it. So, you know, you're welcome.
Yeah.
But seriously though, you know, this is just a fraction of what they actually endure on a daily basis.
Absolutely.
And so, you know, one person said, one of the questions we got from our live stream was, what would be one piece of advice you would give to the homeless population if you had a chance to talk to them? And I said, give Waterfront a chance. Mm-hmm. You know, so many times they probably don't come up our walkway because they're fearful of what's behind the gate.
Sure.
But honestly, once they get over that initial fear and they come into our facility and they see it so inviting and so clean and so open, and they get a hot meal and they have a good night's sleep, and, you know, they have a few of those back to back to back, then they really can start making better decisions for themselves. And
right.
And so one of the things that we do with the Aruka program is that when their time is up, which is obviously driven by the hospital because you guys are the experts in that field, you know, we look to see if there's a program that we have available to them that they might need, or we partner with another community partner like Drayton Smith over at Ministry Village, for addiction recovery for women. And we connect them that way as well. And we just actually heard from Alicia Tappan, who's does survivor-led solutions, and we're just trying to tackle the whole issue at one time. And it's just been a whirlwind of activity just for the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big barrier we have at the hospital too, is just allowing people to be vulnerable enough to tell us what they need, right? There's a lot of pride in everyone.
Oh, absolutely.
And, being a part of the Catholic Church, being a ministry of the Catholic Church, we believe everybody is made in the image and likeness of God, just like you guys do here. And everybody deserves the same chance, the same humility, the same resources to get them back on their feet. And what the respite center is able to do in the care journey is exactly that. And what I've been most impressed with Waterfront is when you sat down with me in our boardroom and said, Will, this is what we want to do, everything you said, you've lived up to your word. It's a first-class facility, great quality of care, making sure that anyone who walks through your doors is getting that same level of care when we discharge them from the hospital.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. The team that we have in place, our chaplains and our support personnel that help our RUCA program managers do those things, they're truly the unsung heroes of this whole program. And it is just so that we can break those bad cycles of healthcare outcomes and bad decisions, because that's just no way to live.
Right.
It's so I've been referring to it as a win-win-win situation. It's a win for you as a healthcare provider. It's a win for the patient, because now they're not, still in that merry-go-round of bad outcomes.
Right.
And then it's a win for us. We get to support our ministry in a bigger way. You get to utilize your resources in a much more efficient way.
Yeah.
And then the patient is better for it. So,
Right.
I mean, it truly is a win-win-win situation. And with everybody winning, nobody can lose.
Totally agree.
And as long as we just stay connected and continue to communicate like my team does and your team does, we'll be able to tackle any issue that comes our way.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So
Totally agree.
well, very good. So have you seen anything from the healthcare perspective with the homeless population that is just kind of out of norm? Are you seeing any kind of specific ailments or any, I don't know?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say there's one issue. I can tell you we're seeing more of it.
Okay.
I mean, we're definitely not seeing less of it. But again, it goes back to our mission, and that's what we're here for in Northwest Florida and Pensacola. I would say, a lot of things that are shown up in our ED are preventable, right?
Oh, yeah.
Whether if it's as small as a cut that turns into a major infection, not taking medications that either can't get access to or were prescribed to you, and maybe you don't even have the resources to get them. So a lot of this stuff that shows up in our EDs, not just our ED, I can guarantee you other EDs across Northwest Florida don't have to get to that point if people have the right resources. And that's, a place like I'm sitting at today gives them that opportunity, gives them those resources so they don't have to be on that cycle that you were talking about.
Well, and you hit on a couple of things that we truly kind of keep an eye on, and that's med management and follow-up appointments. When we were taking our time to vet the process out during that 2 years, we had someone discharged from a local hospital, not Ascension, that had a wound care issue. And so they were scheduled for home health care to come into the facility to take care of that. But then they also had a follow-up appointment at the hospital's home health care, or wound care, I should say. Home health care decided to cancel the appointment because they found out that the wound care appointment at the hospital was on the schedule. Guess who knew that? Nobody. So the patient came to us. He didn't know he had a follow-up wound care appointment. He probably didn't even know that home health care was coming to change out his wound care. Nobody gave us the heads up that he needed to get back to the hospital for a follow-up appointment. Had we known, we would have taken him.
Absolutely.
So 3 days past that appointment time, obviously his wound got infected. And so we ended up having to take him back to the facility, and they had to treat him again. But we really don't want that to happen. I mean, that is preventable and absolutely unnecessary on every level. But it takes the communication piece first and foremost. If we're communicating back and forth, we're going to miss all these pitfalls that will just cost the facility more money, cost more anguish and pain for the patient, and you know, then we got to start all over again. Nobody needs that.
You mind if I ask you a question?
No, this is this is a give and take kind of moment.
So what can the healthcare community, you know, health systems, urgent cares, private practice offices, what can we do better for Waterfront? How can we better support you guys?
Well, I mean, just the opportunity of those individuals that would maybe qualify to come to our healthcare facility, and if someone presents and they're in a homeless situation, they might be a candidate. I would just ask that they reach out ahead of time, and we can get all the P's and Q's out of the way, and that way if they are getting discharged from an urgent care or even the ED or a hospital stay, that all the formality stuff is taken care of. So there's a clean transition and continuum of care from your health system to our facility here. And then we get all the information we need to help take care of him for you guys.
Yeah. And I can assure you, I mean, I talk to our case managers all the time. It is a seamless process. I mean, this isn't a burden on your system or your office. Waterfront takes the brunt of it. They run with it. They make sure they have everything they need to get these patients into the respite center. So I highly recommend learning more if you don't know about what they're doing here at Waterfront, the respite center.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Is there any other questions on your your
so
line?
like on a daily basis, how many people do you guys feed?
Oh my gosh.
Rough numbers are fine.
Rough numbers. I think we're right at around, well, so we had 130 people at our facility just here in Pensacola last night. So that's 130 dinners, that's 130 breakfasts.
Yeah.
That number could go up or down. So you're looking at anywhere between 300 to 400 meals just in one day.
Absolutely.
Just in Pensacola.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit lower in Mobile. We had 75 people there, so that's 150, and then whatever the day resource numbers is for lunch could be 200, 300 meals there. So in 2024, we actually served more than 180,000 meals between our two missions.
Wow.
It's an incredible number.
It really is.
Yeah, so our team does it, and they're super efficient, and they make a budget stretch like you can't believe. But then we also get help from community partners. I actually worked with Rob Tompkinson at Baptist before we both ended up leaving, and he's at a different facility now, but he's also I believe the area coordinator, don't quote me on that title, of Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints.
Okay.
And they have a tremendous food program, and we've received two 18-wheeler trucks from them.
Wow.
Totaling about 34,000 pounds of food, shelf-safe food, on both trucks. So 68,000 pounds of food.
That's
and
impressive.
you go into our kitchen right now and you'll see 2 or 3 pallets stacked on top of each other, and it takes forever to get through it, but it's a blessing to have. It really does make what we try to accomplish on an annual basis much, much easier.
How many full-time employees do you have here?
So we have approximately 50, well, full and part-time here at this mission. We have about 15 to 20 over in the Mobile mission, but as an organization, we usually hover around 280. And that the lion's share, of course, is with our thrift stores that provide anywhere between 55 and 60% of our annual operating budget.
Wow. And then for like people who are just tuning in live streaming, what does it look like from a clinical perspective at the respite center? How many beds?
Oh, okay.
Who's caring for them, et cetera?
Well, so that's part of the genius of the program. You know, we're not clinicians. So we have a program manager that helps coordinate services and make sure that those discharge plans are followed to the T. But we do not provide any clinical care. That's not our wheelhouse. But our MOU allows you to send in home health care.
Yep.
And, you know, we constantly talk. We will help get them to follow, preventable appointments, like with wound care and things of that nature.
Rehab,
whatever they need. If they need to be walking around the mission, those kind of things. So that's what the true thing. So we have one program manager, but both missions support the operations of the Aruka,
Okay.
because the one program manager can't be in all places at all times.
Right.
And so we rely heavily on our ministry teams at both locations to supplement our Aruka staff.
Great. That's great.
Good stuff.
It is good stuff.
It is really good stuff. And again, let me just publicly thank you again for your confidence in us and your willingness to work with us on this incredible initiative.
Well, yeah, like I said, I mean, when you came and, cast your vision to me 12 or 18 months ago, I can't remember the exact date. What you said in that boardroom is being lived out today. And very, very proud of what you guys are doing here.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Well, Will, thank you. I appreciate you coming and
Yes, sir.
spending a little bit of time with me
I
on this
appreciate you
beautiful
inviting me
Friday
down.
afternoon.
Well, and I appreciate what you do for the community. It takes a certain type of leader to lead a place like this. I know you're not that type of person to brag on yourself, but just know you're seen in the community as one of those leaders who will take the bull by the horns and do something good for Pensacola and Northwest Florida.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I might want to keep you around for a few more minutes then. No, I'm just joking.
Great seeing you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You have a great
Stay
weekend,
awake.
sir.
2 more hours. You can do this.
2 more hours. I'm there.
You can do
Although
this.
although I got Travis with emergency manager coming up, he'll probably put me to sleep.
Well, have a great day.
I will, sir. Thank you again. How long you got? Here's a little housekeeping. You got to hold that close because it's not a very sensitive mic.
Gotcha.
Oh,
Right.
just had a wonderful conversation with Will Condon from Ascension Sacred Heart, and we're talking about our incredible Aruka respite program that we have, and he absolutely bought into the vision when we presented it a year and a half ago. Excuse me. And we're seeing the fruits of that labor from even 2 years ago, so we're very excited about that. But hey, take a second, introduce yourself to the viewing audience.
Okay. I'm Travis Tompkins. I'm the Deputy Public Safety Director for Escambia County and the Emergency Manager.
Well, very good. How you doing? It's been a minute.
It's been a minute.
You've been avoiding me.
Well, hey, you got too much going on.
We do have a few things going on, but I'm going to take a couple days off after this.
I bet.
This has been a very interesting labor of love. So you may not, or you may know, but today, October 10th, is actually National Homelessness Awareness Day. And so not too many people understand or know that one, but they'll know when Krispy Kreme Donut Day is, of course. But but so we're doing this in conjunction with the Citygate network that we belong to, which is a bunch of gospel rescue missions across the country. In fact, we have approximately 65 gospel rescue missions doing live streams just like this currently. And then we're all connected to our national broadcast. And started 4 years ago, and we actually even offered to sign up and do it last year, but the organization was still working out the kinks. And then this year they were like, hey, we're ready. We've worked out all the kinks. We've had like one issue with IT, which is incredible. Appleyard, Duncan, and McCall, their team has been here the entire time. Spot on team. I can't even begin it. Of course, our team has been supporting this entire mission. Eric, Lexi, Kayla was with me all night last night. So I can't even begin to tell you how awesome our teams are. But we're doing this for 2 reasons, Travis. We're doing it, one, to shine a light on the homeless issue that we have in our own community. And then 2, we're shining a light on what we're currently doing, trying to help tackle that issue along with addiction recovery. So let me ask you a question from an emergency management standpoint. How did you become integrated with the mission? How did you first come across the mission?
Well, so when my wife and I moved here in 2016, we started working with a group that was feeding the homeless, and so we very quickly learned about Waterfront and what Waterfront does for the community. And then after I became more ingrained in emergency management. Homelessness is obviously a huge issue here in the county, and
Absolutely.
especially when it comes to disasters. So if we have a disaster, our homeless community, they're citizens of this county too, and we have to take care of them just like we have to take care of everybody else. And so working with Waterfront, with other organizations of making sure, especially the Red Cross,
Oh, yeah.
the Red Cross shelter training program that they instituted with Waterfront is that's a valuable mission that that those guys that are in your recovery program are able to be shelter workers at the base center, which is our primary shelter for disasters, which is the homeless community can go to any shelter they want to go to,
Sure.
but the base center is mainly the main one that folks do go to. And then also then we had to do something for cold weather sheltering, and so look at the snowstorm that we had. Too soon. Yeah. But I mean, but it's really the work that you all have done and the partnerships that you have created, and then Waterfront is an incredible partner to the county and especially to emergency management.
Well, we work really well with obviously you and Liz Kissel, who is a unsung hero by every definition of the word, and we absolutely appreciate your support during those times, and we've been able to collaborate on a number of different things.
Yeah, we really have.
The wind is starting to pick up. God's telling me it's almost time for you to go home, son. Just grab your bag and go. But yeah, so some of the things that we're doing to address homelessness is to have critical conversations with our county commissioners. Lumon May was here earlier today, and we're trying to identify solutions for the unintended consequences. And let me explain. So we have a group of individuals that absolutely love to spend time out on the sidewalk in front of our mission, and they're not technically breaking the law of the ordinance that has been passed. It's a little different during the evening hours. But they're more than welcome to stay there because they're not, again, breaking the law. But the unintended consequences of them there, they know that being tethered to the mission here, people will come by and provide them food and clothing and all the other necessities of life. And so the first unintended consequences is safety. When we see someone, pulled over, it's usually just off the side of the road. And if you've ever noticed anybody driving up down Herman Street, they don't slow down for anything.
No, they do not.
The fact that we haven't had a bigger accident is just mind-boggling to me. But then if they are giving out food in a to-go tray, you have to take into consideration, when was that food prepared? How long has that food been sitting out? Will that food stay good for enough times?
Oh, yeah.
So you got a food issue there. But then the trash issue. There's not trash cans set up along the public right-of-way, and so that trash usually finds its way to the street.
Yeah.
ECUA has to come in 2 or 3 times a week these days to just keep it looking somewhat nice. And then, there's just so many. If you keep giving them all the things that they need, where's the incentive to change?
Right.
Get out of a homeless situation. So we're working with county commissioners, Lumon May and Ashley Hoffberger and a couple of the others, and trying to get in front of the individuals that can help us come up with real solutions to these real problems. And so if we can figure that out, I think we could actually move the needle on it. So that's kind of where we're at right now, the unintended consequences. From your perspective and your position, what's been like one of the big takeaways with the homeless community over, say, the last 5 years?
Well, for one, it doesn't seem to be getting any smaller.
Nope.
In fact, I think I've seen an increase. Just and I think the county's going to get back involved with the point in time count again. That's going to be coming up, early part of the next year. Liz Kissel from the county side we'll be working together with that, but Liz is going to be working really closely with opening doors to really get an accurate count, because we've got these different initiatives. We've had tremendous success. I know you talked with Drayton earlier about with our program for Project Reconnect.
Absolutely.
And that's been great. But I mean, that has not been slowing down at all.
Oh, I can only
and
imagine.
so I'm seeing more and more people, and there's a lot more families that are becoming homeless, it's still a great need here.
Yeah, I think all the demographics across the border are starting to tick up.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw over 3,700 unique individuals. But last year's point in time count, which was many, many months late, not to say nothing, was only, I think, 12 or 1,400.
I think,
maybe
but it's
16 maybe.
And we know it's more than
Oh,
obviously.
clearly, I mean, and that's who just came to see us, and we know that that's not everybody.
Yeah.
And so we need to help and do it better. So tell Liz to give us a call. We've talked about setting up in our facility on the point in time count. So we're more than willing and able to help with that. But what are some of the other things that you've seen from a homeless perspective, from your perspective?
Of course, the substance abuse issues that we face in the community, are just about astronomical. I mean, it's just amazing how many folks and especially a lot of our folks that are experiencing homelessness, a lot of them have a substance abuse issue as well. And so, I know you know this, obviously, but then that has all kinds of consequences as well. And so, one thing that we really appreciate Waterfront's partnership with our CORE program, the Coordinated Opioid Recovery Program. There's been a number of individuals that have come through Waterfront and started the CORE program, and then moved over to Community Health. They've been an awesome partner as well, and so and that's. The CORE program obviously came out of there's we have such an opioid problem here.
Oh, yeah.
But that's something that that was an initiative that was started in public safety to try to address that, and then partnering with you all and a number of organizations to try to get that message out, to try to get as much help to folks in need that we can.
Okay, and I believe we've authorized your core team to go in and
that's right.
take care of individuals in our Aruka Respite Center. So that's still in play, just so you know. I don't get around to the center as much as I probably should, so you're probably already still using it. But just in case they don't remember that they have that option, they do have that option.
Right.
So we definitely want to be a partner in that as well. Sorry, been going strong.
That's right.
Going strong. I'm going to probably lose my voice.
Yeah, I would imagine
which
so.
My administrative team is absolutely waiting for. Like, so rude. But so, is there any questions you care to ask me?
Well, I really I know that there's been talk potentially of separating out the recovery program into a separate facility. How's that coming along?
Well, so that's interesting. That is a part of our long-term strategic plan. We have identified a couple of different properties. None of them have come to any kind of fruition as far as that's concerned, but we're still looking. It's not a 2026 initiative, obviously, but we'll obviously participate in the opioid abatement grant for Escambia County when we do identify it, because I think it's imperative that we do that, because we've talked about it many times over the last many hours. If we're able to remove all of the addiction recovery programs just off this campus, we can backfill two dorms in the Pensacola mission, and as well as our Life Builder dorm right here on the other side of the admin building, with different services, and maybe those services are for women. Maybe they're children with women with families, women with small children, small families.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But we have tons of ideas and game plans in place that if even one domino falls, so many others will fall in its place. And so we're looking for those God moments where He provides us with that perfect solution that even someone like me wouldn't be like, nah, I don't think that'll work.
Well, the women's, when you open up that women's dorm, that was a godsend. I mean, we really needed that so much in the community, and I'm hoping that other organizations as well will start to account for that, because there are a lot of homeless women out there.
There really are. I've been sharing the story. On the very first night, I was hoping for 5. That 5 women showed up, and we had 12 the first night. We had 20 by the end of the week, and we had 32 in there last night. We've been averaging over 32 for the last many weeks and months. So we know there's a need. We know there's mission alignment with what we're trying to accomplish, and we know it can be sustained. And so it's hitting all of our mission filters that we look at when we're looking at initiatives for the mission long term. So just a great, and again, if we had our druthers and money wasn't an option, we would have 18 different facilities and they'd all be full. But that's just not feasible.
No, there's been more and more resources that I think that have been available in the community. It's just but it seems like as soon as these resources come out, it's that they're, it's like you just said with the women's dorm, it's, build it and we need more resources, but it's amazing how quickly stuff fills up too.
Yes, I agree with that 100%. But talking about the resources, one of I think the challenges with some of our community partners is that they don't build the program first.
Right.
They go after the funding, they go after that resource, then they build a program around it, and then lo and behold, 2 years later or even a year later, the funding's not approved again. Now what? Now you got to close a facility, you have to cut back on staffing, and nobody wants that. I certainly don't want that, and it's part of the reason why we don't actively go after state and federal dollars, is because if we can't sustain it on our own, we shouldn't be doing it. Quite frankly. It's that old saying, don't get out in front of your skis. You're gonna crash on impact.
That's something that we as emergency management that we keep up very closely with the resources that are and programs that are available in the community, and the constant has been Waterfront. And that's why we've chosen to partner so much with Waterfront, just with that knowledge of the stability. You're here, you do what you say you're going to do, and it's the cold weather sheltering like that we talked about, or just briefly for a moment there. That was to be. I know that I can if I call any of you or your staff that you're just so accommodating. And have been for years, and we've asked a lot of y'all. We really have.
Well, wait till you get our bill. I'm joking, of course. No, it's easy to be accommodating because that's what we're called to do. It's not a matter of, can we be reimbursed? We don't think of that. When we had a situation with facility flooding a couple of years ago, you called me up and said, "Hey, can you help?" And I said, "I don't know about tonight." He said, "Well, not tonight. How about tomorrow?" I said, "Oh, okay. In that case."
I remember that call.
And then we were able to accommodate, and it wasn't perfect. People were upset. They were coming to our facility, but the dozens that actually stuck around were extremely grateful. And that moment actually kind of broadened our horizon as being able, what can we possibly do? And that's probably what led to the opening of the women's program. So you had a hand in that.
Well, I just again, just the watching just in the last several years of everything that you all have been doing, it's just incredible. I just don't think that enough. I think people hear about Waterfront, and I'm so glad that you've been doing this for the past 24. Look, I was watching at 3 o'clock this morning. I couldn't sleep, so I was like, well, let's just see who Clay's talking to right now.
Well, it got a little thin in the early hours of the morning, but what's interesting is we've actually had team members say they couldn't sleep, so they turned that on so they would try to help them go to sleep. So I'm like, I'll keep that in mind when promotions come around.
Right, exactly.
Or I should say when they don't come around. Just joking. But yeah, a lot of my team actually, I think, have had something like growing pains, with it. So they all were kind of channeling my inability to have to go to sleep, and so a good number of our team just didn't sleep last night, and I'm like, good.
There you go. Why, yeah, there you go.
No, but this has been a very interesting process. You know, of course, I've said many times during this time that I'm certainly not trying to pretend that I know what it's like to live homeless, because I absolutely do not. This is just an opportunity for us to shine light on that situation. But I can tell you that if this is all I had, I couldn't make it. I do not have it in me to be able to make it on a homeless schedule, quite frankly. It's a tough haul.
Yeah.
It's a tough haul. And so, you know, one of the other questions that has come up is, you know, what advice would you give a homeless person about Waterfront? I'd be like, give us a chance. You know, take that opportunity, get over the fear of coming through our gates, and give us a chance. You won't be upset about it. You know, you'll be pleasantly surprised.
You know, we've had well, I noticed something. It was last year, as a matter of fact. I had to go to Walmart pretty early in the morning, and I could not believe how many people were sleeping in their cars in the parking lot at Walmart.
Oh,
and,
wow.
and it was, and we actually, my wife and I actually went around to some of them carefully, of course, you know, like, hey, you know, you do realize that what you can go to Waterfront Rescue Mission, you know, and some of them, like, you know, like, okay, yeah, thanks. And some of these folks were new to the community,
Sure.
didn't know about Waterfront. Oh, okay, yeah, thanks. Where's it at? And you know, tell them where it's at, you know. And so there's a lot of folks that, you know, that I think pride kind of gets in the way,
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
and it's, you know, and it's, but this is a resource that's available, and it's, you know, and that's the, you know, trying to, you know, to talk to somebody about, hey, look, you know, you don't have to sleep in your car. You know, there is a place, there's a bed, there's a meal, there's, you know, there's you know, folks that want to help you and take care of you, and so that's something that, you know, really just, again, just getting the word out, you know, and like I said, unfortunately, we do have a lot of new faces, you know, that we're starting to see too. You know, a lot of the, you know, every time I come here, I recognize different folks that, you know, I've seen, you know, for over the years. But then I also look around and I see a lot of faces I haven't seen before.
Absolutely. It's crazy. It can be very crazy. So we're getting into the big middle of the day, so we're starting to see the flux of individuals coming up to get checked in. Women get checked in at 3:30, and then the men at 4. So it's.
So you're going till 2 o'clock today? Is that 2
o'clock.
o'clock today?
What time is it? We're getting close. Please say yes. Oh my gosh, it's only 12. Dang it. Oh, that's hurtful right there, boy. I'm telling you right now, I was hoping maybe it was 1 o'clock. I'm like, 1 o'clock. If I can make it to 1 o'clock, I can do it. But I also said that about 2 a.m.
Oh,
if
sure.
I can make it at 2 a.m. So 2 hours, it's going to be tough. But my wife's scheduled to come pick me up because I'm not going to drive myself home.
No, I would not suggest doing that at all.
But yeah, so we're excited with what we're planning on doing, what we're working towards, and of course we're only able to do it because of the collaborative partnerships that we have with people like you and organizations like the county, emergency management, as well as, you know, Shonda with community health, Allison over at Lakeview Center, you know, Drayton, of course, you know, and the various people that really have been called to serve the homeless and addicted, quite frankly. So I'm sure I'm missing out on a couple of people, but they need to just cut me a little slack today.
I think they will. I'm pretty sure they will.
Well, is there anything else on your mind that you wanted to ask? Any rumors I can dispel about what we're doing or not doing?
No, I mean, you know, I haven't really, you know, therefore, you know, as you and I have talked about in the past, you know, that there's sometimes that, you know, that people will, you know, give misinformation about Waterfront, you know, out to folks, and I haven't quite seen as much of that lately, and that's a good thing. And
that is a good thing.
It's a really good thing.
But that also means we're finally getting out to the community who we are and what we're doing, you know. And then we also have advocates, you know, when we're not in the room. I've had many conversations with individuals that, you know, have stuck up for us in front of council meetings or whatever the case may be, and that's a good place to be from an organizational perspective.
Yeah, no, for sure. So you're so I know that there's a lot of changes that are coming up here pretty quick with federal funding and all the different, there's some, the USDA is changing up some of their guidelines for who can, food can be distributed to and all that. Have y'all experienced any issues with, I know you don't get federal or state funding, and so food is not really been not an issue for y'all.
So the short answer is no. We haven't had any issues with that because, again, and we've said it before, we don't go after state and local and federal dollars for that simple reason. Everybody else is scrambling right now. And,
oh, yeah.
We are fortunate to have a strong, very resolute donor base. And then the community supports all of our individual thrift stores with their in-kind donations. We have the Aruka Respite Center now that's providing additional funding for our ministry services. And we'll continue to look for different opportunities, but no, we're not looking for anything from the federal government. But I wouldn't not take their money.
Sure,
but it would have to be no strings attached.
Of course.
We don't need the federal or state governments or even the local governments in our business. We've been doing it for 76 years. We got it down pretty good right now.
And that's kind of where I'm going with that, is that, and we briefly touched on that, but I think that funding sources for if you're depending on especially federal dollars, that's going to be tough here in the next couple, starting next year. And so that's just thankful to the community to realize that what Waterfront represents and what this is a worthwhile organization to donate to.
Thank you.
And that's I think that I don't think everybody kind of understand. I know that they see different organizations where they get their funding, and I don't necessarily know or realize if people understand that's how the funding comes through Waterfront, is through donation. I mean, it's not but that's just awesome that there's some folks that know and respect and know what it is that you guys do, and faithful at it too.
Very faithful.
Yeah.
Couldn't be more pleased and more honored that they trust us with their dollars.
Yeah, for sure. Well, who's up next?
I'm not entirely sure, but I'm sure if someone told me right now, I wouldn't remember even after a second. So I see Lexi there, and she's talking with a couple that may be our next guest. So they're shaking their heads.
Shaking their head. That's right.
That's your cue.
I think it is.
To leave. Travis, thank you again for participating in this. I greatly appreciate it. Next time we'll get you earlier in the schedule, so I'm actually lucid. All right, brother. You be good. Be safe. All right. Hi. How are y'all?
My name is Laura
Laura?
Levitan, and
Clay.
this is David.
David.
And
Why do
we
I
are
know that name?
volunteers.
Yes, I've seen that name though
I
before.
worked at Baptist Hospital.
Yes, you
before.
did. So did I.
Yes.
For a long period of time.
As a social worker.
Okay, I was all over the place, quite frankly. So
Okay.
I was in the warehouse, I was in accounting, I was in treasury, I was in facilities management.
Yes.
So we probably had
Probably
to cross
saw
paths.
Rodney.
Cross paths.
So-
And he works in healthcare too.
Okay, who
I'm
do you
at
work?
West Florida Hospital.
Oh, wonderful.
And I'm currently now part-time, but I'm a PA and I work in surgery.
Okay, I'm getting to know him first. Thank you.
They're telling us to sit down.
Here, let me move some of this stuff over so you guys can sit down.
Okay.
So rude.
I'm on this.
All right, I'm sorry. We usually doing just one-on-one, so
That's okay.
this is not a very sensitive mic, so when you're talking, just make sure it's real close to your mouth, okay?
Okay.
All right. Well, so for the record, I guess, could I trouble you to also introduce yourselves one more time?
Sure. My name is Laura Levitan,
And I am David Levitan.
and we have been volunteering at the Waterfront Mission in the kitchen with
wow.
Chef Pam.
Oh.
And it
that's
has-
why you're standing there.
Yes.
She wants to make sure I don't say anything wrong.
It has been a wonderful experience for us.
So how long have you been volunteering with the
Since
mission?
July.
June.
June, excuse me, June of 25.
June 20. Oh, so you're a recent
5
volunteer.
months.
Fairly
That's
recently, yeah.
awesome. That's awesome. What brought you to volunteer at the Waterfront Mission?
Well, one of the reasons is homelessness is getting to be more and more of an issue everywhere.
Absolutely.
We're seeing more of it, and we felt we wanted to do something to contribute and help.
Mm-hmm.
And this opportunity came up, and we just grabbed it.
Fantastic.
And my reason was because I just retired as a social worker.
Okay.
And I wanted to continue to serve in our community. And Waterfront Mission has always helped all the hospitals in our area. And it just was something different for me to do, a different type of work. I've never
Absolutely.
worked in a kitchen before.
It's tough work. I've worked in a kitchen before with my sister that used to own a restaurant and a catering service. So I know how tough it can be. And so I have a great appreciation for Chef Pam. But since I have you on the hot seat, how is Chef Pam? Don't let her being over there,
She is really, you can tell her heart is into her work. And when we're volunteering at other places as well, but when you
Okay.
volunteer, you really appreciate when someone says thank you and
Oh, yeah.
explains everything that's going on in the program. And also working with the other people in the kitchen that are in part of the program.
Sure.
It feels like they're cheerleaders, and I really appreciate that part.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's Pam is 100% into it and totally devoted, and her enthusiasm is contagious.
we love us some Chef Pam for
Yes.
sure. So
Yes.
you're welcome.
You're welcome. More than welcome.
So let me ask you this: what is Chef Pam? I think I know what you're probably working on, but what does Chef Pam have you working on in the kitchen today?
Today we served chili and rice and chips. And the wonderful thing is that our community donates donuts, like Maynard's Donuts.
Oh, yeah.
Was the desserts. And I really like how the food is not, it's repurposed.
Absolutely.
Like if Chick-fil-A donates something, then it's created into a casserole
Mhm.
or a soup, which is very resourceful.
Chef Pam is
You got to be creative when you're cooking in the
is a
kitchen.
magician when it comes to that.
The other thing that's nice too is, we're on the line actually serving, and it's so nice to see the same people over and over again, and you kind of form little tiny relationships.
Absolutely.
And it's good to see people getting fed.
Absolutely.
So,
Awesome.
very fulfilling job.
Well, let me ask you this: do you have any questions for me?
One of the questions we had was who helps fund and facilitate the Waterfront Mission?
Well, that's actually a great question. We were actually just talking about it with Travis with emergency management. So Waterfront is funded almost completely by private donations, whether it's an individual an individual donor investing monetarily, or a foundation, or perhaps maybe a business. But then all of the in-kind donations at our thrift stores, those donations are turned into dollars that we then use to also fund the ministry. Retail currently provides approximately 55 to 60% of our annual operating budget, and the rest of it comes from private donors in the form of monetary donations. But here recently, being in healthcare, well, I say recently, last year we opened up what the Aruka Respite Center is, and that is a transitional step-down unit for individuals experiencing homelessness that are healthy enough to be discharged from the hospital, but still not completely healed. And so they need a little bit of extra time to get really healed from whatever they were experiencing in the hospital. And we partner with local hospitals that they help fund that program for those individuals. It saves them resources and dollars. It's a better situation for the patient, and then we earn additional dollars for our ministry. So it's a win-win-win. So so about 98% of our funding comes from that. 2% comes from the Aruka Respite Center, which is a new revenue stream that we just created.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. That was really nice to hear that.
Because the Waterfront Mission was helping with that before as well.
Helping with what? I'm
with
sorry.
taking patients from the hospital.
Actually, not like we are down.
Now
you've
been doing it more.
We're doing it on a much broader scale, and we're taking greater There's no such thing as an acuity level, but I like to use that because I'm not a nurse or a clinician. So I use an acuity scale of 1 to 10. So 9, 10, you're still at the hospital. You still need that level of care.
Right.
A 7, 8, you're probably at a SNF unit, a skilled nursing facility. You guys are familiar with that.
Right.
We're operating around a 3, 3.5.
Okay.
That's our comfort zone right now. But even as we continue to move forward in this program, we're seeing that our comfort levels are rising a little bit, where we can take on a few extra issues, like a vacuum wound dressing.
Oh, wound vac.
Wound vac. That's right. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I've been up a little bit.
That's
so
all right.
Please
I
forgive
know.
me.
Exactly what you meant.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yes, we
good.
did.
And so it's exciting how it's growing organically. Actually, Will Condon, the CEO and president of Ascension Healthcare, was here just a little bit ago talking about the collaborative effort, and it's been a long process, but we've gotten to this place where we need to be, and he shared his confidence in the vision we set forth almost immediately, and I thought that's fantastic. He gets it. And so we're now moving the needle on homeless healthcare outcomes.
How many people are you able to handle like at one time?
So at full capacity, we have 10 beds in our male's respite dorm. We have 7 for our female respite dorm. Over in Mobile, we have 10, and that's only set up for men at the time. So all told, we can have 27 individuals at full capacity.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's an exciting time to be there. We just also entered into an agreement with Healthcare for the Homeless over in Mobile to specifically support them and their patients that they want to send to us. So a lot of great conversations being had.
Do you have healthcare workers volunteering to cover those patients?
Well, so that's interesting. So part of the program agreement with the healthcare facilities is that they would send in their home healthcare to provide any aftercare for those individuals in our facility. And then we provide the follow-up care that they need in the med management. So for instance, I talked about a gentleman that had a wound dressing. He had an appointment set up to have it looked at the hospital's wound care. But he also had an appointment for home health care to come see him here in the Mission. Well, home health care was short people, so they canceled his appointment because they knew he had an appointment at the wound care. You know who didn't know he had an appointment at the wound care? Him and us.
Right.
So 2-3 days past, needing that dressing change, he started to become infected.
Communication.
And we had, communication. And we got him back to the healthcare facility that treated him initially, which is something we're trying to avoid. We're trying to break that cycle of bad healthcare, readmission and bad healthcare outcomes.
Yes.
So.
At the Waterfront Mission here right now, you have a program where people are enrolled in the program. How do you choose the people that get enrolled in the program?
Well, it depends on the program. So we have many different programs. We have a veterans program, which obviously the qualifier there is you're a veteran, obviously. Working homeless, chronically homeless. But then we also have an extensive application process for our addiction recovery program, which we call Life Builders. And are you familiar with that one?
No.
So it's a 3-phase, 9 months to a year program, and it's broken up into the 3 phases: recovery readiness, our Life Builder, which is our inpatient intensive counseling program or phase, and then career development. That's the step just before them getting back out on their own 2 feet in their own sustained living situation. Savings has been acquired. They have a car. They've paid off any kind of legal fees that they may have associated with their addiction or anything like that. So it just depends on the program that they're trying to get a part of.
In the little time that we've been here, we've seen people leave and get jobs.
Absolutely.
And be successful, and it's very fulfilling for us to see that.
Absolutely. I shared a story yesterday. I will sometimes go grab Whataburger before I actually hit the office. It's usually early, but there's a woman that was one of our first ladies that was in the Women's Overnight Shelter Services when we opened that last year. She got a job. She was super excited. So every time I'm there, she comes out to say hello and just say, hey, I'm still doing good. She's been there for over a year. I think she's been the employee of the month at least twice.
Fantastic.
Her own housing. And so she's on a much, much better track. And so those are the moments you really live for right there.
Yes.
I had another young lady talk to me yesterday on the bench, and her name is Samantha, and she's like, she just got a job at Popeyes. And she was just grinning from ear to ear. It's so excited about, so thrilled, so excited about the opportunity to earn a living and really get back on her own 2 feet. Still with us. Now she's in the working homeless program. So, that program, you basically have to have a true 9-to-5 job. I say 9 to 5, you understand.
Right.
A W-2 job.
Right.
And that way you can, and then we'll get you on a savings plan. We'll get you on a financial planning plan for you and, try to get you to that next step.
Yeah, we have a gentleman we work with in the kitchen who just got a job, and you can tell the night and day difference, how proud he is.
Absolutely.
And how motivated and smiling from ear to ear and really ready to give it 100%.
Yeah, it gives him a sense of independence, purpose and independence, and working, earning your own living is quite rewarding.
Yes.
Rewarding, excuse me.
Yes.
I'm starting to slur words, so
I know.
bear with me.
We just
That's
wanted
all right.
to.
We know you've been
we
up
just
all
wanted
night
to
and
express our gratefulness and
just wanted to
thank
say
you very
hello.
much.
Well, I appreciate you coming and stopping by. This has been
Yes.
an awesome conversation. I hope to see you guys very soon. Actually.
Yes. We'll see you again.
Absolutely.
We're here on Fridays.
Oh, so am I.
Yay!
Pleasure.
Pleasure, sir. Thank you very
Thank
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
You get some
don't
rest
forget your
now.
phone.
Get some rest.
Get some rest. And
Not quite yet.
Oh, how much more?
2 o'clock.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
I know, right? But I can make it.
Oh.
It's downhill right now.
Downhill. Now you're just on pure
All
adrenaline.
right.
Or something.
Yes, something.
Have a good weekend. Nice meeting you.
Yes, sir.
Take care.
Thank you both for your service. Oh. Hey, girl.
How you doing?
How are you feeling?
Well, much better.
Well, good. I'm
Thank
glad to
you
hear it.
for shifting things around.
Oh, I was fine with it. Lexi did not have. She had a big issue with it. I was. Just say yes.
How are you?
Good.
Are you counting the minutes so when you can just?
I looked at the clock just a little bit ago and it said like 12:08, and I'm like, oh goodness, 2 hours. Actually, so I should be closer. Hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
Hour
Well,
and
you
a
can
half.
go to bed.
My wife is on standby. She's going to come pick me up, and because I'm not driving myself home.
I wouldn't recommend that.
So I'll come and get my truck when I wake up in about 3 days.
Yeah.
So
are we filming?
We should be live. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. And so for the record, introduce yourself and just tell us who you are, what you do, and how you're associated with the mission.
Okay. Well, I'm Chandra Smiley. I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Chief Executive Officer for Community Health Northwest Florida. And our connection to the mission is we have a clinic here on site. Sorry. We have a clinic here on site to provide primary health care services to folks that are unhoused. So
Absolutely. So yeah, we're completely aligned on something. I actually have.
You
my
are
own.
Mike,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm Mike. So that's for you.
Okay.
Yeah, we are completely aligned in what we're trying to accomplish on many healthcare levels. And I had Condon here earlier. He came to talk to us about the Aruka Respite Center MOU that we have with him. Our two friends are obviously from the healthcare field. One was a caseworker or a social worker. I didn't actually catch where the husband was, but he said he was from the hospital system too. So that I'm just going to make him a clinician.
Okay.
But it really is an important aspect. And I've been saying this throughout the last 20 some odd hours. Living homeless is hard. And of course, I'm not trying to make some sort of comparison to me just sitting out here for 24 hours. It's not the same.
Right.
But it has allowed me to gain a deeper understanding and maybe have a deeper appreciation for what they have to endure.
Right.
On a regular, every day, in fact. And so Someone had asked before, it's like, what advice would you give a homeless person today? I said, give Waterfront a chance. You know, once they get over that fear of coming through our gates and they enter our building, they can realize that we are truly here to give them a helping hand up and not a handout. And we want them to make those positive changes for their own life. But from your perspective, being truly in healthcare, what would you say is your one big takeaway from dealing with homelessness and healthcare over the last, say, maybe 4 or 5 years?
Well, to your point, being homeless is hard.
Absolutely.
It is physically, mentally, you're being exposed to the elements. I think a lot of what we see in our homeless patients is a lot of infections. We do a lot of sorry, a lot of a lot of infections. We have people, particularly those that are not in a shelter, or they're sleeping outside in the elements. We see a lot of that, and I think what you're doing here and offering a program and support and structure, as you said, it's not a handout, it's a hand up.
Absolutely.
And I think from a healthcare perspective, if you're not feeling good, if you're sick, being able to have the energy and the wherewithal to follow through with a program, you're at risk for falling off the rails a little bit. So, our partnership is to, one, we believe regardless, every human being has a right to quality healthcare services, regardless of your circumstance. And so being here, I think it helps to partner and collaborate with what you're doing here at the mission. And then a point of access for care for folks that, you don't necessarily have to stay here to come see us at the, at the clinic. But we also use our mobile medical unit. We've taken it out. We've gone to Washburn. We've gone to campsites to make sure that access is available.
That's fantastic. I forgot about your mobile outreach.
Right.
I've seen it around town a couple of times, but I just forget to call you and tell you how awesome it looks. That's fantastic. So what from a community partner standpoint would you want to ask me?
Well, I love the fact that you've opened up a women's, program. I mean, that's something that has been much needed in our community. And I think from a community partnership perspective, how do you see the mission? Are there programs? Are there we're about to get run away? Are there program expansions? Areas that you got the respite, which is a huge need, and the women's programs. Are there anything else that's teed up that you guys are looking at doing?
So I've been sharing little pieces, little nuggets of the fact that we've been working on a strategic plan for the mission with our board of directors and our executive team, and we've actually started to slow roll it out to our directors and our middle managers. We'll probably introduce it at the annual Media Friends and Luncheon, which of course you are invited to. So we want people to understand our primary focus is that we do so many things well, but we want to do all of them great. So we want to go deep before we go wide. But that's not to say we don't want to tee up some additional services. One of the biggest recurring one from our 2 days intensive was women's services in Mobile. So we're currently still only set up for men over in Mobile, and that's partly due to the size of the facility we have. So there's an expansion plan right there. If we want to expand into women's services, we will most likely have to get a bigger facility. And where we are is kind of landlocked. There's no opportunity for us to add on or build up because of the current construction of the building that we're in. Fantastic. So we're, one of our bigger strategic imperatives is something I've actually shared with you before too, and then that's finding a standalone facility for our addiction recovery program, all three phases. And if we're able to identify a property for that's not only big enough for what we have now and some growth, but 10 years down the road growth, then we have plenty of opportunities to backfill several locations just on this campus. And so those could be filled with additional women's dorms, or maybe women with children, or maybe women with families. Don't know. but we know it's on our radar, and we're working towards putting some operational support to those strategic imperatives right now.
Okay. Is there anything, I would say in the last maybe 12 to 24 months that you've seen, like coming through the doors here, any new gaps in services or needs, or just what you're seeing with your population?
Well, of course, we started the Hope for Her program 12 months ago, actually more than 12 months ago. And I've already shared this probably 1,000 times, so please forgive my redundancy. But, that first day I was hoping for 5 ladies to show up. We had 12.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the end of the week, we were over 20. And we've now been averaging over 32 people, 32 women, I should say, for the last several weeks and months. So there's that need that if you build it, they will come kind of moment. But one of the things that we also have a project that we're trying to find subsequent funding opportunities was our dog kennel initiative. And so we pulled together this great big plan for a local charity group. We did not get selected for funding, but that didn't deter us. We're starting to run down some subsequent funding opportunities. We've had a generous donation from one of our longstanding donors to help offset those costs, and so we're just trying to make up the difference right now. And then what that'll do is that'll allow us to put a prefab dog kennel at the back side of our property where the addiction recovery program is, and that'll do a number of things. One, it'll keep the dogs a little bit more soundproof to the outside neighbors. It'll give our addiction recovery guys a little bit of animal therapy, because we'll rely on them to help provide some of the support for those animals, along with their owners, of course. But then it removes a critical barrier. I mean, I'm sure you're aware that, sometimes when you're riding down the road, you see an individual with a dog. We've had several up on this campus this week alone. I saw someone on the way in this morning, 2 dogs. So he is not coming here because he knows that we don't accept animals except when we have extreme weather. So if we have that kennel solution in place, that removes another barrier for someone to come in and get the services they need, and maybe, just maybe, hopefully get a change of direction in their life for the positive, of course.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
I mean, now that we've talked about it, you'll start to see more and more animals. That when we started talking about this months ago, you see the occasional 1 or 2, and your heart would just go out to the animals, because they didn't choose this rough lifestyle. But people are just as generous to help people's dogs as they are to help those people as well. But I'm starting to see them everywhere. They're coming out of the woodwork, actually, kind of a moment. And we again are just trying to remove barriers to entry, because one of our criticisms from the community has always been there's too many barriers. There's too many barriers. I mean, we do have some rules, and those rules are in place for a reason. But if we can remove a barrier and let more people come in and take advantage of the solutions, maybe even come up to the property and go to the clinic and get checked out, that's a win.
Absolutely.
That's a win. So that we're working on those kind of initiatives as well.
I remember this was a couple of years ago. I volunteered for the point in time count, and I was down in a camp, and I came across a couple, and the boyfriend or husband was very, very ill, and was, we need to get you to a hospital. This is not good. He didn't want to go because he didn't want to leave his girlfriend or his wife, because she's at risk for being victimized.
Absolutely.
But then she didn't want to leave because she had a dog. And so it was this coordinated effort camp to get the gentleman out. We worked with a shelter for the lady to go to, but we had to find a place for the dog.
Sure.
And so, but it was, if we hadn't come up on that situation, he would have not gone to the hospital and gotten the treatment that he needed. Or if he left, she would have stayed behind and, would have been subject to potentially victimization.
Oh yeah, she would have been at great risk.
Yes.
So,
yeah, they're, pets are like, I've got a dog. He's a member of my family. So I get it.
We have 2 dogs and 3 cats.
Oh, well.
Thankfully, they're all small. So kind of chihuahuas for the dogs, and 3 rescues, actually. Yeah, that's awesome. But yeah, I mean, we're just trying to get rid of the excuses that a lot of people have kind of leaned on as a kind of a crutch moment. It's like, well, I can't go there. They don't help dogs, or I can't go there because they don't help women. It's like, well, guess what? We've already removed one of those barriers, and we're about to remove another one of those barriers. So what else you got?
Yeah.
You know, I don't go down there because it's Tuesday. What? You know, so we're just trying to take away every possible reason they could come up with to make a good decision in their life, and just basically break that cycle of bad decisions, bad healthcare outcomes, all of the things, quite frankly.
So I have one last question.
Oh, okay. All right.
As a
You're smiling, so
as a partner, is there anything that we can do or should focus on as your partner? And
oh, potential spam. I better pick this up. Sorry. That's literally the second call in the last 24 hours. Most everybody I know actually knows I'm doing this. So what from a partner's perspective could you do to help us? The first thing that actually comes to mind is, first of all, you're already doing so much by providing an outlet for quality healthcare with the clinic here on site. And then, of course, you're just super responsive to anything that comes up for us, and hopefully we are for you. But we've talked in the past about the opportunity of developing a program for some of our rank and file employees that don't necessarily qualify for our healthcare program, or maybe can't afford our healthcare program, because we have a very rich healthcare program right now. And so we're constantly looking at ways that we can, one, keep it very robust for our employees, but two, also reduce the cost, because as you know, I know you know, healthcare costs are going through the roof day in and day out. So that would be about the only thing that, you know, and we've talked about it a couple times in the past here recently, but it would just be something we could maybe engage on maybe after the holidays.
Yes, you know, we are going through open enrollment. We'll start in November.
Yep.
And we have a new broker of record, if you will, who I've spoken to about, is there a way that we can help, you know, our partners in offering some sort of plan, or you know, I don't really know what all it looks like. I don't know all the rules and regulations around it, but certainly I think that there's got to be some way in which we can
Absolutely.
do something that'll help
We
support
actually
your
changed our broker of record as well too. So we're working right now to work through some opportunities and some cost saving measures and things of that nature, because again, it is a very rich program that we offer our employees. I think they got it. Okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
What else? Anything else on your mind?
No, I think we covered them.
Pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
That does cover. I'm sorry. I'm starting
Listen,
I'm not even making any sense in my head before I even try to speak right now. So, so let me stop while I'm ahead and say thank you. I'm glad you're feeling better, of course.
Thank you.
And we absolutely adore you guys and your team and all the help that you give us. So we hope that we're just reciprocating.
No, you're great partners.
Awesome.
So it's been a pleasure.
Always. Well, thank you for coming. I hope you have a great weekend.
Yeah, I think you're going to be sleeping.
I'm going to sleep the entire weekend, I'm sure. So, well, you can just leave that there. I think we're getting close to the last hour.
There you go.
I know I shouldn't be that excited, but I am. I really, truly am that excited. So, okay. We might even be able to take a little break. I might be able to take a little break. So,
do you have somebody who? Because I got those clothes.
Oh, please have a seat.
Oh, I get to sit on this?
Yes, ma'am. Bench is pretty hard, actually. So,
Yeah.
I'm going to give you this. I have a mic. This is your mic, and if you could keep it close to your mouth because it doesn't pick up well when it's far away.
I just have a really quick question.
Okay. Well, Lexi, could you just confirm that we are live? Okay. Well, just
Are we on now?
we should be, but give me just 1 second. Yes, we're good. We're good to go. So, Laura, just for the record, would you introduce yourself and what you're here for and what you're doing at Waterfront?
Hi, I'm Laura Schiesel, and I'm here because I asked too many questions. I asked God, how does a homeless person feel? And he said, pack your bags, I'm going to give you a hands-on demo. And so
Okay.
I couldn't pay my rent, and my landlord helped me out a while. Now I'm here, praise God. I love it here, and
Okay.
they treat me so good. I like it.
Well, fantastic. So how long have you been with us?
Since February.
Of this year?
Mhm.
That's fantastic. Okay, so you, obviously our Hope for Her program got kicked off last September. So by the time you came to us in February, we had worked out all the kinks.
That's great. It's like God prepared the way, right?
That's right, absolutely. So what's your question that you wanted to ask me today?
I don't really like to ask this question, right? But I see a lot of very frail
Mhm.
people that can't walk and they can't get in the program and they have to go outside on the weekend, and that really hurts me to see them put out. Is there anything that's for the frail, the old, and
So that has actually been a topic of conversation for our board of directors and our executive team. As we've been pulling together our strategic plan, that has been one of the things that is foremost on our minds, because we are starting to see a more elderly population that are maybe wheelchair bound or maybe rollator assisted. And so there's no real solutions in place except assisted living facilities. So we're able to help people get placed in those facilities. We don't currently have a solution for individuals that need an assisted living facility, but we can certainly help get people to those organizations. In fact, one of the stories that I have been sharing with everybody today, and even yesterday, was a gentleman that came to us from Ascension Healthcare. He went to our Ruka Respite Center for 30 days. And while he was in our care, we got all his life documents reissued. We got him set up for Medicaid and Medicare, and then we were able to find him a placement over in an assisted living facility over in Pace, Florida, just over in Santa Rosa County. So we do have opportunities to meet with the chaplains during day resources and see if we can't connect them to community partners that take care of that particular population.
right? That's good.
Okay.
I was wondering that while they're here, it's like 2 or 3 at least out there. It makes me hurt to see, you know.
Well,
And it has to go like 2 blocks to the bathroom. It's like on Saturdays and Sundays. So I guess that's what concerns me the most.
well, we've actually lifted our restrictions on the weekends. And so the campus is going to be open so that individuals have access to our bathrooms over here. And also access to water on Saturdays and Sundays. We're not opening up full day resources on those days. We don't have the resources to put in that area right now. But that doesn't mean we can't open up the campus and give everybody an opportunity to go use the facility, so they don't have to go 2 blocks down the road. They can just come back in on the campus and then use the facility. So that's coming.
That's good news. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I wanted.
Is that it?
Yes.
Oh, well, that was easy.
Yeah.
It was. Oh, yes, ma'am. Very nice to meet you. Thank
Nice
you
to
so
meet
much
you.
for participating with us today. Hey, thanks, Dave. Thanks, Dana. Hey, Lexi. Who's next? I thought I dodged that bullet. Did you hear what I said?
Yes. Oh, I have a care cushion?
Oh, yeah. There you go. Make sure you hold it close because it's not a very good microphone apparently. So
I've heard that multiple times.
So Dana, for the record, could you introduce yourself to the viewing public?
Sure. Hi, I'm Dana Wilson. I'm the Vice President of Retail Services here at Waterfront. So I run all 7 brick and mortar thrift stores, the online store, and our recycling and donation center.
And how long have you been with us?
About a year and a half.
And so on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the greatest, how would you rate Waterfront working with us?
I would rate it a 10. I gotta say that he's in his last hour, right?
I wouldn't remember this, 2 hours from now, just so you know.
Well, that's true, but it really is. I think it's because what we do affects people every day. So a lot of people don't connect the thrift stores necessarily with the mission.
Okay.
But what I tell my people, that we fund the mission, and with every single person who works or volunteers at a thrift store or the recycling center makes a difference, because
Absolutely.
we take the product from the back door through the processing to the front door, and when we sell it, we fund the great programs that we do here at the mission.
So 2 things I would like to say to you in front of all these tens of people is I've had the pleasure of working with 2 other VPs in this role, and by far and hands down, you outshine both of them combined on both levels. And the levels I mean are your connection with the mission and what we do here on a daily basis. You absolutely have dialed in on that for yourself. You're at every opportunity to support the ministry. It's just very refreshing. So you're totally dialed into the mission of the mission, but then you bring a refreshing analytical perspective, and it really kind of feeds my nerdy CPA mind when you talk about those things, and then the way you go about teaching your team how to analyze those, or how to look at the figures and how to pull the information out of that analytic so that we can make better decisions for our thrift stores, only drives value to the ministry.
Well, thank you for that. And that's what we want to do. As I said, I think I want every person to know how important they are, and that every dollar that we make above and beyond what we were making last year just goes to help us expand programs like the women's program, because that for me last year was very exciting when we were able to launch that.
We've had a lot of opportunities for people to say how incredibly thoughtful we were as an organization to look at that, and then of course pull the trigger on opening the program. It had been an underserved demographic for a while, and still underserved, quite frankly. There's not too many other organizations that are doing any kind of women's services. But that, we can't just stop there. We have to look at women's services in Mobile. We have to look at women and children, women with small families, and those various different things. And as we continue to work through our strategic plan, we're going to lay out a plan where one day, maybe soon, maybe in a couple of years, when we have everything vetted out and, pushed through our mission filter, and we can open another location for strictly women, and then this one reverts back to just men, or we expand in the Mobile market to have overnight women's shelter services. Right. So there are opportunities there. We just have to do it the right way so that we don't get too far out in front of our skis, because it is very challenging, as you know, to maintain the level of support from our PR and development crew as well as our retail crew. It becomes difficult, and you guys are doing a fantastic job. I've been watching the numbers, obviously, for the last 3 days. So I'm very...
it's been a very good start to October.
I'm very encouraged. I think we're going to just knock it out of the ballpark. Fourth quarter is usually our time to shine at the stores, at the missions, for many different reasons. So it's going to be a fun fourth quarter this year.
I agree.
Hopefully I won't sleep through it.
He might.
I might sleep through it.
You're right.
So what questions do you have for me?
Oh, wow. After 24 hours, I think you've probably been asked most of them. So what are you going to do this weekend?
I'm going to Disney World. I was praying someone would ask me that question. I've been sitting on that for like 23 hours now. No, my wife is actually going to swing by and pick me up. I honestly do not feel comfortable or confident that I could drive myself home. And so hopefully she got my text
that said, please come get me
at 2:01, just joking. I go home. I probably won't go to sleep right away, but it won't be far from it. So I got up around 7:30 yesterday morning. So I've been up for quite a bit.
So how has this experience been for you?
Eye-opening. I've shared a couple of different times that, first of all, I am in no way trying to suggest that I know what it's like to be a homeless individual or live a homeless lifestyle just because I've been on this bench for 24 hours. I mean, I'm surrounded by people that are willing to go fetch me things, and I have access to bathrooms at a moment's notice, and I can get out of the elements if I truly needed to. That's not living homeless. Sure, this bench has been uncomfortable, and I will probably feel it for a few days. But it did give me a better appreciation with what they must be going through. I truly could not probably survive on the streets, to be quite honest with you. And so that's truly been an eye-opener for me. So it might even help me as we direct our resources in the future and how we deliver those resources to the homeless individuals. So pretty interesting stuff.
That's good, though.
Yeah.
I think we've all watched it on and off for the last 24 hours. Maybe not been there for the full 24 that you have.
But I'm very proud at the fact that so many of our team have lost sleep over the course of the night in solidarity with me, and so that's quite fun. Dave, nah, not so much. He can lose sleep all the time.
But you made him come in and not do Zoom.
I did make him come in. Well, we did do our first Zoom with the Kendall, our board member over in Mobile, and it was a little piecemeal. We still managed to pull it off, but it just wasn't a great solution. We couldn't get the Wi-Fi signal to extend out to this area right here, so I had to do it right from inside the doors over there. I'm like, no, we're not doing that again. And honestly, we were trying to get one other person, but that person wasn't able to do it. And again, Dave lives in Pensacola, so he can drive his little happy butt down, which he did.
He did.
And then he went back home, probably to go catch another nap.
But he's back.
So, yeah, that's great. As soon as I'm out of this office, he's gone. You know he's gone. As is everybody.
You're probably right.
As is everybody.
You're probably right there too on a Friday afternoon. But all the stores are live streaming it as well. So if you're going into a Waterfront, and you're not here, and you can't watch Clay live, you could go into a store and watch you.
Have you heard any good feedback from the team yet?
Yes, they actually love it. I think that's one of the things that we've really focused on the last year and a half is how, again, to connect the stores to the mission. How
absolutely.
To share the stories that we do. We changed all the signage to really start telling some stories, and they love being connected. In fact, in Mobile, a customer was watching you and gave us a $100 crisp $100 bill donation at the Mobile store.
Was that to get me off the air or something, or?
No, it touched her and it moved her. And when we started to share what you're doing and what the mission does,
that's exciting.
Yes, it inspired her to give.
Fantastic. That's awesome. We can use every penny.
We can.
We are very good stewards of the dollars that are entrusted to us. So I'm sure she feels comfortable in knowing that it's going to go to a good cause. So that's exciting. I'm really pleased.
Well, I think, again, that the people don't really realize that every piece of merchandise that they donate to us, we take it through the process and get it ready to sell, and everything we earn over what it takes to pay our employees and keep the lights on goes directly here and Mobile and local. And I think that's what's so important, is that it's helping people in our local communities.
Well, yeah, speaking of that new signage, Shop with a Purpose is probably the best campaign slogan that we've had in a long time. We've had some doozies, as you're aware.
Yes, I am.
This one really truly underscores what we're trying to accomplish. And then you're right. We are locally owned and operated, and we keep all of the dollars in our local areas, and we reinvest in the communities that we're currently in.
Right. And it's not just a portion of the proceeds. It's every penny.
Yes, every penny.
Every penny.
Every penny.
So
Very
makes
good.
a difference.
It truly does.
So how much longer do you have? Do you know? You're not counting down the minutes?
59 minutes.
Oh.
59 minutes. If I had an hourglass, I would have flipped it by now.
There you go.
I'm in the absolute last stretch, and so I'm feeling a little bit of energy right now, so maybe I can drive myself home. No,
I know.
no.
No, I think
Just-
we'll all be
just joke.
safer on the roads if Clay is in the passenger seat.
Oh, so you guys are just worried about yourselves?
Oh, of course.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep well tonight. I hope to, anyways.
You better stay up for a couple hours.
Oh, I think I will. Honestly, I think I will. So.
Otherwise, you'll wake up at 2 a.m.
Oh, don't say that. Please don't say that. Get some melatonin on the way home or something like that. Just knock me out.
There
My
you
wife
go.
might just hit me with a frying pan on the way into the
Maybe.
house. That'll be fine by me. Be a little knot on my head, but I've slept the whole night through. So.
That is good. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
No, I don't have any, but I'm enjoying the conversation. So,
Well, you're welcome to sit here and finish out the last hour with me.
Oh, I don't know if I can handle that.
Well, let me throw out a topic that you might be able to talk about for a little bit.
Sure.
Collegiate football.
Oh, I can always talk about collegiate football.
So let me share a quick story. So Tim Fox was a pastor that came in yesterday around 6:30 evening, and I absolutely forgot that he was a Florida State fan.
Oh.
And yeah, I know. I feel sorry for him as well. No, but Florida State did really show up in the fourth quarter and make it seem like it was a tight game. But I had to remind him that I was a Miami Hurricanes fan. And his demeanor on his face just sunk when I reminded him of that. And so and you, of course, are an Auburn fan.
No. Wait, no. Alabama Crimson Tide.
As are most of our other folks in the things, with the exception of Jason, of course. Danny and Andy are also Alabama Crimson Tide fans. I am, of course, not an Alabama fan. But that being said, it's shaping up to a very interesting second half of the season for the Hurricanes. I'm cautiously optimistic.
You should be cautiously optimistic.
They were doing so well up until like
You're in the ACC.
Don't even try it. Didn't the ACC beat Alabama?
Yeah.
And didn't we beat the team that beat Alabama?
Yeah. But we were just getting started.
Just getting started. So you were a bad team up front, and now,
Yes.
and now you're a good team. Okay.
Now we've had some practice.
Well, it's interesting. I do like, on one hand, I do like what the transfer portal has done for the competitiveness for some teams where you
And the parity.
and yes, and so, so like for instance, you have a Vanderbilt that's being competitive now, and Miami has done really well in the recruiting and the transfer portal, and we're being competitive now. It's been a long time since we've enjoyed a national title. Last one was in 2001.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. The turn of the century, basically. Give me a break. I need a national title this year. Carson Beck.
Miami Hurricanes, do y'all hear that?
They got it. This honestly, last year we had many conversations about this last year, and how I'm like, yeah, we always seem to have like kind of a late season letdown, and of course we did. But this team does seem different. I know it's kind of vogue to say that, but the defense is playing, just full tilt. I mean, when they're flying to the ball like they've been doing,
Right.
And then of course, if Carson Beck is not on like he was against Florida, but then we run for 225 yards or whatever it was, and then of course he threw for over 300 yards and 4 touchdowns against Florida State. So, that's truly a sign of a good team. When one team's maybe not having their best game, the other side of the team,
They are a
picks it up.
complete team. They
So
are.
so
Who are
I'm-
they playing this weekend? Do you
Oh,
know?
They're off this weekend.
Oh.
They're off this weekend, and then I can't remember who they're. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I wait. A
He's allowed. He's been up for 30 hours
Oh, no,
now.
it's been crazy. But I have, if only I had an opportunity to be able to look it up in very short order. So,
Thank heavens for telephones
right?
that are not telephones
Oh,
anymore.
on the 17th, we're playing Louisville.
Okay.
Yeah. Louisville, Stanford, SMU, Syracuse, NC State, Tech, and Pitt. We have a very winnable
Favorable.
schedule.
Yes, you do.
We have a very
compared to
winnable.
Missouri, Tennessee,
Please tell me you don't have it memorized.
LSU, South Carolina,
Oh my gosh.
Auburn, Oklahoma.
Oh, Oklahoma's playing good ball right now.
Yes, they are.
Okay. So
I think that's all of them, other than Eastern Illinois, but we won't mention that one.
don't jinx yourself. I mean, I remember what Saban said. Like, was it last year or the year? Oh, yeah, it was what he said about Vandy.
Yeah.
It's like Vandy. You know, what did he say? He said something really obnoxious
I
about.
don't know. I know.
You know what I said, but he jinxed you guys big time.
Maybe.
But Vandy did play a hard-fought game, so that was awesome. So.
They did. We got him back this year, so that's okay.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think they want Mallory Kimball.
I think so, and she better get there quickly. So can you? I mean, I could probably spend more time talking about college football, not professional football at all. But is there anything else that you would like to ask me while you have the opportunity on video camera?
Oh, can I take the rest of the day off?
Absolutely.
Y'all all heard it. I don't have to wait for the 10-minute rule.
Oh, well, no, you have to wait until I leave. No, I mean, you can't go before me.
Okay, that's fair.
That's just rude.
So I know that we have worked on our strategic plan and we'll be introducing that. But for you personally, what do you want the mission to achieve in the next year? What's that burning thing for Clay?
Well, I mean, I want it all, quite frankly. I wish we could do it all in the next year, but that is not a valid strategic plan. It takes planning, it takes operational integrity, it takes
funding.
And it's, I know, exactly right. So if I had one ask, and it's already starting to happen, is that the Aruka Respite Center would start to fund the mission on a higher level. We've already seen some great organic growth over in Mobile. We had a great conversation with Will Condon over here, and he is absolutely dialed into what we're trying to accomplish in that aspect. And quite frankly, I took our conversation as a kind of a challenge to the other healthcare facilities in this area and across the Gulf Coast to say, hey, this is worthwhile. And that's a great endorsement coming from a man that's over a very large organization here in Pensacola. So that would be my number one hope and goal for next year.
And I think it's such a need. We are here every day and we see the people who come in and we hear the stories. And I think that that's important too, that we learn to share them and share what we're doing and what we offer and what we can do.
Absolutely. We just have to try to do a little bit more every opportunity we get. One of the I can't remember, Laura, one of our clients, came by to talk to me for a brief moment, and she was asking about what is our plans for the aging population, the elderly population, and as you remember, we spoke about that at great lengths at our 2-day intensive with the board of directors, and it is definitely something that needs to be on our radar because it's almost like the baby boomer from our demographics right here on waterfront property. Starting with the younger kids, you start to see them, kind of graduate up and things of that nature. And it just seems to kind of recycle, but there's that contingency of individuals that are just kind of aging out.
Right.
And so we have to get a little bit more intentional with trying to help them. Similar to what we did with Mr. Jones in the Aruka Center, where we found him a placement in an assisted living facility over in Pace, Florida. So we need to continue to challenge Trish to make those connections and to be able to provide opportunities for placement of individuals that are coming to our campus. Maybe not through the Aruka Respite Center, but if they find their way to our campus and they're wheelchair bound, or maybe they can't walk without a rollator, then they might be a candidate for a placement in an assisted living facility. And more times than not, we could probably get the funding from them through Medicaid and Medicare. That's what they did for Mr. Jones. So that's important. They're just trying to go that extra mile to help.
And I think that that's the thing, is that at Waterfront, we don't seem to think that we can do it all. We know we need our community partners.
Oh.
We know we need the public. We know we need
Absolutely.
volunteers. We need strategic partners like Survivor-Led Solutions and like Community Health and like Ascension. So, I mean, that's so important. And
1000%. 1000%. I constantly tell people that, we are a part of the solution, but we're not the only part of the solution. And we need partners throughout the community, from our elected officials to our community partners and just, individual, people and couples and families that want to give back to the community for whatever reason that might be. We had a gentleman with us last night that we met just earlier this week, and he and his wife started to just trying to help out some of the homeless people that are near their home. That's awesome. You have passion, you have energy. Come work with us, and we can most likely double that, energy and passion, and really do something good for some people.
absolutely.
So very nice.
It's beautiful.
Thank you. And on no sleep.
That's right.
Pretty decent.
Awesome.
I won't remember any of this.
He will remember it.
So why does the team keep looking out the door in the comfort of the air conditioning?
I don't know.
That's so sad.
But yeah, there's not a single soul out here to support us.
I know, right? Yeah, Lexi, you better get out here.
She is an amazing,
She is.
amazing.
I can't
PR
say enough great things.
specialist. I agree.
Where's Jessica?
Jesse.
She's in here, but I also have somebody else on deck. Jennifer Grant, who volunteered.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay, well, I guess
Oh.
our time is up.
What? Don't be coming in here looking all mean like you're gonna beat someone up. It's my sister Dana.
Yes.
Oh, do you know? Oh, okay.
I have met your sister.
Okay.
Oh, she's going to take a picture of us now. 23 hours and counting. And-
Oh, 46 minutes. I'm getting there.
and still more people to talk to. And I have no idea if we're still live or not, or if we're on a break.
We are still live.
So.
And I won't be long for this world. I'm sure I'm going to probably get a little something to snack on, and then I will be down for the count. 1, 2, 10. You're out.
1, 2, 10.
Okay. Well, I may take a little to go home with me. Some of the Chick-fil-A stuff.
We have sandwiches.
No, that's okay. I'll take it with me. Oh, okay. Oh,
Okay.
I know you.
Yes, I do too.
Well, Dana, thank you
Thank
for
you.
everything you do for the team. I really do appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate you and everything you do for the team as well.
All
I'm going to
right.
turn it over now to Jennifer.
Okay.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Who did you bribe?
You know what? I think they forced. They said they ran out of people. He's
Oh,
getting punchy. It's
right.
24 hours, and so you get him.
It's getting close to the end. I'm actually a little bit excited about this being over. I'm not made for a life of homelessness. I'll be honest.
It's hard, isn't it?
It is a hard road
The
to haul.
temperature has been up and down in the last 24 hours. It's
Yes.
been crazy.
It dropped 10 degrees in the course of about 35, 40 minutes around 5:30, 6 o'clock. And I think my core body temperature dropped the same amount. I was like, what is this? I'm not usually cold. And I had good stuff on, but the tent has been awesome. It's
Yeah.
broken the wind a little bit. The team has been so supportive and helping me get through this initiative. And then too, we've had some fantastic conversations.
Yeah.
With community partners, with team members, with volunteers. It's been a great
That's awesome.
thing. I couldn't thank God enough for the outcomes that we've had today.
But you're ready.
But I'm ready. I am definitely
No
ready.
doubt. No doubt.
Would you grab her and give her a hand real quick, please? Oh,
Oh, goodness.
yeah, awesome. Thank you, sir. So
So
you have been volunteering here for quite a while now.
I have.
When was the first time you? Well, I'm sorry. Let's start with a quick introduction. Did you already introduce yourself?
I don't think so. We
Okay.
just kind of jumped right in, didn't we?
We did just try to jump in. So you go ahead and introduce
I'm Jennifer
yourself.
Grant,
Jennifer.
and I'm a volunteer here. I've been volunteering. You know what? I don't even remember. It's just, it seems like it's been a while. I've had different things where I take a break for something and then I come back, and if I'm gone for more than 2 weeks, I start missing it and I have to
Okay.
come back. And so I've done kitchen, I've done graduation, I've done front desk, I've done the holidays.
Okay.
If I'm asked to do something and I'm able to, I do it because
That's
I just
fantastic.
enjoy being here and I appreciate being part of the mission.
Well, and I have shared throughout this event how vital volunteers such as yourself are vital to the success of the mission. You know, our team does such a great job, but their levels are amplified because of the support that you guys give them. You know, you can free them up so that they can address a specific situation. So, you know, you guys are just as valuable to the team as the team that's actually working with the clients. And so we say thank you all the time.
I appreciate that.
Excuse me.
I appreciate being here so much. There's, I guess this is my question for you
Okay.
is, what is it that you do to motivate your staff? Because one thing, when I show up, I get smiles and hugs and high fives and thank yous and so much. And I feel so special to be here. And the staff, I'll be talking to somebody who's their first time here. I do the intake forms and get everybody situated. And so sometimes I'll be the first point of contact. And people, when a staff member shows up to check in or to do something, they greet me so excited and so happy.
And they should. Otherwise, they're going to get the whip.
Exactly. But people who don't like their job can't fake that. And so these are people who are coming to check into work for the first time and they're happy to be here. And it's not like, oh, I got to start my shift. It's, hey, we're here excited. What does that? What is it that you guys do to pump your staff up?
Well, you know, I don't know if it's any one thing that we do. I think it's just a certain level of respect, and we just treat everybody the right way all the time. And we, you know, although we have high expectations for everybody and we expect them to perform at a high level, we're not micromanaging them. We're not standing behind their back going, "You did that wrong." I had a manager who had actually done that one time.
That doesn't work.
It doesn't. It has the opposite effect. But then we also we're a big family. I know that's kind of cliche to say sometimes, like, oh yeah, we're a big family, but we really are. You should come to one of our potlucks that we do. It's epic. And then with the occasional harassing of Lexi to make me oatmeal raisin cookies, you know, she's probably 100% satisfied with her job. But we like to eat and we like to fellowship and we like to cut up and you know, in an industry with such complicated individuals,
right?
You have to be able to do those things in order to protect yourself from getting burnt out.
This is an easy burnout setting.
It can be.
And I'm so excited every time I show up to volunteer that I don't feel that burnout. I don't see that burnout. And I know it happens. It's obvious it happens.
It
I mean,
kind of looks like this.
but I don't feel that when I walk in. And that's amazing because there's jobs where people have so much flexibility and it's so easy and they never deal with the public and they never deal with anything and they're burned out. And you come here that you're dealing with the public and you don't feel that. And so I love being here on campus.
And they're most likely dealing with the public on probably one of their worst days.
Right.
And so, but, you know, by staying true to our calling and you know, having a Christ center focused on serving God's children, you know, all things are capable, you know, and we can do things, we can do all things through Christ. Or I should probably not try to start quoting scripture, chapter and verse, because I will mess it up.
I hear you.
But no, they have all dialed into the mission of the mission. You know, I've talked even quite extensively over the last 24 hours about the mission first, the men and women always. They understand from my perspective, the mission is the organization. Without the organization, we're not sitting on this bench right
Exactly.
now. You're not volunteering in our kitchen and all the various other areas. They're not, doing their jobs. So the mission is the vehicle in which we provide all these submissions. So feeding the homeless, helping the addicted, providing quality goods and services to families in need at our thrift stores. And so if we don't have the mission, we can't provide all those submissions, right? And there's even more submissions under those missions.
Right.
And so it's vital that when we're dealing with our day-to-day operations that we keep that in mind. The mission must always come first.
Right.
The mission has been here for it was here 72 years before I took over. And I kept reminding myself in that very first year, don't mess it up. Don't be the guy.
That's a lot of pressure.
Well, it was all on me. I had a lot of support from the team. I had a lot of support from the board of directors. But I was like, you can't be the guy that brings down an organization that has been doing God's kingdom work for 72 plus years now. And the 75th anniversary was literally just around the corner. And so I was constantly reminding myself not to mess things up. It was kind of a daily compass, in fact. So every decision I made, I would always use my own filter, saying I could make a decision today, and it could negatively or positively impact 280 families, 280 coworkers, and then their families. So that really weighed heavily on my mind. I'm like, so again, every decision I've made in the first 4.5 years of my tenure here has been after great analysis and forethought of what is in the best position for the mission, or what's in the best interest of the mission moving forward. Because in 75 years, when they're celebrating their 150th anniversary, I want them to be able to do that.
Right.
Again, I don't want that one picture with the red circle and the cross through it. I was like, if it wasn't for this guy, in 2021 to 2026, not that I'm leaving in 2026.
Just picked a random number.
I just picked a random number.
Go. Foreshadowing.
5 years. I think I just added a 5 to the
go.
year I came in. But I want them to be able to celebrate
Right.
150 years because I think what we do is absolutely valuable to the individuals that come up our walkway, and it's absolutely vital for the success of our community here in the Gulf
Right.
Coast, both Pensacola and Mobile.
So let me ask you that. With that, I became very familiar with the mission in 2019, 2020. That's when I started to really understand, because shame on me, I knew about the mission and I had done stuff for the mission, with the mission, but it wasn't until the mission did something for my family that I really became familiar with it. Then I decided, okay, maybe I should know more about who I'm supporting and helping. And I got to be more familiar with it. And unfortunately, that was during COVID. And
that was a rough patch.
It was a rough year. And things happened and things changed. And it was a scary time, because was the mission still going to be here? And then you came in at the tail end of that when everything was building back up again, and you had probably the hardest year that the mission faced in recent memory, at least. So what motivated you to say, I'm going to take on this mission at this terrible critical point? Because that was scary.
Well, I don't know if I actually thought about it as like it wasn't doable.
Right.
Once I got past the idea that, yes, I could be the person that steps into this role, I never thought that success wasn't attainable.
Okay.
And so I didn't think about coming out of COVID and all the different things. We came across those storms, we weathered them, and then we moved on.
Yeah.
And
because everything shut down. You didn't come in for a continuation. You came for a restart.
Honestly, yes. I mean, there were so many things going wrong. So I came in March of 21. Our entire administrative. Well, let's just take this building for instance. This entire building was gutted 4 feet up.
Right.
And all of the extra things that we thought we were going to hold on to, desks, filing cabinets, things like that, was shoved in that area. So I said the first thing is like, well, this has got to change. I need an office. I can't work remote.
Work somewhere.
Working remote was still very new, quite
Right.
frankly. And it's like, I can't work remote. There's too many distractions, and the refrigerator's just right there. And so we revamped this entire building, and then I brought the team back into a centralized location. Our finance team was over in the online store.
Oh, wow.
People were working remote. People were, it was just organized chaos.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, no, we need to rally. We need to have a sense of team. And I think by doing that, we really did solidify ourselves as a team moving forward. We've had some changes, obviously. Dana's new to our team, and she's rocking and rolling with the retail division. Mark came on shortly after I came on board. Dave came on shortly after Mark. I mean, we've had some changes, but I think the team that we have in place right now is probably the strongest team we've ever had at Waterfront, and that's saying a lot considering the 76 years of history. But I will argue that tooth and nail with anybody, even after 30 hours of no sleep, because they are dialed in. They're dialed into what we're trying to accomplish as an organization, and that's important to have that synergy from a team perspective.
That's really, it's amazing what you've done with what you started with, and it just goes to show that this is a stable mission. It's a stable ministry, and it's blessed by God, because I don't think that a secular organization that went through what you guys went through in 2020 and 2021 with the floods that came after that, wiping out the chapel and destroying and having to rebuild and then getting it back up and running and closing again, and there were so many things, and some people would have looked at it and said, never mind, this is too much work. But instead, you guys said, this is what God wants for us.
Absolutely.
And you kept doing it. And I think that's just amazing.
And it's only by the grace of God that we did survive COVID.
Oh, it was bad. It definitely affected our family directly. And yet, the thing is, my son was here during COVID, and we've shared this story before. And the thing that meant so much to me is when everybody was afraid of COVID for themselves, the chaplains, the staff, they did not just say, you know what, sorry, we can't do this anymore. Best of wishes, hope everything works out.
Yeah.
Even after he went to another program that was open, when that program closed, they came back and they found him another program and another program, and they didn't forget about him because he was their family.
Yes.
And that was the whole thing. And now, by extension, now I'm part of the family.
Absolutely.
And it just means so much to us, the way, when you have that sign, it's not just words that are there, it's something that you guys live by.
Yes.
And it was proven during COVID. And I love that about this place. And I think it's wonderful.
Well, thank you.
I never thought that my happy place was going to be a shelter of some kind.
Right.
And yet I love being here, and it just makes me happy. So I enjoy it. I'm so grateful for you guys.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
We love having you, obviously.
So I have another question for you. Because
oh, now you're pushing it.
You and I have had conversations before, and I think we connect because we like to be silent observers and sit in the back and watch. And
absolutely.
For somebody who's not a microphone hog or just somebody out there, how long did it take you to say, okay, I'll sit strapped to a microphone for 24 hours and do this? Because that's a lot of talking for an introvert.
Believe it or not, it was my decision.
Okay.
So the whole idea of Conversations on the Bench actually started 4 years ago.
Okay.
It started with one rescue mission over in California, and then a couple more the next year, and a couple more the third year. And the third year is when I first heard about it, because it was kind of on the DL. And I said, hey, we're down. Winter time in Florida, of course I can do it.
Why not?
I could stand on my head for 24 hours. I was being cocky. And then this year, they're like, hey, we're going to do it. It's October 10th. Who's down? I'm like, we're still down.
Okay, let's do it.
And it's been a challenge. I will not lie.
Yeah.
I literally, I go to bed early. I'm an old man, so I go to bed early, but I wake up early. And I figured if I can just get past that,
just few
that
hours.
8 p.m. to 3 p.m. time frame, I'll be good to go. And honestly, it's been a lot tougher than I thought it would be.
The talking or staying awake?
Both.
Okay.
I think I'm on the verge of losing my voice, which my entire admin team is probably looking forward to.
So you're going to go all weekend and say, please don't ask me a question. Please don't.
No, they know they better not call me and ask me a question, or at least text me.
Right.
We can text back and forth.
Right.
So Hey, Kelly. Who offered you an extra oatmeal raisin cookie yesterday, sir? Yeah, I know. Don't you dare take my oatmeal raisin cookies. Yes, I can.
You make the rules, you can break them.
That's right. But yeah, so it was a little more difficult than I thought. I think I'm hitting a little bit of a patch of calmness because it is getting
You're
towards the
almost
end. And so I can kind of feel the relief that I'll feel. I just heard the ring doorbell thing, so I know my wife has left the house. So she's on the way to the mission, and there's a chance I might fall asleep in the car on the way home.
Probably so, yeah.
So we'll see. But so I've said throughout this situation that, by no means am I trying to equate what I'm doing here as
Right.
having some sort of understanding of what it is to live homeless. Living homeless is rough. And if this is even a small insight to what it's about, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So it's given me a greater appreciation and a greater awareness of what the individuals that do walk up our walkway for services go through. So maybe not just to say, I know what you're going through, because I don't.
Right.
I really don't. I mean, I've been surrounded by people that be willing to bring me drinks and snacks and lozenges, and I could go in and use the facilities if I needed to. I'm covered by a tent. Not everybody has all those things.
And it's
so,
in October. It's not January of 2025.
Exactly. I mean, there's so many reasons why this is just an opportunity for us to shine a light on the homeless situation in our areas, but then also shine a light on what we're doing as a mission across the Gulf Coast, from Mobile to obviously Pensacola. And I'm down with that every day of the week, because the mission first, the men and women always.
Yep. That's just awesome. I think you're braver than I am. You really are, because you committed to this. You advertised this, and
I know.
You couldn't back out 4 hours in and go, oh my goodness, I can't.
I remember when Mark sent out the first advertisement for it. I'm like, well, it's out there now.
It's there. It's good.
I don't get to get off this roller coaster
Yeah.
yet. So, but it's been an interesting ride, to say the least.
It's been fun to watch. I've been, throughout the last 24 hours, I've been kind of tuning in when I can and listening to conversations. And, it kind of goes towards the character of the mission as well, because
Absolutely.
You've had clients, you've had different people come up and talk. And, first rule of public speaking is don't hand somebody the mic if you don't know what they're going to say. And you're taking a big risk saying, ask me a question. And it just goes to show you don't have anything to hide.
No, and you're absolutely right. If we weren't doing the right thing at the right time for the right people, we probably wouldn't do something like this. But if there's one thing I can confidently say, is that we have always been an organization of transparency. And if people ask questions, we had a gentleman who actually sat down with us around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock last night. I can't remember. Met him for the first time a few days beforehand.
Oh, wow, okay.
Trying to get a hold of us. Somehow his email got bumped into my firewall. So he finally called like 2 days before. And so I went and met with him and his wife. They seemed like nice folks. He came and sat with me for about 30 minutes around 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, goodness.
He was willing to get up and do that. And so, I welcome those kind of conversations. Right. I'm not afraid of them.
Right.
Because we're doing the right thing, and we have nothing to hide.
Right. Yeah, because there's a lot of, I know, I've had this conversation before with social media. You get hit on different things. And, the news doesn't always portray 100%. They do support the mission a lot of times, but it always generates questions. And you could have been hit with anything, but with nothing to hide, nothing to be ashamed of. It's really been a great eye-opening opportunity. So hopefully it got people familiar. I talk to people all the time that'll call and ask, where's somewhere I can go, what's something I can do. And
I just got a thumbs up from one of our drivers
Oh,
over
there
there.
you
You
go.
see, that really is the cherry on top of the icing.
there you go. That helps. But Waterfront's scary. it's a
It can
homeless
be.
shelter. It's scary. It's
Oh,
frustrating.
it's dark and dingy and it's
Yes.
full of homeless people.
Yes.
You know, we have to remove that stigma.
You have to come and see it. You have to come
Absolutely.
and visit. And I'll be honest, I had that same thought because you do if you're not familiar with it.
Agreed.
And when the more time I spend here, the more time I realize I'm not ready to go home. I'm not. You know what? I can stay a little bit longer. I can stay a little
Absolutely.
bit more. And there's days that I'm not even on the schedule here, and I'll stop in and say hi because it is a fun place, and it's not for everybody. For some people, you know, it is upsetting.
Oh,
But
yes.
there's people here that help out each other. There's people here that love on you. There's people here that there's a new intake that we were just doing in there, and he said, no, somebody's already helped me and answered my questions and made a friend and getting them through it. And
That's awesome.
I love that. I love that once people spend a few minutes, they're not afraid anymore.
Absolutely.
So that's kudos to you guys for making it a welcoming home to these people.
Oh yeah, it's imperative. I mean, we even, you know, again, being part of the Citygate network, I mean, especially with the color schemes that we have selected for the women's side with the general population area here, and of course the Aruka Respite Center, you know, we've actually had conversations with individuals that put science behind the colors. You know, what's welcoming, what's calming, what doesn't provoke, you know, anger and anxiety, and so that has gone into the color schemes throughout. Same with our new logo. I mean, these colors are fantastic. I love the colors. I love the font. I love the whole representation of what Waterfront's all about.
It makes it so much better. It's not institutional at all.
Not like it was.
No,
I mean,
that the new paint looks so great.
Yeah, we were gray on gray, and yeah, you can't get any more institutional than gray on gray. But I understand what they were doing when they were trying to get the mission up and running fast, and so clearly gray on
It was
gray
cheap,
works.
easy, and neutral.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So, but now we're not.
Exactly. Now it's more
excuse me.
welcoming and friendly and more feels like home.
Yes.
Yeah. So I love it.
Well, thank you again for volunteering to be with us, and
Absolutely.
thank you for coming to talk with me. This is a
Yeah.
great way to end the 24 hours.
I'm telling you, I'm not a big fan of being on camera, but once to promote something like this and to help be part of it, I love it. I enjoy
Fantastic.
it. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Good to see you again.
Good to see you always.
Next graduation's in December.
Time for the holidays. Good deal. All right.
Well, we'll talk again soon, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Enjoy the rest of your few minutes.
Oh, yeah. Where are we at now?
20 minutes.
Woo!
20 minutes. You're almost there.
That's awesome.
All right. I'm going back to finish my shift.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Hi, my name is Lexi Osborne, PR and Development Associate here at Waterfront Mission. Welcome to our Pensacola campus. Founded in 1949 by Reverend Vernon Hosey, Waterfront Mission began as a refuge for wayward fishermen on Pensacola's active port. Over the years, Waterfront has grown into 2 full-service missions providing rescue and recovery services here in Pensacola and in Mobile, Alabama. Today, I'm going to take you on a tour of our Pensacola mission, which has over 200 beds available for the homeless community. Whether you're coming in for day services or overnight shelter, staff are always available at the front desk to direct you and help you take the next step. Every afternoon, starting at 4 p.m., individuals checking in for overnight shelter receive a bedroll, a towel, and a bed assignment. All guests are asked to shower before dinner. We have 98 beds available for overnight shelter for men. In the event that we have reached capacity, we do have cots available to accommodate additional individuals. The goal of our overnight shelter is for individuals to accept our invitation to something more sustainable than just one night of shelter. We desire for these individuals to join one of our case-managed rescue programs geared toward helping individuals end their cycle of homelessness by obtaining employment, securing permanent housing, and ultimately achieving sustainable life change. These programs are available for men and women. We also offer a 3-phase, 9-month residential recovery program known as the Life Builder Recovery Program, where men can receive counseling, life skills classes, job training, and mentoring to help them obtain the proper resources to live a sober life and successfully re-enter society. Currently, this program is only available for men. One of the things that is unique to Waterfront is our Aruka Respite Center, which provides medical respite dorms for homeless individuals needing a clean and safe environment to recuperate immediately following a hospital discharge. Guests are case managed during their stay and are referred to either a Waterfront or a partnering program upon discharge to help reduce the hospital readmission rate. Our Pensacola mission has 2 respite dorms, one for men and one for women. This is our women's wing of our Pensacola mission, established in September 2024. We have separate offices for female chaplains and counseling, and this area is secured with badge-only access. Let me take you back and show you. The women's overnight dorm accommodates 28 guests and operates in the same manner as the men's. Women also have access to the same rescue programs, and those seeking addiction recovery are connected with trusted community partners for additional support. This is our men's clothing closet. We also have one available for women. Here, guests can receive free clothing, shoes, and toiletries. This is part of Waterfront's day services, available Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Through our day services, guests can receive a warm lunch, a chapel service, access to showers and laundry facilities, mail services, bag storage, and meetings with chaplains and community partners. Finally, this is our kitchen, where we serve roughly 450 meals per day. About 90% of the food that we receive at our kitchen comes from local restaurants, grocery stores, organizations, churches, and individuals. Volunteers serve in the kitchen 365 days a year, helping with tasks such as food prep, serving, and cleanup. If you would like to get involved by volunteering on our mission, please visit our website or email us at volunteer@waterfrontmission.org. We also invite you to take an in-person tour to see firsthand the life-changing work that happens here at the mission every day. Thanks for coming along with me. I hope to see you soon.
So we're probably going to be, you need to hold that close because it's not a very good microphone, Sparky, and then they'll give us an indication that we're live, maybe. Are we good? Okay,
Good.
so we're live.
We're live.
So Chaplain Sparky, how are you?
How you doing, Brother Clay? How you doing? My name's Chaplain Sparky. I've been with the Waterfront Rescue Mission for 16 years now.
16 years.
And it's a blessing to have your leadership with us. So, a couple of questions for you. One I was thinking of all day long. What are your thoughts about a low barrier for the community?
A low barrier shelter?
Yes.
Well, you know, our Day Resources is our low barrier program. You know, so anybody that needs help, doesn't matter if they're under the influence of anything, they can walk up, as long as they're not being violent, as you know. But I'm not a fan of a low barrier shelter solution. Certainly not the way that, you know, certain entities in our area have proposed it. And for several reasons. You can't just round people up and shove them in a building and think everything is being hunky-dory. You know, they're not talking about security. They're not talking about the effects of having multiple people in one room. I mean, we have incredible processes in place here to keep everybody safe. And the people that are talking about, they just want people off the streets.
Right.
I mean, that's not a solution. You know, come up with a better solution, and maybe we could get, you know, partner with something like that. But you know, just throwing people in a building and saying, you know, we've addressed homelessness in the area is not a viable solution. It's certainly not sustainable over years and years.
I agree, because just yesterday, as being the outreach chaplain, I was out in the community. I went over on airport, and there's a camp that's Brittany and a couple of the sheriff, we was out there together, and we're looking to close it down. So I was talking with couple of individuals about moving forward, coming to the low barrier shelter that we offer here for as resources, telling them about the housing with opening doors, the VA process that we utilize here at the mission, because being the VA and the outreach, you know, I work really closely trying to get the veterans off the street.
Right.
So, you know, we was working in that process. But one of the things I did notice was as I was parked at opening doors, there was a couple came up, and they was wondering why were we out in the field, and I was sharing with them about our process, and they said, "Oh, I didn't really know Waterfront do that. What are you thinking about our advertisement? Do you think we need to invest more in the advertising, getting out in the community?"
Chaplain Sparky, we've talked about this extensively over the last 24 hours.
Okay.
You know, I keep referring to us as the best kept secret along the Gulf Coast. But I do see a shift in people knowing who we are. You know, a lot of the times now when we're having those interactions like this couple that you had a conversation with, they might be new to the area. You know, but we're doing an excellent job with our social media blasts, you know, our LinkedIn, our Facebook, and all the different platforms of promoting what we're doing on a daily basis, promoting what we're doing at the thrift stores, with the online store, at the graduations, you name it, we're blasting everything. We obviously just pushed out 3 different commercial ads.
Okay.
And because of that very issue you just pointed out, we are the best kept secret in Pensacola and Mobile. And we need to continue to get the word out of what we're doing. And that's really been a recurring theme this entire afternoon is, you know, what can we do to support the mission? Tell someone.
Yeah, tell someone. And also I was sharing with one of the clients that I'm out the street that was looking to, as if he chose to come to the mission to get into one of our programs, we could assist him possibly get into one of our transitional houses. But what are your thoughts about transitional housing for the recovery side, not the rescue side? Because as the rescue chaplain working with the working homeless, when we complete the process, there's housing, limited housing. So what are your thoughts
So,
about
so
the
you're
transition?
referring to kind of a CP,
Yeah, CDP program.
CDP program for people that don't need addiction recovery.
Yes.
No, that's a valid question, Sparky. I don't think we've actually gone that far in our analysis of what what kind of offerings we can have. We've been focusing on the addiction recovery program, but that actually is something worth bringing up and talking about. I don't have a solution to think about there, but I would be definitely down with a conversation about providing that kind of a solution. Why not? Wow. Wow.
My goodness. That was so.
So anyways, back to the point. I would be interested in having a conversation of what that possibly could look like, because they are in our programs. Why wouldn't we provide a next step, especially since there is not a lot of available affordable housing out there for individuals.
And it's needed, because what I'm seeing is happen is when a guy when he complete the process, we work him up and help him save his funds, and there's limited housing or affordable housing that they can move to. They end up back in a place like Queen Mary or one of the hotels, and that's just setting them up for failure. So it's like really bothered me, because like I said, working closely with our working homeless and our veterans that really get a good income, they need those facilities open up to them. So,
Okay.
So.
Oh, that's a great point. That's a great point.
So even with transportation wise, transportation, I'm reaching out to Flex. So
Oh, yeah.
we can get some projects going with Flex and stuff like that. So I would like for you to, if it's possible, to talk to one of the Flex supervisors over there when you had the opportunity.
Absolutely. Not today.
No, not today. You spend a lot of time. I appreciate it.
I might, you never know what I agree to if I go talking to someone right now. I'm just telling you.
So, but it's just amazing that you spent the time out to do this, and I really appreciate all that you've done.
Thank you.
And how you supported it, and it's just an awesome job. Thank you so much for all you do.
Well, I mean, honestly, I looked at it as it's the least I could do. You and the other chaplains, both on the women's and men's side, the men and women over in Mobile, you guys are working on the front lines, and I get to sit on a bench for 24 hours. Yeah, that can be difficult, but you guys are doing the real work. So it's just a small way of saying thank you to you guys for the work that you do, and I can maybe help promote the mission and what we're trying to do as an organization.
We thank you for the support, because without the support on the ministry side, it'd be a day-to-day task where it's like when we see the ones come off the street, when we see individuals come in for the services, stuff like that, we have the love in our heart because we have a great support staff.
Awesome.
And able to work with each individual at a level that God takes us all to, as He sees us as vessels that He can work through.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate you. I'm a big fan.
Well, and being here the 16 years, working with the ministry, seeing the transition that we went through. We went through so much. But we thank our community, because the community is truly supported, and having the backing from the staff and all the community, it's a blessing.
Absolutely.
So we can do those things that God allowed to help us to do. We could not do it without Him.
Amen.
So I thank God for that. So we're in this time zone where people just don't realize the goodness of God, and we couldn't do it without them.
Absolutely, but we're continuously sharing it with them so that they have an opportunity.
Demonstrate God's goodness.
Absolutely.
Dealing with life-dominating issues from a different basis, from an everyday basis, and trauma. Trauma is something that people don't realize on a daily basis, the trauma that individuals go through. So here at the mission, as I say, if you haven't had a friend in the world, you'll find one here.
Absolutely.
And that's what we're here to do. So
absolutely.
God bless you.
We're getting close. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm
should be
I'm
there.
feeling it. Oh, 157.
157.
So how about you? Can you close our
Close it out
time
in prayer.
together in prayer?
Father God in heaven, we thank you for the opportunity to sit and speak with our director as he demonstrate his love for the ministry, his love for the mission, and Father God, as he speak to the community and as we speak, share what Waterfront does as a whole. So many that don't understand and never knew that the mission exists and the purpose for the mission. But Father God, we deal with addiction on a whole another level. And Father, we thank you for allowing each individual, the men and the women, we thank you for blessing them as they come alongside, as they leave their homes every day to come to be vessels that you work in and work through. So Father, we bless you, we praise you, we ask you to continue to keep us and bless each and every one that come on the campus. Bless each ministry from the stores to the RDC, to the admin, to the ministry itself. Father, we just want to give you the glory, and we thank you for this time. We thank you for the broadcast. We thank you for what you're doing in our lives, and we lift up our president and ask you to continue to keep a hedge of protection around his mind, body, and spirit, that he can continue to be a focus and a blessing to the ministry and the community. And we thank you for it in Jesus' name. We pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, brother. You can just lay it down, sir. Can't be ducking it. What do you mean 2 minutes? It's 1:59.
Oh, 1 minute.
Well, maybe just a moment of reflection. This really truly has been an excellent opportunity for me to reflect on it. Exactly. And you know, it is. I think it's allowed me to gain a better insight and the clock. Watching the clock.
Watching it.
And I've just gained a greater appreciation for the individuals that come up our walkway that are. You guys keep doing that. I can't even finish my thought. Stop.
Stuck on 159.
Oh. Oh.